Part 3. Work Principles. Summary and Table of Work Principles. I'm including the summary and table of work principles here so that you have the choice of scheming them all, finding the ones you're most interested in, or skipping this section and continuing your reading on page 296. Part 3. Work Principles. An organization is a machine consisting of two major parts, culture and people. A great organization has both great people and a great culture. B. Great people have both great character and great capabilities. C. Great cultures bring problems and disagreements to the surface and solve them well, and they love imagining and building great things that haven't been built before. Tough love is effective for achieving both great work and great relationships. A. In order to be great, one can't compromise the uncompromisable. A believability-weighted idea. Meritocracy is the best system for making effective decisions. Make your passion and your work one and the same and do it with people you want to be with. To get the culture right. 1. Trust in radical truth and radical transparency. 1.1 Realize that you have nothing to fear from knowing the truth. 1.2 Have integrity and demand it from others. A. Never say anything about someone that you wouldn't say to them directly, and don't try people without accusing them to their faces. B. Don't let loyalty to people stand in the way of truth and the well-being of the organization. 1.3 Create an environment in which everyone has the right to understand what makes sense and no one has the right to hold a critical opinion without speaking up. A. Speak up, own it, or get out. B. Be extremely open. C. Don't be naive about dishonesty. 1.4 Be radically transparent. A. Use transparency to help enforce justice. B. Share the things that are hardest to share. C. Keep exceptions to radical transparency very rare. D. Make sure those who are given radical transparency recognize their responsibilities to handle it well and to weigh things intelligently. E. Provide transparency to people who handle it well and either deny it to people who don't handle it well or remove those people from the organization. F. Don't share sensitive information with the organization's enemies. 1.5 Meaningful relationships and meaningful work are mutually reinforcing, especially when supported by radical truth and radical transparency. 2. Cultivate meaningful work and meaningful relationships. 2.1 Be loyal to the common mission and not to anyone who is not operating consistently with it. 2.2 Be crystal clear on what the deal is. A. Make sure people give more consideration to others than they demand for themselves. B. Make sure that people understand the difference between fairness and generosity. C. Know where the line is and be on the far side of fair. D. Pay for work. 2.3 Recognize that the size of the organization can pose a threat to meaningful relationships. 2.4 Remember that most people will pretend to operate in your interest while operating in their own. 2.5 Treasure honorable people who are capable and will treat you well even when you're not looking. 3 Create a culture in which it is okay to make mistakes and unacceptable not to learn from them. 3.1 Recognize that mistakes are a natural part of the evolutionary process. A. Fail well. B. Don't feel bad about your mistakes or those of others. Love them. 3.2 Don't worry about looking good, worry about achieving your goals. A. Get over blame and credit and get on with accurate and inaccurate. 3.3 Observe the patterns of mistakes to see if they are products of weaknesses. 3.4 Remember to reflect when you experience pain. A. Be self-reflective and make sure your people are self-reflective. B. Know that nobody can see themselves objectively. C. Teach and reinforce the merits of mistake-based learning. 3.5 Know what types of mistakes are acceptable and what types are unacceptable, and don't allow the people who work for you to make the unacceptable ones. 4. Get and stay in sync. 4.1 Recognize that conflicts are essential for great relationships because they are how people determine whether their principles are aligned and resolve their differences. A. Spend lavishly on the time and energy you devote to getting in sync, because it's the best investment you can make. 4.2 Know how to get in sync and disagree well. A. Surface areas of possible out of syncness. B. Distinguish between idle complaints and complaints meant to lead to improvement. C. Remember that every story has another side. 4.3 Be open-minded and assertive at the same time. A. Distinguish open-minded people from closed-minded people. B. Don't have anything to do with closed-minded people. C. Watch out for people who think it's embarrassing not to know. D. Make sure that those in charge are open-minded about the questions and comments of others. E. Recognize that getting in sync is a two-way responsibility. F. Worry more about substance than style. G. Be reasonable and expect others to be reasonable. H. Making suggestions and questioning are not the same as criticizing, so don't treat them as if they are. 4.4 If it is your meeting to run, manage the conversation. A. Make it clear who is directing the meeting and whom it is meant to serve. B. Be precise in what you're talking about to avoid confusion. C. Make clear what type of communication you are going to have in light of the objectives and priorities. D. Lead the discussion by being assertive and open-minded. E. Navigate between the different levels of the conversation. F. Watch out for topic slip. G. Enforce the logic of conversations. H. Be careful not to lose personal responsibility via group decision making. I. Utilize the 2-minute rule to avoid persistent interruptions. J. Watch out for assertive fast talkers. K. Achieve completion in conversations. L. Leverage your communication. 4.5 Great collaboration feels like playing jazz. A. 1 plus 1 equals 3. B. 3 to 5 is more than 2. 0.4.6 When you have alignment, cherish it. 4.7 If you find you can't reconcile major differences, especially in values, consider whether the relationship is worth preserving. 5 Believability. Weight your decision making. 5.1 Recognize that having an effective idea meritocracy requires that you understand the merit of each person's ideas. A. If you can't successfully do something, don't think you can tell others how it should be done. B. Remember that everyone has opinions and they are often bad. 5.2 Find the most believable people possible who disagree with you and try to understand their reasoning. A. Think about people's believability in order to assess the likelihood that their opinions are good. B. Remember that believable opinions are most likely to come from people 1. Who have successfully accomplished the thing in question at least 3 times, and 2. Who have great explanations of the cause-effect relationships that lead them to their conclusions. C. If someone hasn't done something but has a theory that seems logical and can be stress-tested, then by all means test it. D. Don't pay as much attention to people's conclusions as to the reasoning that led them to their conclusions. E. Inexperienced people can have great ideas too, sometimes far better ones than more experienced people. F. Everyone should be upfront in expressing how confident they are in their thoughts. 5.3 Think about whether you are playing the role of a teacher, a student, or a peer, and whether you should be teaching, asking questions, or debating. A. It's more important that the student understand the teacher than that the teacher understand the student, though both are important. B. Recognize that while everyone has the right and responsibility to try to make sense of important things, they must do so with humility and radical open-mindedness. 5.4 Understand how people came by their opinions. A. If you ask someone a question, they will probably give you an answer, so think through to whom you should address your questions. B. Having everyone randomly probe everyone else is an unproductive waste of time. C. Beware of statements that begin with I think that. D. Assess believability by systematically capturing people's track records over time. 5.5 Disagreeing must be done efficiently. A. Know when to stop debating and move on to agreeing about what should be done. B. Use believability weighting as a tool rather than a substitute for decision-making by responsible parties. C. Since you don't have the time to thoroughly examine everyone's thinking yourself, choose your believable people wisely. D. When you're responsible for a decision, compare the believability-weighted decision-making of the crowd to what you believe. 5.6 Recognize that everyone has the right and responsibility to try to make sense of important things. A. Communications aimed at getting the best answer should involve the most relevant people. B. Communication aimed at educating or boosting cohesion should involve a broader set of people than would be needed if the aim were just getting the best answer. C. Recognize that you don't need to make judgments about everything. 5.7 Pay more attention to whether the decision-making system is fair than whether you get your way. 6 Recognize how to get beyond disagreements. 6.1 Remember, Principles can't be ignored by mutual agreement. The same standards of behavior apply to everyone. 6.2 Make sure people don't confuse the right to complain, give advice, and openly debate with the right to make decisions. When challenging a decision or a decision maker, consider the broader context. 6.3 Don't leave important conflicts unresolved. Don't let the little things divide you when your agreement on the big things should bind you. Don't get stuck in disagreement, escalate or vote. 6.4 Once a decision is made, everyone should get behind it even though individuals may still disagree. See things from the higher level. Never allow the idea meritocracy to slip into anarchy. Don't allow lynch mobs or mob rule. 6.5 Remember that if the idea meritocracy comes into conflict with the well-being of the organization, it will inevitably suffer. Declare martial law only in rare or extreme circumstances when the principles need to be suspended. Be wary of people who argue for the suspension of the idea meritocracy for the good of the organization. 6.6 Recognize that if the people who have the power don't want to operate by principles, the principled way of operating will fail. Get the people right. 7 Remember that the who is more important than the what. 7.1 Recognize that the most important decision for you to make is who you choose as your responsible parties. Understand that the most important RPs are those responsible for the goals, outcomes, and machines at the highest levels. 7.2 Know that the ultimate responsible party will be the person who bears the consequences of what is done. Make sure that everyone has someone they report to. 7.3 Remember the force behind the thing. 8 Hire right, because the penalties for hiring wrong are huge. 8.1 Match the person to the design. Think through which values, abilities, and skills you are looking for, in that order. Make finding the right people systematic and scientific. Here the click, find the right fit between the role and the person. Look for people who sparkle, not just any one of those. Don't use your pull to get someone a job. 8.2 Remember that people are built very differently and that different ways of seeing and thinking make people suitable for different jobs. Understand how to use and interpret personality assessments. Remember that people tend to pick people like themselves, so choose interviewers who can identify what you are looking for. Look for people who are willing to look at themselves objectively. Remember that people typically don't change all that much. 8.3 Think of your teams the way that sports managers do. No one person possesses everything required to produce success, yet everyone must excel. 8.4 Pay attention to people's track records. Check references. Recognize that performance in school doesn't tell you much about whether a person has the values and abilities you are looking for. While it's best to have great conceptual thinkers, understand that great experience and a great track record also count for a lot. Beware of the impractical idealist. Don't assume that a person who has been successful elsewhere will be successful in the job you're giving them. Make sure your people have character and are capable. 8.5 Don't hire people just to fit the first job they will do, hire people you want to share your life with. Look for people who have lots of great questions. Show candidates your warts. Play jazz with people with whom you are compatible but who will also challenge you. 8.6 When considering compensation, provide both stability and opportunity. Pay for the person, not the job. Have performance metrics tied at least loosely to compensation. Pay north of fair. Focus more on making the pie bigger than on exactly how to slice it so that you or anyone else gets the biggest piece. 8.7 Remember that in great partnerships, consideration and generosity are more important than money. Be generous and expect generosity from others. 8.8 Great people are hard to find, so make sure you think about how to keep them. 9 Constantly train, test, evaluate, and sort people. 9.1 Understand that you and the people you manage will go through a process of personal evolution. Recognize that personal evolution should be relatively rapid and a natural consequence of discovering one's strengths and weaknesses. As a result, career paths are not planned at the outset. B. Understand that training guides the process of personal evolution. C. Teach your people to fish rather than give them fish, even if that means letting them make some mistakes. D. Recognize that experience creates internalized learning that book learning can't replace. 9.2 Provide constant feedback. 9.3 Evaluate accurately, not kindly. A. In the end, accuracy and kindness are the same thing. B. Put your compliments and criticisms in perspective. C. Think about accuracy, not implications. D. Make accurate assessments. E. Learn from success as well as from failure. F. Know that most everyone thinks that what they did, and what they are doing, is much more important than it really is. 9.4 Recognize that tough love is both the hardest and the most important type of love to give, because it is so rarely welcomed. A. Recognize that while most people prefer compliments, accurate criticism is more valuable. 9.5 Don't hide your observations about people. A. Build your synthesis from the specifics up. B. Squeeze the dots. C. Don't over-squeeze a ... D. Use evaluation tools such as performance surveys, metrics, and formal reviews to document all aspects of a person's performance. 9.6 Make the process of learning what someone is like open, evolutionary, and iterative. A. Make your metrics clear and impartial. B. Encourage people to be objectively reflective about their performance. C. Look at the whole picture. D. For performance reviews, start from specific cases, look for patterns, and get in sync with the person being reviewed by looking at the evidence together. E. Remember that when it comes to assessing people, the two biggest mistakes you can make are being overconfident in your assessment and failing to get in sync on it. F. Get in sync on assessments in a non-hierarchical way. G. Learn about your people and have them learn about you through frank conversations about mistakes and their root causes. H. Understand that making sure people are doing a good job doesn't require watching everything that everybody is doing at all times. I recognize that change is difficult. J. Help people through the pain that comes with exploring their weaknesses. 9.7 Knowing how people operate and being able to judge whether that way of operating will lead to good results is more important than knowing what they did. A. If someone is doing their job poorly, consider whether it is due to inadequate learning or inadequate ability. B. Training and testing a poor performer to see if he or she can acquire the required skills without simultaneously trying to assess their abilities is a common mistake. 9.8 Recognize that when you are really in sync with someone about their weaknesses, the weaknesses are probably true. A. When judging people, remember that you don't have to get to the point of beyond a shadow of a doubt. B. It should take you no more than a year to learn what a person is like and whether they are a click for their job. C. Continue assessing people throughout their tenure. D. Evaluate employees with the same rigor as you evaluate job candidates. 9.9 Train, guardrail, or remove people, don't rehabilitate them. A. Don't collect people. B. Be willing to shoot the people you love. C. When someone is without a box, consider whether there is an open box that would be a better fit or whether you need to get them out of the company. D. Be cautious about allowing people to step back to another role after failing. 9.10 Remember that the goal of a transfer is the best, highest use of the person in a way that benefits the community as a whole. A. Have people complete their swings before moving on to new roles. 9.11 Don't lower the bar. To build and evolve your machine. 10 Manage as someone operating a machine to achieve a goal. 10.1 Look down on your machine and yourself within it from the higher level. A. Constantly compare your outcomes to your goals. B. Understand that a great manager is essentially an organizational engineer. C. Build great metrics. D. Beware of paying too much attention to what is coming at you and not enough attention to your machine. E. Don't get distracted by shiny objects. 10.2 Remember that for every case you deal with, your approach should have two purposes: 1. To move you closer to your goal, and 2. To train and test your machine, i.e., your people and your design. A. Everything is a case study. B. When a problem occurs, conduct the discussion at two levels: 1. The machine level, why that outcome was produced, and 2. The case at hand level, What to do about it? C. When making rules, explain the principles behind them. D. Your policies should be natural extensions of your principles. E. While good principles and policies almost always provide good guidance, remember that there are exceptions to every rule. 10.3 Understand the differences between managing, micromanaging, and not managing. A. Managers must make sure that what they are responsible for works well. B. Managing the people who report to you should feel like skiing together. C. An excellent skier is probably going to be a better ski coach than a novice skier. D. You should be able to delegate the details. 10.4 Know what your people are like and what makes them tick, because your people are your most important resource. A. Regularly take the temperature of each person who is important to you and to the organization. B. Learn how much confidence to have in your people. Don't assume it. C. Vary your involvement based on your confidence. 10.5 Clearly assign responsibilities. A. Remember who has what responsibilities. B. Watch out for job slip. 10.6 Probe deep and hard to learn what you can expect from your machine. A. Get a threshold level of understanding. B. Avoid staying too distant. C. Use daily updates as a tool for staying on top of what your people are doing and thinking. D. Probe so you know whether problems are likely to occur before they actually do. E. Probe to the level below the people who report to you. F. Have the people who report to you feel free to escalate their problems to you. G. Don't assume that people's answers are correct. H. Train your ear. I. Make your probing transparent rather than private. J. Welcome probing. K. Remember that people who see things and think one way often have difficulty communicating with and relating to people who see things and think another way. L. Pull all suspicious threads. M. Recognize that there are many ways to skin a cat. 10.7 Think like an owner, and expect the people you work with to do the same. A. Going on vacation doesn't mean one can neglect one's responsibilities. B. Force yourself and the people who work for you to do difficult things. 10.8 Recognize and deal with key man risk. 10.9 Don't treat everyone the same, treat them appropriately. A. Don't let yourself get squeezed. B. Care about the people who work for you. 10.10 Know that great leadership is generally not what it's made out to be. A. Be weak and strong at the same time. B. Don't worry about whether or not your people like you and don't look to them to tell you what you should do. C. Don't give orders and try to be followed, try to be understood and to understand others by getting in sync. 10.11 Hold yourself and your people accountable and appreciate them for holding you accountable. A. If you've agreed with someone that something is supposed to go a certain way, make sure it goes that way unless you get in sync about doing it differently. B. Distinguish between a failure in which someone broke their contract and a failure in which there was no contract to begin with. C. Avoid getting sucked down. D. Watch out for people who confuse goals and tasks, because if they can't make that distinction, you can't trust them with responsibilities. E. Watch out for the unfocused and unproductive theoretical should. 10.12 Communicate the plan clearly and have clear metrics conveying whether you are progressing according to it. A. Put things in perspective by going back before going forward. 10.13 Escalate when you can't adequately handle your responsibilities and make sure that the people who work for you are proactive about doing the same. 11 Perceive and don't tolerate problems. 11.1 If you're not worried, you need to worry, and if you're worried, you don't need to worry. 11.2 Design and oversee a machine to perceive whether things are good enough or not good enough, or do it yourself. A. Assign people the job of perceiving problems, give them time to investigate, and make sure they have independent reporting lines so that they can convey problems without any fear of recrimination. B. Watch out for the frog in the boiling water syndrome. C. Beware of groupthink. The fact that no one seems concerned doesn't mean nothing is wrong. D. To perceive problems, compare how the outcomes are lining up with your goals. E. Taste the soup. F. Have as many eyes looking for problems as possible. G. Pop the cork. H. Realize that the people closest to certain jobs probably know them best. 11.3 Be very specific about problems, don't start with generalizations. A. Avoid the anonymous we and they, because they mask personal responsibility. 11.4 Don't be afraid to fix the difficult things. A. Understand that problems with good, planned solutions in place are completely different from those without such solutions. B. Think of the problems you perceive in a machine-like way. 12. Diagnose problems to get at their root causes. 12.1 To diagnose well, ask the following questions. 1. Is the outcome good or bad? 2. Who is responsible for the outcome? 3. If the outcome is bad, is the responsible party incapable or is the design bad? A. Ask yourself, who should do what differently? B. Identify at which step in the 5-step process the failure occurred. C. Identify the principles that were violated. D. Avoid Monday morning quarterbacking. E. Don't confuse the quality of someone's circumstances with the quality of their approach to dealing with the circumstances. F. Identifying the fact that someone else doesn't know what to do doesn't mean that you know what to do. G. Remember that a root cause is not an action but a reason. H. To distinguish between a capacity issue and a capability issue, imagine how the person would perform at that particular function if they had ample capacity. I. Keep in mind that managers usually fail or fall short of their goals for one, or more, of 5 reasons. 12.2 Maintain an emerging synthesis by diagnosing continuously. 12.3 Keep in mind that diagnoses should produce outcomes. A. Remember that if you have the same people doing the same things, you should expect the same results. 12.4 Use the following drill-down technique to gain an 80/20 understanding of a department or sub-department that is having problems. 12.5 Understand that diagnosis is foundational to both progress and quality relationships. 13 Design improvements to your machine to get around your problems. 13.1 Build your machine. 13.2 Systemize your principles and how they will be implemented. A. Create great decision-making machines by thinking through the criteria you are using to make decisions while you are making them. 13.3 Remember that a good plan should resemble a movie script. A. Put yourself in the position of pain for a while so that you gain a richer understanding of what you're designing for. B. Visualize alternative machines and their outcomes, and then choose. C. Consider second and third order consequences, not just first order ones. D. Use standing meetings to help your organization run like a Swiss clock. E. Remember that a good machine takes into account the fact that people are imperfect. 13.4 Recognize that design is an iterative process. Between a bad now and a good then is a working through it period. A. Understand the power of the cleansing storm. 13.5 Build the organization around goals rather than tasks. A. Build your organization from the top down. B. Remember that everyone must be overseen by a believable person who has high standards. C. Make sure the people at the top of each pyramid have the skills and focus to manage their direct reports and a deep understanding of their jobs. D. In designing your organization, remember that the 5-step process is the path to success and that different people are good at different steps. E. Don't build the organization to fit the people. F. Keep scale in mind. G. Organize departments and sub-departments around the most logical groupings based on gravitational pull. H. Make departments as self-sufficient as possible so that they have control over the resources they need to achieve their goals. I. Ensure that the ratios of senior managers to junior managers and of junior managers to their reports are limited to preserve quality communication and mutual understanding. J. Consider succession and training in your design. K. Don't just pay attention to your job, pay attention to how your job will be done if you are no longer around. L. Use double do rather than double check to make sure mission critical tasks are done correctly. M. Use consultants wisely and watch out for consultant addiction. 13.6 Create an organizational chart to look like a pyramid, with straight lines down that don't cross. A. Involve the person who is the point of the pyramid when encountering cross-departmental or cross-subdepartmental issues. B. Don't do work for people in another department or grab people from another department to do work for you unless you speak to the person responsible for overseeing the other department. C. Watch out for a department slip. 13.7 Create guardrails when needed and remember it's better not to guardrail at all. A. Don't expect people to recognize and compensate for their own blind spots. B. Consider the clover leaf design. 13.8 Keep your strategic vision the same while making appropriate tactical changes as circumstances dictate. A. Don't put the expedient ahead of the strategic. B. Think about both the big picture and the granular details, and understand the connections between them. 13.9 Have good control so that you are not exposed to the dishonesty of others. A. Investigate and let people know you are going to investigate. B. Remember that there is no sense in having laws unless you have policemen, auditors. C. Beware of rubber stamping. D. Recognize that people who make purchases on your behalf probably will not spend your money wisely. E. Use public hangings to deter bad behavior. 13.10 Have the clearest possible reporting lines and delineations of responsibilities. A. Assign responsibilities based on workflow design and people's abilities, not job titles. B. Constantly think about how to produce leverage. C. Recognize that it is far better to find a few smart people and give them the best technology than to have a greater number of ordinary people who are less well equipped. D. Use leveragers. 13.11 Remember that almost everything will take more time and cost more money than you expect. 14 Do what you set out to do. 14.1 Work for goals that you and your organization are excited about and think about how your tasks connect to those goals. A. Be coordinated and consistent in motivating others. B. Don't act before thinking. Take the time to come up with a game plan. C. Look for creative, cut-through solutions. 14.2 Recognize that everyone has too much to do. A. Don't get frustrated. 14.3 Use checklists. A. Don't confuse checklists with personal responsibility. 14.4 Allow time for rest and renovation. 14.5 Ring the bell. 15 Use tools and protocols to shape how work is done. 15.1 Having systemized principles embedded in tools is especially valuable for an idea meritocracy. A. To produce real behavioral change, understand that there must be internalized or habitualized learning. B. Use tools to collect data and process it into conclusions and actions. C. Foster an environment of confidence and fairness by having clearly stated principles that are implemented in tools and protocols so that the conclusions reached can be assessed by tracking the logic and data behind them. 16 And for heaven's sake, don't overlook governance. 16.1 To be successful, all organizations must have checks and balances. A. Even in an idea meritocracy, merit cannot be the only determining factor in assigning responsibility and authority. B. Make sure that no one is more powerful than the system or so important that they are irreplaceable. C. Beware of fiefdoms. D. Make clear that the organization's structure and rules are designed to ensure that its checks and balances system functions well. E. Make sure reporting lines are clear. F. Make sure decision rights are clear. G. Make sure that the people doing the assessing 1, have the time to be fully informed about how the person they are checking on is doing, 2, have the ability to make the assessments, and 3, are not in a conflict of interest that stands in the way of carrying out oversight effectively. H. Recognize that decision makers must have access to the information necessary to make decisions and must be trustworthy enough to handle that information safely. 16.2 Remember that in an idea meritocracy a single CEO is not as good as a great group of leaders. 16.3 No governance system of principles, rules, and checks and balances can substitute for a great partnership. For any group or organization to function well, its work principles must be aligned with its members' life principles. I don't mean that they must be aligned on everything, but I do mean that they have to be aligned on the most important things, like the mission they're on and how they will be with each other. If people in an organization feel that alignment, they will treasure their relationships and work together harmoniously. Its culture will permeate everything they do. If they don't, they will work for different, often conflicting, goals and will be confused about how they should be with each other. For that reason, it pays for all organizations, companies, governments, foundations, schools, hospitals, and so on to spell out their principles and values clearly and explicitly and to operate by them consistently. Those principles and values aren't vague slogans, like the customer always comes first, or we should strive to be the best in our industry, but a set of concrete directives anyone can understand, get aligned on, and carry out. As we shift our attention from life principles to work principles, I will explain how we went about achieving these alignments at Bridgewater and how that affected our results. But first, I want to explain how I think about organizations. An organization is a machine consisting of two major parts, culture and people. Each influences the other, because the people who make up an organization determine the kind of culture it has, and the culture of the organization determines the kinds of people who fit in. A great organization has both great people and a great culture. Companies that get progressively better over time have both. Nothing is more important or more difficult than to get the culture and people right. Great people have both great character and great capabilities. By great character, I mean they are radically truthful, radically transparent, and deeply committed to the mission of the organization. By great capabilities, I mean they have the abilities and skills to do their jobs excellently. People who have one without the other are dangerous and should be removed from the organization. People who have both are rare and should be treasured. See, great cultures bring problems and disagreements to the surface and solve them well, and they love imagining and building great things that haven't been built before. Doing that sustains their evolution. In our case, we do that by having an idea meritocracy that strives for meaningful work and meaningful relationships through radical truth and radical transparency. By meaningful work, I mean work that people are excited to get their heads into, and by meaningful relationships I mean those in which there is genuine caring for each other, like an extended family. I find that these reinforce each other, and that being radically truthful and radically transparent with each other makes both the work and the relationships go better. By constantly looking down on the machine, its managers can objectively compare the outcomes it produces with their goals. If those outcomes are consistent with those goals, then the machine is working effectively. If the outcomes are inconsistent with the goals, then something is wrong with either the design of the machine or the people who are a part of it, and the problem needs to be diagnosed so the machine can be modified. As laid out in Chapter 2 of Life Principles, this ideally happens in a 5-step process. 1. Having clear goals. 2. Identifying the problems preventing the goals from being achieved. 3. Diagnosing what parts of the machine, i.e., which people, or which designs, are not working well. 4. Designing changes, and 5. Doing what is needed. This is the fastest and most efficient way that an organization improves. I call this process of converting problems into progress looping, and how it happens through time is visualized in the diagrams to the right. In the first, a problem occurs that takes you off track from your goals and makes things worse than you planned. If you identify the decline, diagnose the problems that caused it so as to get at their root causes, come up with new designs, and then push them through, the trajectory will loop back on itself and continue its upward ascent, like in the second diagram. If you don't identify the problem, design a suboptimal solution, or fail to push it through effectively, the decline will continue as shown in the diagram at the bottom. A manager's ability to recognize when outcomes are inconsistent with goals and then modify designs and assemble people to rectify them makes all the difference in the world. The more often and more effectively a manager does this, the steeper the upward trajectory. As I explained in Life Principles, this is what I believe evolution looks like for all organisms and organizations. Having a culture and people that will evolve in this way is critical because the world changes quickly and in ways that can't possibly be anticipated. I'm sure you can think of a number of companies that failed to identify and address their problems on time and ended up in a terminal decline, see, BlackBerry and Palm, and a rare few that have consistently looped well. Most don't. For example, only 6 of the companies that 40 years ago made up the Dow Jones 30, which is about when Bridgewater got started, are still in the Dow 30 today. Many of them American Can, American Tobacco, Bethlehem Steel, General Foods, Inco, F.W. Woolworth Don T even exist. Some, Sears Roebuck, Johns Manville, Eastman Kodak, are so different as to be almost unrecognizable. and many of the standouts on the list today, Apple, Cisco, were yet to be founded. The rare few that have been able to evolve well over the decades have been successful at that evolutionary/looping process, which also is the process that has made Bridgewater progressively more successful for 40 years. That is the process I want to pass along to you. As I mentioned earlier, nothing is more important or more difficult than to get the culture and the people right. Whatever successes we've had at Bridgewater were the result of doing that well, and whatever failures were due to our not doing it adequately. That might seem odd because, as a global macroeconomic investor, one might think that, above all else, I had to get the economics and investments right, which is true. But to do that, I needed to get the people and culture right first. And, to inspire me to do what I did, I needed to have meaningful work and meaningful relationships. As the entrepreneur/builder of Bridgewater, I naturally shaped the organization to be consistent with my values and principles. I went after what I wanted most, in the way that seemed most natural to me with the people I chose to be with, and we and Bridgewater evolved together. If you had asked me what my objective was when I started out, I would have said it was to have fun working with people I like. Work was a game I played with passion, and I wanted to have a blast playing it with people I enjoyed and respected. I started Bridgewater out of my apartment with a pal I played rugby with who had no experience in the markets and a friend we hired as our assistant. I certainly wasn't thinking about management at the time. Management seemed to me like something people in gray suits with slide presentations did. I never set out to manage, let alone to have principles about work and management. From reading Life Principles, you know that I like to imagine and build out new, practical concepts that never existed before. I especially loved doing these things with people who were on the same mission with me. I treasured thoughtful disagreement with them as a way of learning and raising our odds of making good decisions, and I wanted all the people I worked with to be my partners rather than my employees. In a nutshell, I was looking for meaningful work and meaningful relationships. I quickly learned that the best way to do that was to have great partnerships with great people. To me, great partnerships come from sharing common values and interests, having similar approaches to pursuing them, and being reasonable with, and having consideration for, each other. At the same time, partners must be willing to hold each other to high standards and work through their disagreements. The main test of a great partnership is not whether the partners ever disagree. People in all healthy relationships disagree, but whether they can bring their disagreements to the surface and get through them well. Having clear processes for resolving disagreements efficiently and clearly is essential for business partnerships, marriages, and all other forms of partnership. My wanting these things attracted others who wanted the same things, which drove how we shaped Bridgewater together. 36 When there were 5 of us, it was totally different than when there were 50 of us, which was totally different than it was when we were 500, 1,000, and so on. As we grew, most everything changed beyond recognition, except for our core values and principles. When Bridgewater was still a small company, the principles by which we operated were more implicit than explicit. But as more and more new people came in, I couldn't take for granted that they would understand and preserve them. I realized that I needed to write our principles out explicitly and explain the logic behind them. I remember the precise moment when this shift occurred. It was when the number of people at Bridgewater passed 67. Up until then, I had personally chosen each employee's holiday gift and written them a lengthy personalized card, but trying to do it that year broke my back. From that point on, an increasing number of people came in who didn't work closely with me, so I couldn't assume they would understand where I was coming from or what I was striving to create, which was an idea meritocracy built on tough love. Tough love is effective for achieving both great work and great relationships. To give you an idea of what I mean by tough love, think of Vince Lombardi, who for me personified it. From when I was 10 years old until I was 18, Lombardi was head coach of the Green Bay Packers. With limited resources, he led his team to 5 NFL championships. He won 2 NFL Coach of the Year awards, and many still call him the best coach of all time. Lombardi loved his players and he pushed them to be great. I admired, and still admire, how uncompromising his standards were. His players, their fans, and he himself all benefited from his approach. I wish Lombardi had written out his principles for me to read. In order to be great, one can't compromise the uncompromisable. Yet I see people doing it all the time, usually to avoid making others or themselves feel uncomfortable, which is not just backward but counterproductive. Putting comfort ahead of success produces worse results for everyone. I both loved the people I worked with and pushed them to be great, and I expected them to do the same with me. From the very beginning, I felt that the people I worked with at Bridgewater were a part of my extended family. When they or members of their families got sick, I put them in touch with my personal doctor to make sure that they were well taken care of. I invited all of them to stay at my house in Vermont on weekends and loved it when they took me up on it. I celebrated their marriages and the births of their children with them and mourned the losses of their loved ones. But to be clear, this was no love fest. We were tough on each other too, so we could all be as great as we could be. I learned that the more caring we gave each other, the tougher we could be on each other, and the tougher we were on each other, the better we performed and the more rewards there were for us to share. This cycle was self-reinforcing. I found that operating this way made the lows less low and the highs higher. It even made the bad times better than the good ones in some important ways. Think about some of your toughest experiences in life. I bet it is as true for you as it has been for me that going through them with people you cared about, who cared about you, and who were working as hard as you were for the same mission, was incredibly rewarding. As hard as they were, we look back on some of these challenging times as our finest moments. For most people, being part of a great community on a shared mission is even more rewarding than money. Numerous studies have shown there is little to no correlation between one's happiness and the amount of money one accumulates, yet there is a strong correlation between one's happiness and the quality of one's relationships. I laid this out in a memo to Bridgewater in 1996. Bridgewater is not about plodding along at some kind of moderate standard, it is about working like hell to achieve a standard that is extraordinarily high, and then getting the satisfaction that comes along with that sort of super achievement. Our overriding objective is excellence, or more precisely, constant improvement, a superb and constantly improving company in all respects. Conflict in the pursuit of excellence is a terrific thing. There should be no hierarchy based on age or seniority. Power should lie in the reasoning, not the position, of the individual. The best ideas win no matter who they come from. Criticism, by oneself and by others, is an essential ingredient in the improvement process, yet, if handled incorrectly, can be destructive. It should be handled objectively. There should be no hierarchy in the giving or receiving of criticism. Teamwork and team spirit are essential, including intolerance of substandard performance. This is referring to one's recognition of the responsibilities one has to help the team achieve its common goals, and 2, the willingness to help others, work within a group, toward these common goals. Our fates are intertwined. One should know that others can be relied upon to help. As a corollary, substandard performance cannot be tolerated anywhere because it would hurt everyone. Long-term relationships are both A, intrinsically gratifying, and B, efficient, and should be intentionally built. Turnover requires retraining and therefore creates setbacks. Money is a byproduct of excellence, not a goal. Our overriding objective is excellence and constant improvement at Bridgewater. To be clear, it is not to make lots of money. The natural extension of this is not that you should be happy with little money. On the contrary, you should expect to make a lot. If we operate consistently with this philosophy, we should be productive and the company should do well financially. There is comparatively little age and seniority-based hierarchy. Each person at Bridgewater should act like an owner, responsible for operating in this way and for holding others accountable to operate in this way. A believability-weighted idea meritocracy is the best system for making effective decisions. Unlike Lombardi, whose success depended on having his players follow his instructions, I needed my players to be independent thinkers who could bang around their different points of view and reach better conclusions than any one of us could come up with on our own. I needed to create an environment in which everyone had the right and the responsibility to make sense of things for themselves and to fight openly for what they think is best and where the best thinking won out. I needed a real idea meritocracy, not some theoretical version of one. That's because an idea meritocracy I.e., a system that brings together smart, independent thinkers and has them productively disagree to come up with the best possible collective thinking and resolve their disagreements in a believability-weighted way will outperform any other decision-making system. Our idea meritocratic system evolved over the decades. At first, we just argued like hell with each other about what was best, and by thrashing through our disagreements came up with better paths than if we had made our decisions individually. But as Bridgewater grew and our range of disagreements and needs to resolve them changed, we became more explicit in how this idea meritocracy would work. We needed a system that could both effectively weigh the believability of different people to come to the best decisions and do that in a way that was so obviously fair everyone would recognize it as such. I knew that without such a system, we would lose both the best thinking and the best thinkers, and I'd be stuck with either kiss-asses or subversives who kept their disagreements and hidden resentments to themselves. For this all to work, I believed, and still believe, that we need to be radically truthful and radically transparent with each other. Radical truth and radical transparency. By radical truth, I mean not filtering one's thoughts and one's questions, especially the critical ones. If we don't talk openly about our issues and have paths for working through them, we won't have partners who collectively own our outcomes. By radical transparency, I mean giving most everyone the ability to see most everything. To give people anything less than total transparency would make them vulnerable to others' spin and deny them the ability to figure things out for themselves. Radical transparency reduces harmful office politics and the risks of bad behavior, because bad behavior is more likely to take place behind closed doors than out in the open. Some people have called this way of operating radical straightforwardness. I knew that if radical truth and radical transparency didn't apply across the board, we would develop two classes of people at the company: those with power who are in the know, and those who aren't, so I pushed them both to their limits. To me, a pervasive idea meritocracy equals radical truth plus radical transparency plus believability-weighted decision-making. From a small group of people arguing informally about what's true and what to do about it, we developed approaches, technologies, and tools over the last 40 years that have taken us to a whole other level, which has been eye-opening and invaluable in ways that you can read about in the Tools chapter at the end of this book. We have always been unwavering in providing this environment, and we let the people who didn't like it self-select themselves out of the company. By being radically truthful and radically transparent, we could see that we all have terribly incomplete and/or distorted perspectives. This isn't unique to Bridgewater. You would recognize the same thing if you could see into the heads of the people around you. As explained in Understand That People Are Wired Very Differently, people tend to see the same situations in dramatically different ways, depending on how their brains are wired. Seeing this will help you evolve. At first, most people remain stuck in their own heads, stubbornly clinging to the idea that their views are best and that something is wrong with other people who don't see things their way. But when they repeatedly face the questions, how do you know that you're not the wrong one, and what process would you use to draw upon these different perspectives to make the best decisions, they are forced to confront their own believability and see things through others' eyes as well as their own. This shift in perspective is what produces great collective decision-making. Ideally, this takes place in an open-source way, with the best ideas flowing freely, living, dying, and producing rapid evolution based on their merits. Most people initially find this process very uncomfortable. While most appreciate it intellectually, they typically are challenged by it emotionally because it requires them to separate themselves from their ego's attachment to being right and try to see what they have a hard time seeing. A small minority get it and love it from the start, a slightly larger minority can't stand it and leave the company, and the majority stick with it, get better at it with time, and eventually wouldn't want to operate any other way. Idea meritocracy equals radical truth plus radical transparency plus believability weighted decision making. While operating this way might sound difficult and inefficient, it is actually extremely efficient. In fact, it is much harder and much less efficient to work in an organization in which most people don't know what their colleagues are really thinking. Also, when people can't be totally open, they can't be themselves. As Harvard developmental psychologist Bob Keegan, who has studied Bridgewater, likes to say, in most companies people are doing two jobs, their actual job and the job of managing others' impressions of how they're doing their job. For us, that's terrible. We've found that bringing everything to the surface, one, removes the need to try to look good, and two, eliminates time required to guess what people are thinking. In doing so, it creates more meaningful work and more meaningful relationships. Here are the forces behind Bridgewater's self-reinforcing evolutionary spiral. 1. We went from one independent thinker who wanted to achieve audacious goals to a group of independent thinkers who wanted to achieve audacious goals. 2. To enable these independent thinkers to have effective collective decision-making, we created an idea meritocracy based on principles that ensured we would be radically honest and transparent with each other, have thoughtful disagreements, and have idea meritocratic ways of getting past our disagreements to make decisions. Point 3. We recorded these decision-making principles on paper and later encoded them into computers and made our decisions based on them. 4. This produced our successes and failures, which produced more learnings, which were written into more principles that were systemized and acted upon. 5. This process resulted in excellent work and excellent relationships that led us to having well-rewarded and happy employees and clients. 6. That led us to be able to bring in more audacious independent thinkers with more audacious goals to strengthen this self-reinforcing upward spiral. We did that over and over again, which produced the evolutionary looping behind Bridgewater's 40-plus years of success. It's shown in the diagram on the facing page. This really works. You don't have to take my word for it. There are two ways you can evaluate the likelihood that this approach and the principles that follow from it are as powerful as I believe they are. You can 1. Look at the results they produced, and 2. Look at the logic behind them. As for the results, like Lombardi's and the Packers, our track record speaks for itself. We consistently got better over 40 years, going from my 2-bedroom apartment to become the 5th most important private company in the U.S., according to Fortune, and the world's largest hedge fund, making more total money for our clients than any other hedge fund in history. We have received over 100 industry awards, and I've earned 3 Lifetime Achievement Awards, not to mention remarkable financial and psychological rewards, and most importantly, amazing relationships. But even more important than these results is the underlying cause-effect logic behind these principles, which came before the results. Over 40 years ago, this way of being was a controversial, untested theory that nevertheless seemed logical to me. I will explain this logic to you in the pages that follow. That way, you can assess it for yourself. There's no doubt that our approach is very different. Some people have even described Bridgewater as a cult. The truth is that Bridgewater succeeds because it is the opposite of a cult. The essential difference between a culture of people with shared values, which is a great thing, and a cult, which is a terrible thing, is the extent to which there is independent thinking. Cults demand unquestioning obedience. Thinking for yourself and challenging each other's ideas is anti-cult behavior, and that is the essence of what we do at Bridgewater. Who's crazy? Some people say that our approach is crazy, but think about it. Which approach do you think is crazy and which one is sensible? One where people are truthful and transparent, or one in which most people keep their real thoughts hidden? One where problems, mistakes, weaknesses, and disagreements are brought to the surface and thoughtfully discussed, or one in which they are not forthrightly brought to the surface and discussed? One in which the right to criticize is non-hierarchical, or one in which it primarily comes from the top down? One in which objective pictures of what people are like are derived through lots of data and broad triangulations of people, or one in which evaluations of people are more arbitrary? One in which the organization pursues very high standards for achieving both meaningful work and meaningful relationships, or one in which work quality and relationship quality are not equally valued or the standards aren't as high. Which kind of organization do you think will enable better development for the people who work there, foster deeper relationships between them, and produce better results? Which approach would you prefer to see the leaders and organizations that you deal with follow? Which way of being would you prefer the people who run our government to follow? My bet is that after reading this book, you will agree that our way of operating is far more sensible than conventional ways of operating. But remember that my most fundamental principle is that you have to think for yourself. Why I wrote this book and how you can get the most out of it. If you are inside Bridgewater, I am passing these principles on in my own words so that you can see the dream and the approach through my eyes. Bridgewater will evolve from where it is now based on what you and others in the next generation of leadership want and how you go about getting it. This book is intended to help you. How you use it is up to you. Whether or not this culture continues is up to you and those who succeed me in the leadership role. It is my responsibility to not be attached to Bridgewater being the way I would want it to be. It is most important that you and others who succeed me make your own independent choices. Like a parent with adult children, I want you all to be strong, independent thinkers who will do well without me. I have done my best to bring you to this point. Now is the time for you to step up and for me to fade away. If you are outside Bridgewater and thinking about how these principles might apply to your organization, this book is meant to prompt your thinking, not to give you an exact formula to follow. You don't have to adopt all or any of these principles, though I do recommend that you consider them all. Many people who run other organizations have adopted some of these principles, modified others, and rejected many. Whatever you want to do with them is fine with me. These principles provide a framework you can modify to suit your needs. Maybe you will pursue the same goal and maybe you won't. Chances are that, in either case, you will collect some valuable stuff. If you share my goal of having your organization be a real idea meritocracy, I believe this book will be invaluable for you because I'm told that no organization has thought through or pushed the concepts of how to make a real idea meritocracy as far as Bridgewater. If doing that is important to you and you pursue it with unwavering determination, you will encounter your own barriers, you will find your own ways around them, and you will get there, even if imperfectly. While these principles are good general rules, it's important to remember that every rule has exceptions and that no set of rules can ever substitute for common sense. Think of these principles as being like a GPS. A GPS helps you get where you're going, but if you follow it blindly off a bridge, well, that would be your fault, not the GPS's. And just as a GPS that gives bad directions can be fixed by updating its software, it's important to raise and discuss exceptions to the principles as they occur so they can evolve and improve over time. No matter what path you choose to follow, your organization is a machine made up of culture and people that will interact to produce outcomes, and those outcomes will provide feedback about how well your organization is working. Learning from this feedback should lead you to modify the culture and the people so your organizational machine improves. This dynamic is so important that I've organized work principles around it in 3 sections: to get the culture right, to get the people right, and to build and evolve your machine. Each chapter within these sections begins with a higher level principle. Reading these will give you a good sense of the main concepts in each chapter. Under these higher level principles there are a number of supporting principles built around the many different types of decisions that need to be made. These principles are meant for reference. Though you might want to skim through them, I recommend using them as one would use an encyclopedia or search engine to answer a specific question. For example, if you have to fire, or transfer, someone, you should use the table of principles and go to the section of principles about that. To make this easier, at Bridgewater we created a tool called the Coach that allows people to type in their particular issue and find the appropriate principles to help them with it. 37 I will soon be making that available to the public, along with many of the other management tools you'll read about in the final section of the book. My main objective is not to sell you on these principles but to share the most valuable lessons I've learned over my more than 40-year journey. My goal is to get you to think hard about the tough trade-offs that you will face in many types of situations. By thinking about the trade-offs behind the principles, you will be able to decide for yourself which principles are best for you. This brings me to my most fundamental work principle: make your passion and your work one and the same and do it with people you want to be with. Work is either 1, a job you do to earn the money to pay for the life you want to have, or 2, what you do to achieve your mission, or some mix of the two. I urge you to make it as much 2 as possible, recognizing the value of 1. If you do that, most everything will go better than if you don't. Work Principles is written for those for whom work is primarily the game that you play to follow your passion and achieve your mission. Make your idea meritocracy work in a way that suits you. While all of what you read here may seem challenging and complicated in practice, if you believe as I do that there is no better way to make decisions than to have believable people open-mindedly and assertively surface, explore, and resolve their differences, then you will figure out what it takes to operate that way. If an idea meritocracy doesn't work well, the fault doesn't lie in the concept, it lies in people not valuing it enough to make sure that it works. If you take nothing else away from this book, you owe it to yourself to see what it's like to experience an idea meritocracy. If it makes sense to you, I hope you will take the plunge. It won't take long for you to understand what a radical difference it will make to your work and your relationships. To have an idea meritocracy: 1. Put your honest thoughts on the table. 2. Have thoughtful disagreement. 3. Abide by agreed upon ways of getting past disagreement. 1. Trust in radical truth and radical transparency. Understanding what is true is essential for success, and being radically transparent about everything, including mistakes and weaknesses, helps create the understanding that leads to improvements. That's not just a theory, we have put this into practice at Bridgewater for over 40 years, so we know how it works. But like most things in life, being radically truthful and transparent has cons as well as pros, which I will describe as accurately as possible in this chapter. Being radically truthful and transparent with your colleagues and expecting your colleagues to be the same with you ensures that important issues are apparent instead of hidden. It also enforces good behavior and good thinking, because when you have to explain yourself, everyone can openly assess the merits of your logic. If you are handling things well, radical transparency will make that clear, and if you are handling things badly, radical transparency will make that clear as well, so it helps to maintain high standards. Radical truth and radical transparency are fundamental to having a real idea meritocracy. The more people can see what is happening, the good, the bad, and the ugly, the more effective they are at deciding the appropriate ways of handling things. This approach is also invaluable for training. Learning is compounded and accelerated when everyone has the opportunity to hear what everyone else is thinking. As a leader, you will get the feedback essential for your learning and for the continual improvement of the organization's decision-making rules. And seeing firsthand what's happening and why builds trust and allows people to make the independent assessments of the evidence that a functioning idea meritocracy requires. Adapting to radical truth and radical transparency. It takes getting used to. Virtually everyone who joins Bridgewater believes intellectually that radical truth and radical transparency are what they want, because, after careful thought, that's what they signed up for. Yet most find it difficult to adjust to it because they struggle with the two U's as explained in Understand that people are wired very differently. While their upper-level U's understand the benefits of it, their lower-level U's tend to react with a flight or fight response. Adapting typically takes about 18 months, though it varies from individual to individual, and there are those who never successfully adapt to it. Some people tell me it's inconsistent with human nature to operate this way, that people need to be protected from harsh truths and that such a system could never work in practice. Our experience and our success have proven that wrong. While it's true that our way of being is not what most people are used to, that doesn't make it unnatural, any more than the hard physical exercise athletes and soldiers do is unnatural. It is a fundamental law of nature that you get stronger only by doing difficult things. While our idea meritocracy is not for everyone, for those who do adapt to it, which is about 2/3 of those who try it, it is so liberating and effective that it's hard for them to imagine any other way to be. What most people like best is knowing there is no spin. Radical truth and transparency in practice. To give you an idea of what radical truth and transparency look like, I'll share a difficult situation we faced a few years ago when our management committee began thinking about reorganizing our back office. Our back office provides the services we need to support our trading in the markets, including trade confirmations, settlements, record maintenance, and accounting. We had built this team up over many years and it was full of hard-working, close-knit employees who were part of our extended family. But at the time we were seeing a need for new capacities that would stretch us beyond what we could do in-house. This led our COO, Eileen Murray, to devise an innovative strategy for spinning off this team and having them incorporated into a tailor-made group within the Bank of New York/Mellon. It was just an exploratory conversation at first. We had no idea whether we would pursue it, how we would pursue it, or what that would ultimately mean for the members of our back office team. Put yourself in the shoes of the management committee. When would you tell the back office team that you were thinking of spinning off their group into another company? Would you wait until the picture was clear? In most organizations, this kind of strategic decision would typically be kept under wraps until it was a done deal, because bosses generally think it's bad to create uncertainty among employees. We believe the opposite, that the only responsible way to operate is truthfully and transparently, so that people know what's really going on and can help us sort through any issues that arise. In this case, Eileen led a town hall meeting with the back office team right away. In the way typical of leaders at Bridgewater, she explained that there was a lot she didn't know and there were a lot of questions that she wouldn't be able to answer. This was the harsh reality at that moment, and while it did create uncertainty, had she followed the more traditional approach of being less open, the inevitable rumors and speculation would have made things much worse. Though the group ultimately did get spun off, we continue to have wonderful relationships with the people in it. Not only did they cooperate fully throughout the transition, they still come to our Christmas and 4th of July parties and remain a part of our extended family. Today, we have an award-winning back office because of the innovative things this change allowed us to do. Most importantly, since we were operating openly even while we hadn't figured things out, the back office team had their confidence in our truthfulness and consideration for them reinforced, and they returned it in kind. For me, not telling people what's really going on so as to protect them from the worries of life is like letting your kids grow into adulthood believing in the tooth fairy or Santa Claus. While concealing the truth might make people happier in the short run, it won't make them smarter or more trusting in the long run. It's a real asset that people know they can trust what we say. For that reason I believe that it's almost always better to shoot straight, even when you don't have all the answers or when there's bad news to convey. As Winston Churchill said, there is no worse course in leadership than to hold out false hopes soon to be swept away. People need to face harsh and uncertain realities if they are going to learn how to deal with them, and you'll learn a lot about the people around you by seeing how well they do. 1.1 Realize that you have nothing to fear from knowing the truth. If you're like most people, the idea of facing the unvarnished truth makes you anxious. To get over that, you need to understand intellectually why untruths are scarier than truths and then, through practice, get accustomed to living with them. If you're sick, it's natural to fear your doctor's diagnosis. What if it's cancer or some other deadly disease? As scary as the truth may turn out to be, you will be better off knowing it in the long run because it will allow you to seek the most appropriate treatment. The same holds for learning painful truths about your own strengths and weaknesses. Knowing and acting on the truth is what we call the big deal at Bridgewater. It's important not to get hung up on all those emotion and ego-laden little deals that can distract you from the overall mission. 1.2 Have integrity and demand it from others. Integrity comes from the Latin word integritas, meaning one or whole. People who are one way on the inside and another way on the outside, i.e., not whole, lack integrity. they have duality instead. While presenting your view as something other than it is can sometimes be easier in the moment, because you can avoid conflict, or embarrassment, or achieve some other short-term goal, the second and third order effects of having integrity and avoiding duality are immense. People who are one way on the inside and another on the outside become conflicted and often lose touch with their own values. It's difficult for them to be happy and almost impossible for them to be their best. Aligning what you say with what you think and what you think with what you feel will make you much happier and much more successful. Thinking solely about what's accurate instead of how it is perceived pushes you to focus on the most important things. It helps you sort through people and places because you'll be drawn to people and places that are open and honest. It's also fairer to those around you. Making judgments about people so that they are tried and sentenced in your head, without asking for their perspective, is both unethical and unproductive. Having nothing to hide relieves stress and builds trust. Never say anything about someone that you wouldn't say to them directly, and don't try people without accusing them to their faces. Criticism is welcomed and encouraged at Bridgewater, but there is never a good reason to badmouth people behind their backs. It is counterproductive and shows a serious lack of integrity. It doesn't yield any beneficial change, and it subverts both the person being badmouthed and the environment as a whole. Next to being dishonest, it is the worst thing you can do in our community. Managers should not talk about people who work for them if they are not in the room. If someone is not present at a meeting where something relevant to them is discussed, we always make sure to send them a recording of the meeting and other relevant information. B. Don't let loyalty to people stand in the way of truth and the well-being of the organization. In some companies, employees hide their employers' mistakes, and employers do the same in return. This is unhealthy and stands in the way of improvement because it prevents people from bringing their mistakes and weaknesses to the surface, encourages deception, and eliminates subordinates' right of appeal. The same thing applies to the idea of personal loyalty. I have regularly seen people kept in jobs that they don't deserve because of their personal relationship to the boss, and this leads to unscrupulous managers trading on personal loyalties to build fiefdoms for themselves. Judging one person by a different set of rules than another is an insidious form of corruption that undermines the meritocracy. I believe in a healthier form of loyalty founded on openly exploring what is true. Explicit, principled thinking and radical transparency are the best antidotes for self-dealing. When everyone is held to the same principles and decision-making is done publicly, it is difficult for people to pursue their own interests at the expense of the organization's. In such an environment, those who face their challenges have the most admirable character. When mistakes and weaknesses are hidden, unhealthy character is rewarded instead. 1.3 Create an environment in which everyone has the right to understand what makes sense and no one has the right to hold a critical opinion without speaking up. Whether people have the independence and character to fight for the best answers will depend upon their nature, but you can encourage them by creating an atmosphere in which everyone's first thought is to ask, is it true? Speak up, own it, or get out. In an idea meritocracy, openness is a responsibility. You not only have the privilege to speak up and fight for right but are obliged to do so. This extends especially to principles. Just like everything else, principles need to be questioned and debated. What you're not allowed to do is complain and criticize privately either to others or in your own head. If you can't fulfill this obligation, then you must go. Of course, open-mindedly exploring what's true with others is not the same thing as stubbornly insisting that only you are right, even after the decision-making machine has settled an issue and moved on. There will inevitably be cases where you must abide by some policy or decision that you disagree with. Be extremely open. Discuss your issues until you are in sync with each other or until you understand each other's positions and can determine what should be done. As someone I worked with once explained, it's simple, just don't filter. Don't be naive about dishonesty. People lie more than most people imagine. I learned that by being in the position of being responsible for everyone in the company. While we have an exceptionally ethical group of people, in all organizations there are dishonest people who have to be dealt with in practical ways. For example, Don't believe most people who are caught being dishonest when they say that they've seen the light and will never do it again, because chances are they will. Dishonest people are dangerous, so keeping them around isn't smart. At the same time, let's be practical. If I tried to limit my relationships to people who never lied, I'd have nobody to work with. While I have extremely high standards when it comes to integrity, I don't view it in a black-white, one strike and you're out way. I look at the severity, the circumstances, and the patterns to try to understand whether I am dealing with a person who is a habitual liar and will lie to me again, or with a person who is fundamentally honest yet imperfect. I consider the significance of the dishonesty itself. Was the person stealing a piece of cake, or were they committing a felony, as well as the nature of our existing relationship? Is it my spouse telling the lie, a casual acquaintance, or an employee? Treating such cases differently is appropriate because a basic law of justice is that the punishment should fit the crime. 1.4 Be radically transparent. If you agree that a real idea, meritocracy, is an extremely powerful thing, it should not be a great leap for you to see that giving people the right to see things for themselves is better than forcing them to rely on information processed for them by others. Radical transparency forces issues to the surface, most importantly, and most uncomfortably, the problems that people are dealing with and how they're dealing with them, and it allows the organization to draw on the talents and insights of all its members to solve them. Eventually, for people who get used to it, living in a culture of radical transparency is more comfortable than living in the fog of not knowing what's going on and not knowing what people really think. And it is incredibly effective. But, to be clear, like most great things, it also has drawbacks. Its biggest drawback is that it is initially very difficult for most people to deal with uncomfortable realities. If unmanaged, it can lead to people getting involved with more things than they should, and can lead people who aren't able to weigh all the information to draw the wrong conclusions. For example, bringing all an organization's problems to the surface and regarding every one of them as intolerable may lead some people to wrongly conclude that their organization has more intolerable problems than another organization that keeps its issues under wraps. Yet which organization is more likely to achieve excellence? One that highlights its problems and considers them intolerable, or one that doesn't? Don't get me wrong, radical transparency isn't the same as total transparency. It just means much more transparency than is typical. We do keep some things confidential, such as private health matters or deeply personal problems, sensitive details about intellectual property or security issues, the timing of a major trade, and at least for the short term, matters that are likely to be distorted, sensationalized, and harmfully misunderstood if leaked to the press. In the following principles, you will get a good explanation of when and why we found it helpful to be transparent, and when and why we found it inappropriate. Frankly, when I started off being so radically transparent, I had no idea how it would go. I just knew that it was extremely important and that I had to fight hard and find ways to make it happen. I pushed the limits and was surprised by how well it worked. For example, when I started taping all our meetings, our lawyers told us we were crazy because we were creating evidence that could be used against us in court or by regulators such as the SEC. In response, I theorized that radical transparency would reduce the risk of our doing anything wrong and of not dealing appropriately with our mistakes, and that the tapes would in fact protect us. If we were handling things well, our transparency would make that clear, provided, of course, that all parties are reasonable, which isn't something you can always take for granted, and if we were handling things badly, our transparency would ensure that we would get what we deserve, which, in the long run, would be good for us. I didn't know for sure at the time, but our experience has proven this theory correct time and again. Bridgewater has had uncommonly few legal or regulatory encounters, largely because of our radical transparency. That's because it's tougher to do bad things and easier to find out what's true and resolve claims through radical transparency. Over the last several decades, we have not had a single material legal or regulatory judgment against us. Naturally, growing bigger and more successful attracts more media attention, and reporters know that salacious and controversial stories draw more eyeballs than balanced ones. Bridgewater is especially vulnerable to this kind of reporting because, with our culture of bringing problems to the surface and sharing them transparently within the company, we leave ourselves open to leaks. Would it be better not to be transparent and so avoid such problems? I've learned that the people whose opinions matter most are those who know us best, our clients and our employees, and that our radical transparency serves us well with them. Not only has it led to our producing better results, but it also builds trust with our employees and clients so that mischaracterizations in the press roll off their backs. When we discuss such situations with them, they say that for us to not operate transparently would scare them much more. Having this sort of understanding and support to do the right things has been immeasurably valuable. But we wouldn't have known about these great payoffs if we hadn't so steadfastly pushed the limits of this truth and transparency. Use transparency to help enforce justice. When everyone can follow the discussion leading up to a decision either in real time in person or via taped records and email threads, justice is more likely to prevail. Everyone is held accountable for their thinking and anyone can weigh in on who should do what according to shared principles. Absent such a transparent process, decisions would be settled behind closed doors by those who have the power to do whatever they want. With transparency, everyone is held to the same high standards. Share the things that are hardest to share. While it might be tempting to limit transparency to the things that can't hurt you, it is especially important to share the things that are most difficult to share, because if you don't share them you will lose the trust and partnership of the people you are not sharing with. So, when faced with the decision to share the hardest things, the question should not be whether to share but how. The following principles will help you do this well. Keep exceptions to radical transparency very rare. While I would like virtually total transparency and wish that everyone would handle the information they have access to responsibly to work out what's true and what to do about it, I realize that's an ideal to be approached but never fully achieved. There are exceptions to every rule, and in very rare cases, it is better not to be radically transparent. In those unusual cases, you will need to figure out a way that preserves the culture of radical transparency without exposing you and those you care about to undue risks. When weighing an exception, approach it as an expected value calculation, taking into consideration the second and third order consequences. Ask yourself whether the costs of making the case transparent and managing the risks of that transparency outweigh the benefits. In the vast majority of cases, they don't. I've found that the most common reasons to limit broad transparency are, 1. Where the information is of a private, personal, or confidential nature and doesn't meaningfully impact the community at large. 2. Where sharing and managing such information puts the long-term interests of the Bridgewater community, its clients, and our ability to uphold our principles at risk, for instance, our proprietary investment logic or a legal dispute. 3. Where the value of sharing the information broadly with the community is very low and the distraction it would cause would be significant, compensation, for instance. What I'm saying is that I believe one should push the limits of being transparent while remaining prudent. Because we tape virtually everything including our mistakes and weaknesses for everyone to see, we are a target-trick environment for media that thrives on sensationalistic or critical gossip and can find ways of having information leaked to them. In one case, when we faced the problem of having information leaked to the press that was intentionally distorted and hurt our recruiting efforts, we were forced to institute some controls on ultra-sensitive information, so that only a significant number of ultra-trustworthy people received it in real time, and it was distributed to others after a delay. The information was the sort that, in a typical company, would be shared with just a handful, but at Bridgewater was shared with nearly 100 trusted people. In other words, while our radical transparency in that case wasn't total, I pushed its limits in a practical way. It served us well because the people who most needed the transparency got it right away, and most everyone understood that the commitment to being transparent remained very much intact, even in challenging circumstances. People know that my intent is to always push the limits of trying to be transparent, and that the only things that would prevent me from doing that will be the interests of the company, and that I will tell them if I can't be transparent and why. It is in our culture to be that way, and that fosters trust, even when the transparency is less than we would like it to be. D. Make sure those who are given radical transparency recognize their responsibilities to handle it well and to weigh things intelligently. People cannot be given the privilege of receiving information and then use the information to harm the company, so rules and procedures must be in place to ensure that doesn't happen. For example, we provide great transparency inside Bridgewater on the condition that Bridgewater citizens do not leak it outside. If they do, they will be dismissed for unethical behavior. Additionally, the rules for how issues are explored and decisions are made must be maintained, and because different people have different perspectives, it's important that the paths for resolving them are followed. For example, some people are going to make big deals out of little deals, come up with their own wrong theories, or have problems seeing how things are evolving. Remind them of the risks that the company takes to give them that transparency and their responsibilities to handle the information that they get responsibly. I have found that people appreciating this transparency and knowing that they will lose it if it is not handled well leads them to enforce good behavior with each other. Provide transparency to people who handle it well and either deny it to people who don't handle it well or remove those people from the organization. It is the right and responsibility of management, and not the right of all employees, to determine when exceptions to radical transparency should be made. Management should restrict transparency sparingly and wisely because every time they do, it undermines the idea meritocracy and people's trust. Don't share sensitive information with the organization's enemies. Both inside and outside of any organization, there are some people who will intentionally cause the organization harm. If these enemies are within your organization, you need to call them out to resolve this conflict through the organization's system for achieving such resolutions, because working with enemies within your extended family will undermine you and the family. If the enemies are outside your organization and will use the information to harm you, of course don't share it. 1.5 Meaningful relationships and meaningful work are mutually reinforcing, especially when supported by radical truth and radical transparency. The most meaningful relationships are achieved when you and others can speak openly to each other about everything that's important, learn together, and understand the need to hold each other accountable to be as excellent as you can be. When you have such relationships with those you work with, you pull each other through challenging times. At the same time, sharing challenging work draws you closer and strengthens your relationships. This self-reinforcing cycle creates the success that allows you to pursue more and more ambitious goals. 2 Cultivate meaningful work and meaningful relationships. Meaningful relationships are invaluable for building and sustaining a culture of excellence, because they create the trust and support that people need to push each other to do great things. If the overwhelming majority of people care about having an excellent community, they will take care of it, which will yield both better work and better relationships. Relationships have to be genuine, not forced. At the same time, the culture of the community will have a big influence on how people value relationships and how they behave with each other. To me, a meaningful relationship is one in which people care enough about each other to be there whenever someone needs support, and they enjoy each other's company so much that they can have great times together both inside and outside of work. I literally love many of the people I work with, and I respect them deeply. I have often been asked whether relationships at Bridgewater are more like those of a family or those of a team, the implication being that in a family there is unconditional love and a permanent relationship, while in a team the attachment is only as strong as the person's contribution. Before answering this question, I want to emphasize that either is good by me, because both families and teams provide meaningful relationships, and that neither is anything like a typical job at a typical company, where the relationships are primarily utilitarian. But to answer the question directly, I wanted Bridgewater to be like a family business in which family members have to perform excellently or be cut. If I had a family business and a family member wasn't performing well, I would want to let them go, because I believe that it isn't good for either the family member, because staying in a job they're not suited to stands in the way of their personal evolution, or the company, because it holds back the whole community. That's tough love. To give you an idea of how Bridgewater's culture developed and how it's different from what you'd find at most companies, I will tell you about how we handled benefits in our early days. When the company was just me and a small group of people, I didn't provide employees with health insurance. I assumed that they would buy it on their own. But I did want to help the people I shared my life with during their times of need. If someone I worked with got seriously sick and couldn't afford proper care, what was I going to do, stand by and not help them? Of course I'd help them financially, to whatever extent I could. So when I did begin providing health insurance to my employees, I felt that I was insuring myself against the money I knew I'd give them if they were injured or fell ill as much as I was insuring them. Because I wanted to make certain that they received the best care possible, the policies I provided allowed them to go to any doctor they chose and spend whatever amount was required. On the other hand, I didn't protect them against the little things. For example, I didn't provide dental insurance any more than I provided car insurance, because I felt that it was their own responsibility to protect their teeth, just as it was their own responsibility to take care of their car. If they needed dental insurance, they could pay for it out of their own pocket. My main point is that I didn't approach benefits in the impersonal, transactional way most companies do, but more like something I provided for my family. I was more than generous with some things and expected people to take personal responsibility for others. When I treated my employees like extended family, I found that they typically behaved the same way with each other and our community as a whole, which was much more special than having a strictly quid pro quo relationship. I can't tell you how many people would do anything in their power to help our community/company and wouldn't want to work anywhere else. This is invaluable. As Bridgewater grew, my ability to have quality personal contact with everyone faded, but this wasn't a problem because the broader community embraced this way of being with each other. This didn't just happen, we did a lot to help it along. For example, we put into place a policy that we would pay for half of practically any activities that people want to do together up to a set cap. We now support more than 100 clubs and athletic and common interest groups. We paid for food and drink for those who hosted potluck dinners at their houses, and we bought a house that employees can use for events and celebrations. We have Christmas, Halloween, 4th of July, and other parties that often include family members. Eventually, others who valued this kind of relationship took responsibility for it and it spread to become a cultural norm so that I could just sit back and watch beauty happen. What about the person who doesn't give a damn about all of this meaningful relationship stuff, who just wants to go into work, do a good job, and receive fair compensation? Is that okay? Sure it is, and it's common for a significant percentage of employees. Not everyone feels the same or is expected to feel the same about the community. It's totally okay to opt out. We have all sorts of people and respect whatever they want to do on their own time, as long as they abide by the law and are considerate. But these are not the folks who will provide the community with the skeletal strength of commitment that is essential for it to be extraordinary over very long periods of time. No matter how much one tries to create a culture of meaningful relationships, the organization is bound to have some bad, intentionally harmful, people in it. Being there isn't good for them or the company, so it's best to find out who they are and remove them. We have found that the higher the percentage of people who really care about the organization, the fewer the number of bad people there are, because the people who really care protect the community against them. We have also found that our radical transparency helps make it clearer which are which. 2.1 Be loyal to the common mission and not to anyone who is not operating consistently with it. Loyalty to specific people who are not in tight sync with the mission and how to achieve it will create factionalism and undermine the well-being of the community. It is often the case, and quite beautiful, that personal loyalties exist. However, it is also often the case, and quite ugly, when personal loyalties come into conflict with the organization's interests. 2.2 Be crystal clear on what the deal is. To have a good relationship, you must be clear with each other about what the quid pro quo is, what is generous, what is fair, and what is just plain taking advantage, and how you will be with each other. One important thing that typically divides people is how they approach their work. Are they working just for their paycheck or are they looking for something more? Each of us has our own views about what is most important. I've made a lot of money through my work, but I see my job as much more than as a way to make money. It's how I choose to live out my values around excellence, meaningful work, and meaningful relationships. If the people I worked with were primarily interested in making money, we would have conflicts whenever we had to choose between upholding our values and making an easy buck. Don't get me wrong, of course I understand that people don't work for personal satisfaction alone, and that a job must be economically viable. But we all have definite ideas about what we value and what we want our relationships to be like, and employers and employees have to be in sync on such things. Naturally there will be disagreement and negotiation, but some things cannot be compromised, and you and your employees must know what those things are. This is especially true if you're seeking to create an environment that has shared values, a deep commitment to the mission, and high standards of behavior. At Bridgewater, we expect people to behave in a manner that is consistent with how people in high-quality, long-term relationships behave, that is, with a high level of mutual consideration for each other's interests and a clear understanding of who is responsible for what. On the surface, that sounds nice and straightforward, but what exactly does that mean? It is important to be clear. Take for example a case in which an employee's family member is diagnosed with a severe illness, or an employee dies tragically, leaving his or her family in a precarious situation. These things happen far more often than any of us would like them to, and there are of course customs and laws that define the basic accommodations and benefits, such as personal vacation days, short and long-term disability insurance, and life insurance, that are required. But how do you determine what kinds of assistance should be provided beyond that? What are the principles for deciding how to handle each specific situation fairly, which may not always mean doing the same thing in every case? None of this is easy, but the following principles provide some guidance. A. Make sure people give more consideration to others than they demand for themselves. This is a requirement. Being considerate means allowing other people to mostly do what they want, so long as it is consistent with our principles, policies, and the law. It also means being willing to put others ahead of your own desires. If the people on both sides of an argument approach their disagreements in this way, we will have many fewer disputes about who is offending whom. Still, judgments will have to be made and lines will have to be drawn and set down in policies. This is the overarching guideline. It is more inconsiderate to prevent people from exercising their rights because you are offended by them than it is for them to do whatever it is that offends you. That said, it is inconsiderate not to weigh the impact of one's actions on others, so we expect people to use sensible judgment in not doing obviously offensive things. There are some behaviors that are clearly offensive to many people, and it is appropriate to specify and prohibit them in clear policies. The list of those specifics, and the policies pertaining to them, arise from specific cases. Applying this principle to them is done in much the same way that case law is created. B. Make sure that people understand the difference between fairness and generosity. Sometimes people mistake generosity for not being fair. For example, when Bridgewater arranged for a bus to shuttle people who live in New York City to our Connecticut office, one employee asked, "It seems it would be fair to also compensate those of us who spend hundreds of dollars on gas each month, particularly in light of the New York City bus." This line of thinking mistakes an act of generosity for some for an entitlement for everyone. Fairness and generosity are different things. If you bought 2 birthday gifts for 2 of your closest friends, and one cost more than the other, what would you say if the friend who got the cheaper gift accused you of being unfair? Probably something like, "I didn't have to get you any gift, so stop complaining." At Bridgewater, we are generous with people, and I am personally generous, but we feel no obligation to be measured and equal in our generosity. Generosity is good and entitlement is bad, and they can easily be confused, so be crystal clear on which is which. Decisions should be based on what you believe is warranted in a particular circumstance and what will be most appreciated. If you want to have a community of people who have both high quality, long-term relationships and a high sense of personal responsibility, you can't allow a sense of entitlement to creep in. Know where the line is and be on the far side of fair. The line is what's fair, appropriate, or required, as distinct from what's generous, in light of the defined quid pro quo relationship between parties. As mentioned earlier, you should expect people to behave in a manner consistent with how people in high-quality, long-term relationships behave, with a high level of mutual consideration for each other's interests and a clear understanding of who is responsible for what. Each should operate on the far side of fair, by which I mean giving more consideration to others than you demand for yourself. This is different from how people in most commercial relationships generally behave, as they tend to focus more on their own interests than on the interests of others or of the community as a whole. If each party says you deserve more, no, you deserve more, rather than I deserve more, you are more likely to have generous, good relationships. D. Pay for work. While it isn't all about the quid pro quo between the company and the employee, this balance must be economically viable for the relationships to be sustainable. Set policies that clearly define this quid pro quo, and be measured, but not excessively precise, when shifting it around. While you should by and large stick to the arrangement, you should also recognize that there are rare, special times when employees will need a bit of extra time off, and there are times that the company will require employees to give it extra hours. The company should pay for above normal work one way or another, and employees should be docked for below normal work. The give and take should roughly equal out over time. Within reasonable boundaries, nobody should worry about the exact ebbs and flows. But if the needs of one side change on a sustained basis, the financial arrangement will need to be readjusted to establish a new, appropriate relationship. 2.3 Recognize that the size of the organization can pose a threat to meaningful relationships. When there were just a few of us, we had meaningful relationships because we knew and liked each other. When we grew to between 50 and 100 people, we had a community. When we grew beyond that, the sense of community began to slip because we didn't all know each other in the same way. That's when I realized that having groups, departments, of around 100, give or take about 50, that are bound collectively by our common mission was the best way to scale the meaningful relationship. While bigger companies tend to be more impersonal, that is just another challenge that has to be figured out. 2.4 Remember that most people will pretend to operate in your interest while operating in their own. For example, most people will operate in a way that maximizes the amount of money they will get and that minimizes the amount of work they have to do to get it. To see this, just leave someone unsupervised and allow them to bill you for what they have done. Be especially wary of this conflict of interest when people are advising you on matters that will affect how much money they earn, such as the lawyer who spends a lot of billable hours giving you advice, or the salesperson who advises you on what to purchase while receiving a commission on the amount that you spend. You can't imagine how many people I meet who are eager to help me. Don't be naive. Strive for the highest possible percentage of your population having meaningful work and meaningful relationships, while recognizing that there will always be some percentage of the population who won't care for the community and or will do it harm. 2.5 Treasure honorable people who are capable and will treat you well even when you're not looking. They are rare. Such relationships take time to build and can only be built if you treat such people well. 3 Create a culture in which it is okay to make mistakes and unacceptable not to learn from them. Everyone makes mistakes. The main difference is that successful people learn from them and unsuccessful people don't. By creating an environment in which it is okay to safely make mistakes so that people can learn from them, you'll see rapid progress and fewer significant mistakes. This is especially true in organizations where creativity and independent thinking are important, as success will inevitably require the acceptance of failure as a part of the process. As Thomas Edison once said, "I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that do not work." Mistakes will cause you pain, but you shouldn't try to shield yourself or others from it. Pain is a message that something is wrong, and it's an effective teacher that one shouldn't do that wrong thing again. To deal with your own and others' weaknesses well, you must acknowledge them frankly and openly and work to find ways of preventing them from hurting you in the future. It's at this point that many people say, "No thanks, this isn't for me, I'd rather not have to deal with these things." but this is against your and your organization's best interests and will keep you from achieving your goals. It seems to me that if you look back on yourself a year ago and aren't shocked by how stupid you were, you haven't learned much. Still, few people go out of their way to embrace their mistakes. It doesn't have to be that way. Remember back in Life Principles, when I told the story about the time that Ross, then our head of trading, forgot to put in a trade for a client? The money just sat there in cash, and by the time the mistake was discovered it had cost the client, actually Bridgewater, because we had to make good on it, a lot of money. It was terrible, and I could easily have fired Ross to make the point that nothing less than perfection will be accepted. But that would have been counterproductive. I would have lost a good man, and it would have only encouraged other employees to hide their mistakes, creating a culture that would not only be dishonest but crippled in its ability to learn and grow. If Ross hadn't experienced that pain, he and Bridgewater would have been the worse for it. The point I made by not firing Ross was much more powerful than firing him would have been. I was demonstrating to him and others that it was okay to make mistakes and unacceptable not to learn from them. After the dust settled, Ross and I worked together to build an error log, we now call it the issue log, in which traders recorded all their mistakes and bad outcomes so we could track them and address them systematically. It has become one of the most powerful tools we have at Bridgewater. Our environment is one in which people understand that remarks such as "you handled that badly" are meant to be helpful rather than punitive. Of course, in managing others who make mistakes, it is important to know the difference between 1. Capable people who made mistakes and are self-reflective and open to learning from them, and 2. Incapable people, or capable people who aren't able to embrace their mistakes and learn from them. Over time I've found that hiring self-reflective people like Ross is one of the most important things I can do. Finding this kind of person isn't easy. I've often thought that parents and schools overemphasize the value of having the right answers all the time. It seems to me that the best students in school tend to be the worst at learning from their mistakes, because they have been conditioned to associate mistakes with failure instead of opportunity. This is a major impediment to their progress. Intelligent people who embrace their mistakes and weaknesses substantially outperform their peers who have the same abilities but bigger ego barriers. 3.1 Recognize that mistakes are a natural part of the evolutionary process. If you don't mind being wrong on the way to being right, you'll learn a lot and increase your effectiveness. But if you can't tolerate being wrong, you won't grow, you'll make yourself and everyone around you miserable, and your work environment will be marked by petty backbiting and malevolent barbs rather than by a healthy, honest search for truth. You must not let your need to be right be more important than your need to find out what's true. Jeff Bezos described it well when he said, "You have to have a willingness to repeatedly fail." If you don't have a willingness to fail, you're going to have to be very careful not to invent a fail well. Everyone fails. Anyone you see succeeding is only succeeding at the things you're paying attention to. I guarantee they are also failing at lots of other things. The people I respect most are those who fail well. I respect them even more than those who succeed. That is because failing is a painful experience while succeeding is a joyous one, so it requires much more character to fail, change, and then succeed than to just succeed. People who are just succeeding must not be pushing their limits. Of course, the worst are those who fail and don't recognize it and don't change. B. Don't feel bad about your mistakes or those of others. Love them. People typically feel bad about their mistakes because they think in a short-sighted way about the bad outcome and not about the evolutionary process of which mistakes are an integral part. I once had a ski instructor who had also given lessons to Michael Jordan, the greatest basketball player of all time. Jordan, he told me, reveled in his mistakes, seeing each of them as an opportunity to improve. He understood that mistakes are like those little puzzles that, when you solve them, give you a gem. Every mistake that you make and learn from will save you from thousands of similar mistakes in the future. 3.2 Don't worry about looking good, worry about achieving your goals. Put your insecurities away and get on with achieving your goals. Reflect and remind yourself that an accurate criticism is the most valuable feedback you can receive. Imagine how silly and unproductive it would be to respond to your ski instructor as if he were blaming you when he told you that you fell because you didn't shift your weight properly. It's no different if a supervisor points out a flaw in your work process. Fix it and move on. Get over blame and credit and get on with accurate and inaccurate. Worrying about blame and credit or positive and negative feedback impedes the iterative process that is essential to learning. Remember that what has already happened lies in the past and no longer matters except as a lesson for the future. The need for phony praise needs to be unlearned. 3.3 Observe the patterns of mistakes to see if they are products of weaknesses. Everyone has weaknesses and they are generally revealed in the patterns of mistakes they make. The fastest path to success starts with knowing what your weaknesses are and staring hard at them. Start by writing down your mistakes and connecting the dots between them. Then write down your one big challenge, the weakness that stands the most in the way of your getting what you want. Everyone has at least one big challenge. You may in fact have several, but don't go beyond your big three. The first step to tackling these impediments is getting them out into the open. 3.4 Remember to reflect when you experience pain. Remember this, the pain is all in your head. If you want to evolve, you need to go where the problems and the pain are. By confronting the pain, you will see more clearly the paradoxes and problems you face. Reflecting on them and resolving them will give you wisdom. The harder the pain and the challenge, the better. Because these moments of pain are so important, you shouldn't rush through them. Stay in them and explore them so you can build a foundation for improvement. Embracing your failures and confronting the pain they cause you and others is the first step toward genuine improvement. It is why confession precedes forgiveness in many societies. Psychologists call this hitting bottom. If you keep doing this, you will convert the pain of facing your mistakes and weaknesses into pleasure and get to the other side, as I explained in Embrace Reality and Deal with It. Be self-reflective and make sure your people are self-reflective. When there is pain, the animal instinct is flight or fight. Calm yourself down and reflect instead. The pain you are feeling is due to things being in conflict. Maybe you've come up against a terrible reality, such as the death of a friend, and are unable to accept it. Maybe you've been forced to acknowledge a weakness that challenges the idea you'd had of yourself. If you can think clearly about what's behind it, you will learn more about what reality is like and how to better deal with it. Self-reflectiveness is the quality that most differentiates those who evolve quickly from those who don't. Remember, pain plus reflection equals progress. Know that nobody can see themselves objectively. While we should all strive to see ourselves objectively, we shouldn't expect everyone to be able to do that well. We all have blind spots. People are by definition subjective. For this reason, it is everyone's responsibility to help others learn what is true about themselves by giving them honest feedback, holding them accountable, and working through disagreements in an open-minded way. Teach and reinforce the merits of mistake-based learning. To encourage people to bring their mistakes into the open and analyze them objectively, managers need to foster a culture that makes this normal and that penalizes suppressing or covering up mistakes. We do this by making it clear that one of the worst mistakes anyone can make is not facing up to their mistakes. This is why the use of the issue log is mandatory at Bridgewater. 3.5 Know what types of mistakes are acceptable and what types are unacceptable, and don't allow the people who work for you to make the unacceptable ones. When considering the kinds of mistakes you are willing to allow in order to promote learning through trial and error, weigh the potential damage of a mistake against the benefit of incremental learning. In defining what latitude I am willing to give people, I say, I'm willing to let you scratch or dent the car, but I won't put you in a position where there's a significant risk of your totaling it. Pain plus reflection equals progress. 4. Get and stay in sync. Remember that for an organization to be effective, the people who make it up must be aligned on many levels, from what their shared mission is, to how they will treat each other, to a more practical picture of who will do what when to achieve their goals. Yet alignment can never be taken for granted because people are wired so differently. We all see ourselves and the world in our own unique ways, so deciding what's true and what to do about it takes constant work. Alignment is especially important in an idea meritocracy, so at Bridgewater we try to attain alignment consciously, continually, and systematically. We call this process of finding alignment getting in sync, and there are two primary ways it can go wrong: cases resulting from simple misunderstandings and those stemming from fundamental disagreements. Getting in sync is the process of open-mindedly and assertively rectifying both types. Many people mistakenly believe that papering over differences is the easiest way to keep the peace. They couldn't be more wrong. By avoiding conflicts, one avoids resolving differences. People who suppress minor conflicts tend to have much bigger conflicts later on, which can lead to separation, while people who address their many conflicts head-on tend to have the best and the longest-lasting relationships. Thoughtful disagreement: the process of having equality back and forth in an open-minded and assertive way so as to see things through each other's eyes is powerful, because it helps both parties see things they've been blind to. But it's not easy. While it is straightforward to have a meritocracy in activities in which there is clarity of relative abilities, because the results speak for themselves, such as in sports, where the fastest runner wins the race, it is much harder in a creative environment, where different points of view about what's best have to be resolved. If they're not, the process of sorting through disagreements and knowing who has the authority to decide quickly becomes chaotic. Sometimes people get angry or stuck. A conversation can easily wind up with two or more people spinning unproductively and unable to reach agreement on what to do. For these reasons, specific processes and procedures must be followed. Every party to the discussion must understand who has what rights and which procedures should be followed to move toward resolution. We've also developed tools for helping do this, which you can review at the end of this book. And everyone must understand the most fundamental principle for getting in sync, which is that people must be open-minded and assertive at the same time. Thoughtful disagreement is not a battle. Its goal is not to convince the other party that he or she is wrong and you are right, but to find out what is true and what to do about it. It must also be non-hierarchical, because in an idea meritocracy communication doesn't just flow unquestioned from the top down. Criticisms must also come from the bottom up. For example, this email was sent to me by someone who worked for me after a meeting with clients. All the senior people at Bridgewater, including me, are routinely criticized and judged by our subordinates. From Jim H. to Ray, Lionel K., Greg J., Randall S., David A. Subject: feedback on ABC meeting. Ray, you deserve a D for your performance today in the ABC meeting, and everyone that was in the room that saw you agrees on that harsh assessment. Give or take half a grade. This was especially disappointing for two reasons. 1. You have been great in previous meetings where the subject matter to be covered was the same, and 2. We held a specific planning meeting yesterday to ask you to focus tightly on culture and portfolio structuring because we had only 2 hours to have you cover those two topics. Me cover the investment process, have Greg do the observatory, and have Randall do implementation. Instead, you took a total of 62 minutes, I measured, but worse, you rambled for 50 minutes on what I think was portfolio structuring topics and only then got to culture, and you talked about that for 12 minutes. It was obvious to all of us that you did not prepare at all, because there is no way you could have been that disorganized at the outset if you had prepared. Similarly, I'd like to share another case in which one of our senior managers observed a conversation between Greg Jensen, who was then CEO, and a junior employee, and felt that Greg was speaking to that employee in a way that discouraged dissent and independent thinking. She raised this in feedback she gave Greg. Greg disagreed, asserting that he was simply reminding the employee of relevant principles and her responsibilities to either adhere to them or openly question them. The two sought to get in sync through a series of emails, and when that didn't work, they raised their disagreement to the management committee. A case based on the meeting in question was sent to the entire company so everyone could judge for themselves who was right and who was wrong. It was a good learning exercise that Greg and the senior manager appreciated. We used it to reflect on our written principles for handling situations like this, and they both got a lot of useful feedback. If we hadn't laid out our principles and used them to judge cases like this, we would have people with power making decisions however they wanted instead of in mutually agreed upon ways. The principles that follow flesh out how we do this. If they are adhered to, you will be well aligned with others and your idea meritocracy will hum with productivity. If they are not, it will grind to a halt. 4.1 Recognize that conflicts are essential for great relationships. Because they are how people determine whether their principles are aligned. Andre solve their differences. Everyone has his or her own principles and values, so all relationships entail a certain amount of negotiation or debate over how people should be with each other. What you learn about each other will either draw you together or drive you apart. If your principles are aligned and you can work out your differences via a process of give and take, you will draw closer together. If not, you will move apart. Open discussion of differences ensures that there are no misunderstandings. If that doesn't happen on an ongoing basis, gaps in perspective will widen until inevitably there is a major clash. Spend lavishly on the time and energy you devote to getting in sync, because it's the best investment you can make. In the long run, it saves time by increasing efficiency, but it's important that you do it well. You will need to prioritize what you are going to get in sync about and who you are going to get in sync with because of time constraints. Your highest priority should be the most important issues with the most believable and most relevant parties. 4.2 Know how to get in sync and disagree well. It is harder to run an idea meritocracy in which disagreements are encouraged than a top-down autocracy in which they are suppressed. But when believable parties to disagreements are willing to learn from each other, their evolution is faster and their decision-making is far better. The key is in knowing how to move from disagreement to decision-making. It is important that the paths for doing this are clear so that who is responsible for doing what is known. This is the reason I created a tool called the Dispute Resolver, which lays out the paths and makes clear to everyone if they are holding on to a different point of view rather than moving it along to resolution. You can read about it in the tool's appendix. It is essential to know where the ultimate decision-making authority lies, i.e., how far the power of the argument will carry relative to the power of the assigned authority. While arguing and especially after a decision is rendered, everyone in the idea meritocracy must remain calm and respectful of the process. It is never acceptable to get upset if the idea meritocracy doesn't produce the decision that you personally wanted. Surface areas of possible out of syncness. If you and others don't raise your perspectives, there's no way you will resolve your disputes. You can surface the areas of disagreement informally or put them on a list to go over. I personally like to do both, though I encourage people to list their disagreements in order of priority so we can more easily direct them to the right party at the right time. The nubbiest questions, the ones that there is the greatest disagreement about, are the most important ones to thrash out, as they often concern differences in people's values or their approaches to important decisions. It's especially important to bring these issues to the surface and examine their premises thoroughly and unemotionally. If you don't, they will fester and cause rot. Distinguish between idle complaints and complaints meant to lead to improvement. Many complaints either fail to take into account the full picture or reflect a closed-minded point of view. They are what I call chirping, and are generally best ignored. But constructive complaints may lead to important discoveries. Remember that every story has another side. Wisdom is the ability to see both sides and weigh them appropriately. 4.3 Be open-minded and assertive at the same time. Being effective at thoughtful disagreement requires one to be open-minded, seeing things through the other's eyes, and assertive, communicating clearly how things look through your eyes, and to flexibly process this information to create learning and adaptation. I have found that most people have problems being assertive and open-minded at the same time. Typically they are more inclined to be assertive than open-minded, because it's easier to convey how they see things than to understand how others do, and also because people tend to have ego attachments to being right, though some people are too willing to accept others' views at the expense of their own. It's important to remind people that they have to do both and to remember that decision making is a two-step process in which one has to take in information as well as decide. It also helps to remind people that those who change their minds are the biggest winners because they learned something, whereas those who stubbornly refuse to see the truth are losers. With practice, training, and constant reinforcement, anyone can get good at this. A. Distinguish open-minded people from closed-minded people. Open-minded people seek to learn by asking questions. They realize how little they know in relation to what there is to know and recognize that they might be wrong. They are thrilled to be around people who know more than they do because it represents an opportunity to learn something. Closed-minded people always tell you what they know, even if they know hardly anything. They are typically uncomfortable being around those who know a lot more than they do. B. Don't have anything to do with closed-minded people. Being open-minded is much more important than being bright or smart. No matter how much they know, closed-minded people will waste your time. If you must deal with them, recognize that there can be no helping them until they open their minds. C. Watch out for people who think it's embarrassing not to know. They're likely to be more concerned with appearances than actually achieving the goal. This can lead to ruin over time. D. Make sure that those in charge are open-minded about the questions and comments of others. The person responsible for a decision must be able to explain the thinking behind it openly and transparently so that everyone can understand and assess it. In the event of disagreement, an appeal should be made to either the decision maker's boss or an agreed-upon, knowledgeable group of others, generally people more knowledgeable than and senior to the decision maker. He recognized that getting in sync is a two-way responsibility. In any conversation, there is a responsibility to express and a responsibility to listen. Misinterpretations and misunderstandings are always going to happen. Often, difficulty in communication is due to people having different ways of thinking, e.g., left-brain thinkers talking to right-brain thinkers. The parties involved should always consider the possibility that one or both of them misunderstood and do a back and forth so that they can get in sync. Very simple tricks like repeating what you're hearing someone say to make sure you're actually getting it can be invaluable. Start by assuming you're either not communicating or listening well instead of blaming the other party. Learn from your miscommunications so they don't happen again. F. Worry more about substance than style. This is not to say that some styles aren't more effective than others with different people and in different circumstances, but I often hear people complaining about the style or tone of a criticism in order to deflect from its substance. If you think someone's style is an issue, box it as a separate issue to get in sync on. G. Be reasonable and expect others to be reasonable. You have a responsibility to be reasonable and considerate when you are advocating for your point of view and should never let your lower level you gain control, even if the other person loses his or her temper. Their bad behavior doesn't justify yours. If either party to a disagreement is too emotional to be logical, the conversation should be deferred. Pausing a few hours or even a few days in cases where decisions do not have to be made immediately is sometimes the best approach. Making suggestions and questioning are not the same as criticizing, so don't treat them as if they are. A person making suggestions may not have concluded that a mistake will be made. They could just be making doubly sure that the person they're talking to has taken all the risks into consideration. Asking questions to make sure that someone hasn't overlooked something isn't the same thing as saying that he or she has overlooked it. Watch out for the ice versus you're being careless and not looking out for the ice. Yet I often see people react to constructive questions as if they were accusations. That is a mistake. 4.4 If it is your meeting to run, manage the conversation. There are many reasons why meetings go poorly, but frequently it is because of a lack of clarity about the topic or the level at which things are being discussed, e.g., the principle/machine level, the case at hand level, or the specific fact level. Make it clear who is directing the meeting and whom it is meant to serve. Every meeting should be aimed at achieving someone's goals. That person is the one responsible for the meeting and decides what they want to get out of it and how they will do so. Meetings without someone clearly responsible run a high risk of being directionless and unproductive. Be precise in what you're talking about to avoid confusion. It is often best to repeat a specific question to be sure both questioner and responder are crystal clear on what is being asked and answered. In an email, this is often as simple as cutting and pasting the questions into the body of the text. Make clear what type of communication you are going to have in light of the objectives and priorities. If your goal is to have people with different opinions work through their differences to try to get closer to what is true and what to do about it, open-minded debate, you will run your meeting differently than if its goal is to educate. Debating takes time, and that time increases exponentially depending on the number of people participating in the discussion, so you have to carefully choose the right people in the right numbers to suit the decision that needs to be made. In any discussion, try to limit the participation to those whom you value most in light of your objectives. The worst way to pick people is based on whether their conclusions align with yours. Groupthink, people not asserting independent views, and solothink, people being unreceptive to the thoughts of others, are both dangerous. Lead the discussion by being assertive and open-minded. Reconciling different points of view can be difficult and time-consuming. It is up to the meeting leader to balance conflicting perspectives, push through impasses, and decide how to spend time wisely. A common question I get is, what happens when someone inexperienced offers an opinion? If you're running the conversation, you should be weighing the potential cost in the time that it takes to explore their opinion versus the potential gain in being able to assess their thinking and gain a better understanding of what they're like. Exploring the views of people who are still building their track record can give you valuable insights into how they might handle various responsibilities. Time permitting, you should work through their reasoning with them so they can understand how they might be wrong. It's also your obligation to open-mindedly consider whether they're right. Navigate between the different levels of the conversation. When considering an issue or situation, there should be two levels of discussion: the case at hand and the relevant principles that help you decide how the machine should work. You need to clearly navigate between these levels in order to handle the case well, test the effectiveness of your principles, and improve the machine so similar cases will be handled better in the future. Watch out for topic slip. Topic slip is random drifting from topic to topic without achieving completion on any of them. One way to avoid it is by tracking the conversation on a whiteboard so that everyone can see where you are. Enforce the logic of conversations. People's emotions tend to heat up when there is disagreement. Remain calm and analytical at all times. It is more difficult to shut down a logical exchange than an emotional one. Remember too that emotions can shade how people see reality. For example, people will sometimes say, "I feel like," something is true, and proceed as though it's a fact, when other people may interpret the same situation differently. Ask them, "Is it true?" to ground the conversation in reality. Be careful not to lose personal responsibility via group decision making. Too often groups will make a decision to do something without assigning personal responsibilities, so it is not clear who is supposed to follow up by doing what. Be clear in assigning personal responsibilities. I utilize the 2-minute rule to avoid persistent interruptions. The 2-minute rule specifies that you have to give someone an uninterrupted 2 minutes to explain their thinking before jumping in with your own. This ensures that everyone has time to fully crystallize and communicate their thoughts without worrying they will be misunderstood or drowned out by a louder voice. Watch out for assertive fast talkers. Fast talkers are people who articulately and assertively say things faster than they can be assessed as a way of pushing their agenda past other people's examination or objections. Fast talking can be especially effective when it's used against people worried about appearing stupid. Don't be one of those people. Recognize that it's your responsibility to make sense of things and don't move on until you do. If you're feeling pressured, say something like, "Sorry for being stupid, but I'm going to need to slow you down so I can make sense of what you're saying." Then ask your questions. All of them. Achieve completion in conversations. The main purpose of discussion is to achieve completion and get in sync, which leads to decisions and/or actions. Conversations that fail to reach completion are a waste of time. When there is an exchange of ideas, it is important to end it by stating the conclusions. If there is agreement, say it; if not, say that. Where further action has been decided, get those tasks on a to-do list, assign people to do them, and specify due dates. Write down your conclusions, working theories, and to-dos in places that will lead to their being used as foundations for continued progress. To make sure this happens, assign someone to make sure notes are taken and follow-through occurs. There is no reason to get angry because you still disagree. People can have a wonderful relationship and disagree about some things. You don't have to agree on everything. Leverage your communication. While open communication is very important, the challenge is to do it in a time-efficient way. You can't have individual conversations with everyone. It is helpful to identify easy ways of sharing, like open emails posted on an FAQ board or sending around videotapes or audio recordings of key meetings. I call such approaches leverage. The challenges become greater the higher you go in the reporting hierarchy because the number of people affected by your actions and who also have opinions and/or questions grows so large. In such cases, you will need even greater leverage and prioritization, for example by having some of the questions answered by a well-equipped party who works for you or by asking people to prioritize their questions by urgency or importance. 4.5 Great collaboration feels like playing jazz. In jazz, there's no script, you have to figure things out as you go along. Sometimes you need to sit back and let others drive things, other times, you blare it out yourself. To do the right thing at the right moment you need to really listen to the people you're playing with so that you can understand where they're going. All great creative collaboration should feel the same way. Combining your different skills like different instruments, improvising creatively, and at the same time subordinating yourself to the goals of the group leads to playing great music together. But it's important to keep in mind what number of collaborators will play well together. A talented duo can improvise beautifully, as can a trio or quartet. But gather 10 musicians and no matter how talented they are, it's probably going to be too many unless they're carefully orchestrated. 1 + 1 = 3. Two people who collaborate well will be about 3 times as effective as each of them operating independently, because each will see what the other might miss plus they can leverage each other's strengths while holding each other accountable to higher standards. 3 to 5 is more than 20. 3 to 5 Smart, conceptual people seeking the right answers in an open-minded way will generally lead to the best answers. It may be tempting to convene a larger group, but having too many people collaborate is counterproductive, even if the members of the larger group are smart and talented. The symbiotic advantages of adding people to a group grow incrementally. 2 + 1 = 4.25, up to a point. Beyond that, adding people actually subtracts from effectiveness. That is because 1, the marginal benefits diminish as the group gets larger. 2 or 3 people might be able to cover most of the important perspectives, so adding more people doesn't bring much more, and 2, larger group interactions are less efficient than smaller ones. Of course, what's best in practice depends on the quality of the people and the differences of the perspectives that they bring and how well the group is managed. 4.6 When you have alignment, cherish it. While there is nobody in the world who will share your point of view on everything, there are people who will share your most important values and the ways in which you choose to live them out. Make sure you end up with those people. 4.7 If you find you can't reconcile major differences especially in values, consider whether the relationship is worth preserving. There are all kinds of different people in the world, many of whom value different kinds of things. If you find you can't get in sync with someone on shared values, you should consider whether that person is worth keeping in your life. A lack of common values will lead to a lot of pain and other harmful consequences and may ultimately drive you apart. It might be better to head all that off as soon as you see it coming. 5 Believability. Weight your decision making. In typical organizations, most decisions are made either autocratically, by a top-down leader, or democratically, where everyone shares their opinions and those opinions that have the most support are implemented. Both systems produce inferior decision making. That's because the best decisions are made by an idea meritocracy with believability-weighted decision-making, in which the most capable people work through their disagreements with other capable people who have thought independently about what is true and what to do about it. It is far better to weight the opinions of more capable decision-makers more heavily than those of less capable decision-makers. This is what we mean by believability weighting. So how do you determine who is capable at what? The most believable opinions are those of people who 1. Have repeatedly and successfully accomplished the thing in question, and 2. Have demonstrated that they can logically explain the cause-effect relationships behind their conclusions. When believability weighting is done correctly and consistently, it is the fairest and the most effective decision-making system. It not only produces the best outcomes but also preserves alignment, since even people who disagree with the decision will be able to get behind it. But for this to be the case, the criteria for establishing believability must be objective and trusted by everybody. At Bridgewater, everyone's believability is tracked and measured systematically, using tools such as baseball cards and the dot collector that actively record and weigh their experience and track records. In meetings, we regularly take votes about various issues via our dot collector app, which displays both the equal weighted average and the believability weighted results, along with each person's vote. Typically, if both the equal weighted average and the believability weighted votes align, we consider the matter resolved and move on. If the two types of votes are at odds, we try again to resolve them, and, if we can't, we go with the believability weighted vote. Depending on what type of decision it is, in some cases, a single responsible party, RP, can override a believability weighted vote. In others, the believability weighted vote supersedes the RP's decision. But in all cases, believability weighted votes are taken seriously when there is disagreement. Even in cases in which the RPs can overrule the believability weighted vote, the onus is on the RP to try to resolve the dispute before overruling it. In my 40 years at Bridgewater, I never made a decision contrary to the believability weighted decision because I felt that to do so was arrogant and counter to the spirit of the idea meritocracy, though I argued like hell for what I thought was best. To give you an example of what this process looks like in action, during the spring of 2012 our research teams used believability weighted decision making to resolve a disagreement about what would happen next as the European debt crisis was heating up. At that time, the borrowing and debt service needs of the governments of Italy, Ireland, Greece, Portugal, and especially Spain had reached levels that far exceeded their abilities to pay. We knew that the European Central Bank would either have to make unprecedented purchases of government bonds or allow the debt crisis to worsen to the point where defaults and the breakup of the Eurozone would probably occur. Germany was adamantly opposed to a bailout. It was clear that the fates of these countries' economies, and of the Eurozone itself, depended on how well Mario Draghi, the president of the European Central Bank, orchestrated the ECB's next move. But what would he do? Like analyzing a chessboard to visualize the implications and inclinations of the different moves of the different players, each of us looked at the situation from every angle. After a lot of discussion we remained split. About half of us thought the ECB would print more money to buy the bonds and about half thought they wouldn't, because breaking with the Germans would threaten the Eurozone even more. While such thoughtful and open exchanges are essential, it's also critical to have mutually agreed upon ways of resolving them to arrive at the best decision. So we used our believability weighting system to break the stalemate. We did that using our dot collector tool, which helps us surface the sources of our disagreements in people's different thinking characteristics and work our way through them based on their believabilities. People have different believability weightings for different qualities, like expertise in a particular subject, creativity, ability to synthesize, etc. These dots are determined by a mixture of ratings, both from peers and tests of different sorts. By looking at these attributes, and also understanding which thinking qualities are most essential to the situation at hand, we can make the best decisions. In this case, we took a believability weighted vote, with the qualities chosen being both subject matter expertise and ability to synthesize. Using the dot collector, it became clear that those with greater believability believed Draghi would defy Germany and print money, so that is what we went with. A few days later, European policymakers announced a sweeping plan to buy unlimited quantities of government bonds, so we got it right. While the believability-weighted answer isn't always the best answer, we have found that it is more likely to be right than either the boss's answer or an equal-weighted referendum. Regardless of whether or not you use this kind of technology and structured process for believability weighting, the most important thing is that you get the concept. Simply look down on yourself and your team when a decision needs to be made and consider who is most likely to be right. I assure you that, if you do, you will make better decisions than if you don't. 5.1 Recognize that having an effective idea meritocracy requires that you understand the merit of each person's ideas. Having a hierarchy of merit is not only consistent with an idea meritocracy but essential for it. It's simply not possible for everyone to debate everything all the time and still get their work done. Treating all people equally is more likely to lead away from truth than toward it. But at the same time, all views should be considered in an open-minded way, though placed in the proper context of the experiences and track records of the people expressing them. Imagine if a group of us were getting a lesson in how to play baseball from Babe Ruth, and someone who'd never played the game kept interrupting him to debate how to swing the bat. Would it be helpful or harmful to the group's progress to ignore their different track records and experience? Of course it would be harmful and plain silly to treat their points of view equally, because they have different levels of believability. The most productive approach would be to allow Ruth to give his instructions uninterrupted and then take some time afterward to answer questions. But because I'm pretty extreme in believing that it is important to obtain understanding rather than accepting doctrine at face value, I would encourage the new batter not to accept what Ruth has to say as right just because he was the greatest slugger of all time. If I were that new batter, I wouldn't stop questioning Ruth until I was confident I had found the truth. If you can't successfully do something, don't think you can tell others how it should be done. I have seen some people who have repeatedly failed at something hold strongly to their opinions of how it should be done, even when their opinions are at odds with those who have repeatedly done it successfully. That is dumb and arrogant. They should instead ask questions and seek believability-weighted votes to help them get out of their intransigence. Remember that everyone has opinions and they are often bad. Opinions are easy to produce. Everyone has plenty of them and most people are eager to share them, even to fight for them. Unfortunately, many are worthless or even harmful, including a lot of your own. 5.2 Find the most believable people possible who disagree with you and try to understand their reasoning. Having open-minded conversations with believable people who disagree with you is the quickest way to get an education and to increase your probability of being right. Think about people's believability in order to assess the likelihood that their opinions are good. While it pays to be open-minded, you also have to be discerning. Remember that the quality of the life you get will depend largely on the quality of the decisions that you make as you pursue your goals. The best way to make great decisions is to know how to triangulate with other, more knowledgeable people. So be discerning about whom you triangulate with and skilled in the way you do it. The dilemma you face is trying to understand as accurately as you can what's true in order to make decisions effectively while realizing many of the opinions you will hear won't be worth much, including your own. Think about people's believability, which is a function of their capabilities and their willingness to say what they think. Keep their track records in mind. Remember that believable opinions are most likely to come from people 1, who have successfully accomplished the thing in question at least 3 times, and 2, who have great explanations of the cause-effect relationships that lead them to their conclusions. Treat those who have neither as not believable, those who have one as somewhat believable, and those who have both as the most believable. Be especially wary of those who comment from the stands without having played on the field themselves and who don't have good logic, as they are dangerous to themselves and others. See if someone hasn't done something but has a theory that seems logical and can be stress-tested, then by all means test it. Keep in mind that you are playing probabilities. Don't pay as much attention to people's conclusions as to the reasoning that led them to their conclusions. It is common for conversations to consist of people sharing their conclusions rather than exploring the reasoning that led to those conclusions. As a result, there is an overabundance of confidently expressed bad opinions. Inexperienced people can have great ideas too, sometimes far better ones than more experienced people. That's because experienced thinkers can get stuck in their old ways. If you've got a good ear, you will be able to tell when an inexperienced person is reasoning well. Like knowing whether someone can sing, it doesn't take a lot of time. Sometimes a person only has to sing a few bars for you to hear how well they can sing. Reasoning is the same. It often doesn't take a lot of time to figure out if someone can do it. Everyone should be upfront in expressing how confident they are in their thoughts. A suggestion should be called a suggestion. A firmly held conviction should be presented as such, particularly if it's coming from someone with a strong track record in the area in question. 5.3 Think about whether you are playing the role of a teacher, a student, or a peer, and whether you should be teaching, asking questions, or debating. Too often people flail in their disagreements because they either don't know or don't think about how they should engage effectively. They just blurt out whatever they think and argue. While everyone has the right and obligation to make sense of everything, basic rules for engagement should be followed. Those rules and how you should follow them depend on your relative believabilities. For example, it would not be effective for the person who knows less to tell the person who knows more how something should be done. It's important to get the balance between your assertiveness and your open-mindedness right, based on your relative levels of understanding of the subject. Think about whether the person you're disagreeing with is more or less believable than you. If you are less believable, you are more of a student and should be more open-minded, primarily asking questions in order to understand the logic of the person who probably knows more. If you're more believable, your role is more of a teacher, primarily conveying your understanding and answering questions. And if you are approximate peers, you should have a thoughtful exchange as equals. When there is a disagreement about who is more believable, be reasonable and work it through. In cases when you can't do this alone effectively, seek out the help of an agreed-upon third party. In all cases, try to see things through the other person's eyes so that you can obtain understanding. All parties should remember that the purpose of debate is to get at truth, not to prove that someone is right or wrong, and that each party should be willing to change their mind based on the logic and evidence. It's more important that the student understand the teacher than that the teacher understand the student, though both are important. I have often seen less believable people, students, insist that the more believable people, teachers, understand their thinking and prove why the teacher is wrong before listening to what the teacher, the more believable party, has to say. That's backward. While untangling the student's thinking can be helpful, it is typically difficult and time-consuming and puts the emphasis on what the student sees instead of on what the teacher wants to convey. For that reason, our protocol is for the student to be open-minded first. Once the student has taken in what the teacher has to offer, both student and teacher will be better prepared to untangle and explore the student's perspective. It is also more time efficient to get in sync this way, which leads to the next principle. Be recognized that while everyone has the right and responsibility to try to make sense of important things, they must do so with humility and radical open-mindedness. When you are less believable, start by taking on the role of a student in a student-teacher relationship with appropriate humility and open-mindedness. While it is not necessarily you who doesn't understand, you must assume this until you have seen the issue through the other's eyes. If the issue still doesn't make sense to you and you think that your teacher just doesn't get it, appeal to other believable people. If you still can't reach an agreement, assume you are wrong. If, on the other hand, you are able to convince a number of believable people of your point of view, then you should make sure your thinking is heard and considered by the person deciding, probably with the help of the other believable parties. Remember that those who are higher in the reporting hierarchy have more people they are trying to sort through on an expected value basis to get the best thinking and more people who want to tell them what they think, so they are time constrained and have to play the probabilities. If your thinking has been stress tested by other believable people who support you, it has a greater probability of being heard. Conversely, those higher in the reporting hierarchy must strive to achieve the goal of getting in sync with those lower in the hierarchy about what makes sense. The more people get in sync about what makes sense, the more capable and committed people will be. 5.4 Understand how people came by their opinions. Our brains work like computers, they input data and process it in accordance with their wiring and programming. Any opinion you have is made up of these two things, the data and your processing or reasoning. When someone says, I believe X, ask them, what data are you looking at? What reasoning are you using to draw your conclusion? Dealing with raw opinions will get you and everyone else confused. Understanding where they come from will help you get to the truth. If you ask someone a question, they will probably give you an answer, so think through to whom you should address your questions. I regularly see people ask totally uninformed or non-believable people questions and get answers that they believe. This is often worse than having no answers at all. Don't make that mistake. You need to think through who the right people are. If you're in doubt about someone's believability, find out. The same is true for you. If someone asks you a question, think first whether you're the right person to answer it. If you're not believable, you probably shouldn't have an opinion about what they're asking, let alone share it. Be sure to direct your comments or questions to the believable responsible party or parties for the issues you want to discuss. Feel free to include others if you think that their input is relevant, while recognizing that the decision will ultimately rest with whoever is responsible for it. Having everyone randomly probe everyone else is an unproductive waste of time. For heaven's sake, don't bother directing your questions to people who aren't responsible or, worse still, throw your questions out there without directing them at all. Beware of statements that begin with I think that. Just because someone thinks something doesn't mean it's true. Be especially skeptical of statements that begin with I think that since most people can't accurately assess themselves. Assess believability by systematically capturing people's track records over time. Every day is not a new day. Over time, a body of evidence builds up, showing which people can be relied on and which cannot. Track records matter, and at Bridgewater tools such as baseball cards and the dot collector make everyone's track records available for scrutiny. 5.5 Disagreeing must be done efficiently. Working oneself through disagreements can be time-consuming, so you can imagine how an idea meritocracy where disagreement is not just tolerated but encouraged could become dysfunctional if it's not managed well. Imagine how inefficient it would be if a teacher ran a large class by asking each of the students individually what they thought, and then debated with all of them, instead of conveying their own views first and taking questions later. People who want to disagree must keep this in mind and follow the tools and protocols for disagreeing well. Know when to stop debating and move on to agreeing about what should be done. I have seen people who agree on the major issues waste hours arguing over details. It's more important to do big things well than to do the small things perfectly. But when people disagree on the importance of debating something, it probably should be debated. Operating otherwise would essentially give someone, typically the boss, a de facto veto. Use believability weighting as a tool rather than a substitute for decision-making by responsible parties. Believability-weighted decision-making is a way of supplementing and challenging the decisions of responsible parties, not overruling them. As Bridgewater system currently exists, everyone is allowed to give input, but their believability is weighted based on the evidence, their track records, test results, and other data. Responsible parties can overrule believability-weighted voting but only at their peril. When a decision-maker chooses to bet on his own opinion over the consensus of believable others, he is making a bold statement that will be proven right or wrong by the results. Since you don't have the time to thoroughly examine everyone's thinking yourself, choose your believable people wisely. Generally speaking, it's best to choose 3 believable people who care a lot about achieving the best outcome and who are willing to openly disagree with each other and have their reasoning probed. Of course, the number 3 isn't set in stone, the group could be larger or smaller. Its ideal size depends on the amount of time available, how important the decision is, how objectively you can assess your own and others' decision-making abilities, and how important it is to have a lot of people understand the reasoning behind the decision. D. When you're responsible for a decision, compare the believability-weighted decision-making of the crowd to what you believe. When they're at odds, you should work hard to resolve the disagreement. If you are about to make a decision that the believability-weighted consensus thinks is wrong, think very carefully before you proceed. It's likely that you're wrong, but even if you're right, there's a good chance that you'll lose respect by overruling the process. You should try hard to get in sync, and if you still can't do that, you should be able to put your finger on exactly what it is you disagree with, understand the risks of being wrong, and clearly explain your reasons and logic to others. If you can't do those things, you probably should suspend your own judgment and go with a believability-weighted vote. 5.6 Recognize that everyone has the right and responsibility to try to make sense of important things. There will come a point in all processes of thinking things through when you are faced with the choice of requiring the person who sees things differently from you to slowly work things through until you see things the same way, or going along with the other person, even though their thinking still doesn't seem to make sense. I recommend the first path when you are disagreeing about something important and the latter when it's unimportant. I understand that the first path can be awkward because the person you are speaking to can get impatient. To neutralize that, I suggest you simply say, let's agree that I am a dumb shit but I still need to make sense of this, so let's move slowly to make sure that happens. One should always feel free to ask questions, while remembering one's obligation to remain open-minded in the discussions that follow. Record your argument so that if you can't get in sync or make sense of things, you can send it out so others can decide. And of course, remember that you are operating in an idea meritocracy. Be mindful of your own believability. Communications aimed at getting the best answer should involve the most relevant people. As a guide, the most relevant people to probe are your managers, direct reports, and/or agreed experts. They are the most impacted by and most informed about the issues under discussion, and so they are the most important parties to be in sync with. If you can't get in sync, you should escalate the disagreement by raising it to the appropriate people. 38b Communication aimed at educating or boosting cohesion should involve a broader set of people than would be needed if the aim were just getting the best answer. Less experienced, less believable people may not be necessary to decide an issue, but if the issue involves them and you aren't in sync with them, that lack of understanding will in the long run likely undermine morale and the organization's efficiency. This is especially important in cases where you have people who are both not believable and highly opinionated, the worst combination. Unless you get in sync with them, you will drive their uninformed opinions underground. If, on the other hand, you are willing to be challenged, you will create an environment in which all criticisms are aired openly. Recognize that you don't need to make judgments about everything. Think about who is responsible for something, and their believability, how much you know about it, and your own believability. Don't hold opinions about things you don't know anything about. 5.7 Pay more attention to whether the decision-making system is fair than whether you get your way. An organization is a community with a set of shared values and goals. Its morale and smooth functioning should always take precedence over your need to be right, and besides, you could be wrong. When the decision-making system is consistently well managed and based on objective criteria, the idea meritocracy is more important than the happiness of any one of its members, even if that member is you. The most appropriate people are either the people you both report to, which we call the point of the pyramid in an organizational chart, or someone you mutually agree will be a good arbiter. 6 Recognize how to get beyond disagreements. It is the rare dispute that is resolved to both parties' equal satisfaction. Imagine you are having an argument with your neighbor about a tree of theirs that has fallen onto your property. Who is responsible for its removal? Who owns the firewood? Who pays for the damage? While you might not be able to resolve the disagreement yourselves, the legal system has procedures and guidelines that allow it to determine what's true and what to do about it, and once it renders its judgment, it's done, even if one of you didn't get what you wanted. That's just the way life is. At Bridgewater, our principles and policies work in essentially the same way, providing a path for settling disputes that's not unlike what you'd find in the courts, though it's less formal. Having such a system is essential in an idea meritocracy, because you can't just encourage people to think independently and fight for what they believe is true. You also have to provide them with a way to get past their disagreements and move forward. Managing this well is especially important at Bridgewater because we have so much more thoughtful disagreement than other places. While in most cases people disagreeing can work things out on their own, it is still often the case that people can't agree on what's true and what to do about it. In those cases, we follow our procedures for believability-weighted voting and go with the verdict, or, in the cases where the RP wants to do it his/her way contrary to the vote and has the power to do so, we accept that and move on. In the end, people who join our idea meritocracy agree to abide by our policies and procedures and the decisions that come out of them, just as if they had taken a dispute to court and had to abide by its procedures and the resulting verdict. This requires them to separate themselves from their own opinion and avoid getting angry when a decision doesn't go their way. If people don't follow the agreed upon paths, they don't have the right to complain about either the people they disagree with or the idea meritocratic system itself. In those rare cases where our principles, policies, and procedures fail to make clear how a disagreement should be resolved, it is everyone's responsibility to raise that fact so the process can be clarified and improved. 6.1 Remember, principles can't be ignored by mutual agreement. Principles are like laws, you can't break one simply because you and someone else agree to break it. Remember that it's everyone's obligation to speak up, own it, or get out. If you don't think the principles provide the right way to resolve a problem or disagreement, you need to fight to change the principles, not just do what you want to do. The same standards of behavior apply to everyone. Whenever there is a dispute, both parties are required to have equal levels of integrity, to be open-minded and assertive, and to be equally considerate. The judges must hold the parties to the same standards and provide feedback consistent with these standards. I have often seen cases in which the feedback wasn't appropriately balanced for various reasons, to hold the stronger performer to a higher standard, to spread the blame. This is a mistake. The person in the wrong needs to receive the strongest message. Not operating this way could lead them to believe that the problem wasn't caused by them, or was caused by both parties equally. Of course, the message should be conveyed calmly and clearly rather than emotionally to maximize its effectiveness. 6.2 Make sure people don't confuse the right to complain, give advice, and openly debate with the right to make decisions. Everyone does not report to everyone. Responsibilities and authorities are assigned to individuals based on assessments of their ability to handle them. People are given the authority that they need to achieve outcomes and are held accountable for their ability to produce them. At the same time, they are going to be stress tested from both directions, i.e., by those they report to and by those who report to them. The challenging and probing that we encourage is not meant to second-guess their every decision but to improve the quality of their work over time. The ultimate goal of independent thinking and open debate is to provide the decision-maker with alternative perspectives. It doesn't mean that decision-making authority is transitioned to those who are probing them. When challenging a decision or a decision-maker, consider the broader context. It's important to view individual decisions in the broadest possible context. For example, if the responsible party being challenged has a vision, and the decision being disputed involves a small detail of that overall vision, the decision needs to be debated and evaluated within the context of that larger vision. 6.3 Don't leave important conflicts unresolved. While it's easier to avoid confrontations in the short run, the consequences of doing so can be massively destructive in the long term. It's critical that conflicts actually get resolved not through superficial compromise, but through seeking the important, accurate conclusions. In most cases, this process should be made transparent to relevant others, and sometimes the entire organization, both to ensure quality decision-making and to perpetuate the culture of openly working through disputes. Don't let the little things divide you when your agreement on the big things should bind you. Almost every group that agrees on the big things ends up fighting about less important things and becoming enemies even though they should be bound by the big things. This phenomenon is called the narcissism of small differences. Take the Protestants and Catholics. Though both are followers of Christ, some of them have been fighting for hundreds of years, even though many of them are unable to articulate the differences that divide them, and most of those who can articulate the differences realize that they are insignificant relative to the big important things that should bind them together. I once saw a close family have an irrevocable blowout at a Thanksgiving dinner over who would cut the turkey. Don't let this narcissism of small differences happen to you. Understand that nobody and nothing is perfect and that you are lucky to have by and large excellent relationships. See the big picture. B. Don't get stuck in disagreement, escalate or vote. By practicing open-mindedness and assertiveness, you should be able to resolve most disagreements. If not, and if your dispute is one-on-one, you should escalate to a mutually agreed upon believable other. All things being equal, that should be someone higher in your reporting chain, such as your boss. When a group can't reach an agreement, the person responsible for the meeting should take a believability-weighted vote. 6.4 Once a decision is made, everyone should get behind it even though individuals may still disagree. A decision-making group in which those who don't get what they want continue to fight rather than work for what the group has decided is destined to fail. You can see this happening all the time in companies, organizations, and even political systems and nations. I'm not saying that people should pretend they like the decision if they don't, or that the matter in question can't be revisited at a future date. What I am saying is that in order to be effective, all groups that work together have to operate with protocols that allow time for disagreements to be explored, but in which dissenting minority parties recognize that group cohesion supersedes their individual desires once they have been overruled. The group is more important than the individual. Don't behave in a way that undermines the chosen path. A. See things from the higher level. You are expected to go to the higher level and look down on yourself and others as part of a system. In other words, you must get out of your own head, consider your views as just some among many, and look down on the full array of points of view to assess them in an idea meritocratic way rather than just in your own possessive way. Seeing things from the higher level isn't just seeing other people's point of view, it's also being able to see every situation, yourself, and others in the situation as though you were looking down on them as an objective observer. If you can do this well, you will see the situation as another one of those, see it through everyone's eyes, and have good mental maps or principles for deciding how to handle it. Almost all people initially find it difficult to get beyond seeing things through just their own eyes, so I've developed policies and tools such as the coach, which connects situations to principles, that help people do this. With practice many people can learn to develop this perspective, though others never do. You need to know which type of person you and the people around you are. If you can't do this well on your own, seek the help of others. Recognize that many people cannot see things from the higher level and distinguish those who can from those who can't, and either get rid of those who can't or have good guardrails in place to protect yourself and the organization against this inability. By the way, it is of course okay to continue to disagree on some things as long as you don't keep fighting, thereby undermining the idea meritocracy. If you continue to fight the idea meritocracy, you must go. B. Never allow the idea meritocracy to slip into anarchy. In an idea meritocracy, there is bound to be more disagreement than in a typical organization, but when it's taken to an extreme, arguing and nitpicking can undermine the idea meritocracy's effectiveness. At Bridgewater, I have encountered some people, especially junior people, who mistakenly think they are entitled to argue about whatever they want and with whomever they please. I have even seen people band together to threaten the idea meritocracy, claiming that their right to do so comes from the principles. They misunderstand my principles and the boundaries within the organization. They must abide by the rules of the system, which provide paths for resolving disagreements, and they mustn't threaten the system. C. Don't allow lynch mobs or mob rule. Part of the purpose of having a believability-weighted system is to remove emotion from decision-making. Crowds get emotional and seek to grab control. That must be prevented. While all individuals have the right to have their own opinions, they do not have the right to render verdicts. 6.5 Remember that if the idea meritocracy comes into conflict with the well-being of the organization, it will inevitably suffer. That's just a matter of practicality. As you know, I believe that what's good must work well, and that having the organization work well is of paramount importance. Declare martial law only in rare or extreme circumstances when the principles need to be suspended. While all these principles exist for the well-being of the community, there may come times when adhering to them could threaten the community's well-being. For example, we encountered a time when there were leaks to the media of some things that we made radically transparent within Bridgewater. People at Bridgewater understood that our transparency about our weaknesses and mistakes was being used to present distorted and harmful pictures of Bridgewater, so we had to lessen our level of transparency until we resolved that problem. Rather than just lessening this degree of transparency, I explained the situation and declared martial law, meaning that this was a temporary suspension of the full degree of radical transparency. That way, everyone would know both that it was an exceptional case and that we were entering a time when the typical way of operating would be suspended. Be wary of people who argue for the suspension of the idea meritocracy for the good of the organization. When such arguments win out, the idea meritocracy will be weakened. Don't let that happen. If people respect the rules of the idea meritocracy, there will be no conflict. I know that from my experiences over decades. However, I also know that there will be people who put what they want above the idea meritocracy and threaten it. Consider those people to be enemies of the system and get rid of them. 6.6 Recognize that if the people who have the power don't want to operate by principles, the principled way of operating will fail. Ultimately, power will rule. This is true of any system. For example, it has repeatedly been shown that systems of government have only worked when those with the power value the principles behind the system more than they value their own personal objectives. When people have both enough power to undermine a system and a desire to get what they want that is greater than their desire to maintain the system will fail. For that reason, the power supporting the principles must be given only to people who value the principled way of operating more than their individual interests, or the interests of their faction, and people must be dealt with in a reasonable and considerate way so that the overwhelming majority will want and fight for that principle-based system. To get the people right. While we talked about an organization's culture in the last section, its people are even more important because they can change the culture for better or for worse. A culture and its people are symbiotic. The culture attracts certain kinds of people, and the people in turn either reinforce or evolve the culture based on their values and what they're like. If you choose the right people with the right values and remain in sync with them, you will play beautiful jazz together. If you choose the wrong people, you will all go over the waterfall together. Steve Jobs, who everyone thought was the secret to Apple's success, said, "The secret to my success is that we've gone to exceptional lengths to hire the best people in the world." I explain this concept in the next chapter. Remember that the who is more important than the what. Anyone who runs a successful organization will tell you the same. Yet most organizations are bad at recruiting. It starts with interviewers picking people they like and who are like them instead of focusing on what people are really like and how well they will fit in their jobs and careers. As I describe in Chapter 8, hire right, because the penalties for hiring wrong are huge. To hire well, one needs a more scientific process that precisely matches people's values, abilities, and skills with the organization's culture and its career paths. You and your candidate need to get to know each other. You have to let them interview your organization, and you have to honestly convey to them what it's like, warts and all, and be crystal clear about what you can expect from each other. But even then, after you both say yes, you won't know if you have a good fit until you've lived together in your work and your relationships for a while. The interviewing process doesn't end when employment begins, but transitions into a rigorous process of training, testing, sorting, and most importantly, getting in sync, which I describe in Chapter 9. Constantly train, test, evaluate, and sort people. I believe that the ability to objectively self-assess, including one's own weaknesses, is the most influential factor in whether a person succeeds, and that a healthy organization is one in which people compete not so much against each other as against the ways in which their lower-level selves get in the way. Your goal should be to hire people who understand this, equip them with the tools and the information they need to flourish in their jobs, and not micromanage them. If they can't do the job after being trained and given time to learn, get rid of them. If they can, promote them. Point 7. Remember that the who is more important than the what. People often make the mistake of focusing on what should be done while neglecting the more important question of who should be given the responsibility for determining what should be done. That's backward. When you know what you need in a person to do the job well and you know what the person you're putting into it is like, you can pretty well visualize how things will go. I remember one case where one of our most talented rising executives was putting together a transition plan so that he could move on to another role. He arrived at a meeting with the management committee with binders full of process flows and responsibility maps, detailing every aspect of the area he'd been responsible for, and explained how he'd automated and systemized as much of it as possible to make it foolproof. It was an impressive presentation, but it quickly became clear that he didn't have an answer for who was going to take his place and what would happen if they saw things differently and put together a different plan. Who would oversee the machine he'd built, probe it for problems, and constantly improve it or decide to get rid of it? What qualities would such a person need to produce the same excellent results that he had? What were the important job specifications we should match the person against? Where would we go to recruit such a person? While these kinds of questions seem obvious in retrospect, time and again I see people overlooking them. Not knowing what is required to do the job well and not knowing what your people are like is like trying to run a machine without knowing how its parts work together. When I was younger I didn't really understand the saying, hire someone better than you. Now, after decades of hiring, managing, and firing people, I understand that to be truly successful I need to be like a conductor of people, many of whom, if not all, can play their instruments better than I can, and that if I was a really great conductor, I would also be able to find a better conductor than me and hire him or her. My ultimate goal is to create a machine that works so well that I can just sit back and watch beauty happen. I cannot emphasize enough how important the selection, training, testing, evaluation, and sorting out of people is. In the end, what you need to do is simple. 1. Remember the goal. 2. Give the goal to people who can achieve it, which is best, or tell them what to do to achieve it, which is micromanaging and therefore less good. 3. Hold them accountable. Point 4. If they still can't do the job after you've trained them and given them time to learn, get rid of them. 7.1 Recognize that the most important decision for you to make is who you choose as your responsible parties. If you put your goals in the hands of RPs who can execute those goals well, and if you make it clear to them that they are personally responsible for achieving those goals and doing the tasks, they should produce excellent results. The same goes for yourself. If your designer/manager you doesn't have a good reason to be confident that your worker you is up to a given task, it would be crazy to let yourself do the task without seeking the supervision of believable parties. You know that there are a lot of incompetent people in the world trying to do things they're not good at, so the chances are good that you are one of them. That's just a reality and it's okay for you to accept it and deal with it in a way that produces good outcomes. Understand that the most important RPs are those responsible for the goals, outcomes, and machines at the highest levels. Give me someone who can be responsible for an entire area, someone who can design, hire, and sort to achieve the goal, and I can be comfortable things will go well. These are the most important people to choose and manage well. Senior managers must be capable of higher-level thinking, and understand the difference between goals and tasks, otherwise you will have to do their jobs for them. The ability to see and value goals is largely innate, though it improves with experience. It can be tested for, though no tests are perfect. 7.2 Know that the ultimate responsible party will be the person who bears the consequences of what is done. So long as you bear the consequences of failure, you are the ultimate responsible party. For example, While you might choose to delegate the responsibility of figuring out how to handle your illness to a doctor, it is your responsibility to pick the right one, since you will bear the consequences if he does a bad job. Or if you were building a house, would you go to an architect and say, show me the kinds of houses I can build, or would you tell the architect what kind of house you want to live in? This is especially true when it comes to money. If you delegate the oversight responsibility for your finances to others, they typically won't hold themselves as accountable for your money as they would their own, and they won't fire themselves if they are doing a bad job. Only the ultimate RP can do that. When putting someone in a position of responsibility, make sure their incentives are aligned with their responsibilities and they experience the consequences of the outcomes they produce. As an example, structure their deals so that they do well or badly based on how well or badly you do in the areas they are responsible for. This is fundamental for good management. Make sure that everyone has someone they report to. Even a company's owners have bosses, in their case, the investors whose money is being spent to achieve their goals. If the owners are self-funded, they still have to make their clients and employees happy. And they can't escape the responsibility of making sure that their costs are acceptable and their goals are being met. Even if a person's job is unique, someone needs to be holding them accountable at all times. 7.3 Remember the force behind the thing. Most people see the things around them without considering the forces that created them. In most cases, those forces were specific people with specific qualities who worked in specific ways. Change the people and you change how things develop. Replace creators with non-creators and you stop having creations. People tend to personify organizations. Apple is a creative company, while mistakenly depersonalizing their results, thus losing sight of who did what to produce them. That's misguided because companies don't make decisions, people do. So who are the people in your organization behind the results and culture that make it special? Think about who they are and how they work together to make it what it is. 8 Hire right, because the penalties for hiring wrong are huge. Remember back in Understand that people are wired very differently when I described Bridgewater's hit or miss hiring practices in its early days. At the very beginning, we just hired people we liked. But too many of them turned out to be bad fits. Because we liked them, we were reluctant to give up on them, and things often went from bad to worse. So we started hiring like most companies do, by looking at resumes, narrowing the lists, and then interviewing to get a gut feel for who was right. But the questions we asked our candidates, unlike the questions on a scientifically constructed personality test, were unlikely to elicit answers truly indicative of what they were like. What we were doing, essentially, was looking at prospective employees through our own biased perspectives. Those of us who were linear thinkers tended to want to hire linear thinkers, those of us who were lateral thinkers tended to want to hire lateral thinkers. We all thought the type we chose would perform best in all jobs, and as a result we weren't able to accurately predict who would succeed and who would fail in our very unusual environment. As a result, we continued to make a lot of bad hires. Eventually we learned from our mistakes and failures that we could improve our hiring results in two ways. 1. By always being crisp and clear on exactly what kind of person we were looking for, and 2. By developing our vocabulary for and means of evaluating people's abilities at a much more granular level. This chapter lays out in detail the principles we've learned for doing this. While we still make too many hiring mistakes, we have significantly reduced the odds of making them by following these processes, which we continually try to improve. At a high level, we look for people who think independently, argue open-mindedly and assertively, and above all else value the intense pursuit of truth and excellence, and through it, the rapid improvement of themselves and the organization. Because we treat work as more than just what we do to make a living, we look at every potential hire not just as an employee but as someone we'd want to share our lives with. We insist that the people we work with are considerate and have a high sense of personal accountability to do the difficult, right things. We look for people with generous natures and high standards of fairness. Most important, they must be able to put their egos aside and assess themselves candidly. Whether you choose to look for these same traits or others, The most important thing you can do is understand that hiring is a high-risk gamble that needs to be approached deliberately. A lot of time, effort, and resources go into hiring and developing new employees before it's clear whether or not they are good fits. Months or even years and countless dollars can be wasted in training and retraining. Some of those costs are intangible, including loss of morale and a gradual diminishment of standards as people who aren't excellent in their roles bump into each other. Other costs from bad outcomes can be measured all too easily in dollars and cents. So whenever you think you are ready to make someone an offer, think one last time about the important things that might go wrong and what else you can do to better assess those risks and raise your probability of being right. 8.1 Match the person to the design. When building a machine, design precedes people because the type of people you will need will depend on the design. As you design, create a clear mental image of the attributes required for each person to do their job well. It is futile to give responsibilities to people who do not have the qualities required to succeed. It frustrates, and inevitably angers, all parties, which is damaging to the environment. In order to match a person to the design, start by creating a spec sheet so that there will be a consistent set of criteria that can be applied from recruiting through performance reviews. Bridgewater spec sheets use the same bank of qualities as our baseball cards. Don't design jobs to fit people. Over time, this almost always turns out to be a mistake. This often happens when someone you are reluctant to let go doesn't work out, and there is an inclination to try to find out what else that person can do. Frequently managers fail to be objective about their own strengths and weaknesses, and put themselves into roles that they're not a click for. Think through which values, abilities, and skills you are looking for, in that order. Values are the deep-seated beliefs that motivate behaviors and determine people's compatibilities with each other. People will fight for their values, and they are likely to fight with people who don't share them. Abilities are ways of thinking and behaving. Some people are great learners and fast processors, others possess the ability to see things at a higher level. Some focus more on the particulars, still others think creatively or logically or with supreme organization. Skills are learned tools, such as being able to speak a foreign language or write computer code. While values and abilities are unlikely to change much, most skills can be acquired in a limited amount of time, e.g., software proficiency can be learned, and often change in worth. Today's most in-demand programming language is likely to be obsolete in a few years. It is important for you to know what mix of qualities is important to fit each role and, more broadly, what values and abilities are required in people with whom you can have successful relationships. In picking people for long-term relationships, values are most important, abilities come next, and skills are the least important. Yet most people make the mistake of choosing skills and abilities first and overlooking values. We value people most who have what I call the 3 C's: character, common sense, and creativity. If your people are bound by a sense of community and mission and they are capable, you will have an extraordinary organization. Some people will value the mission and community and others won't. Since at Bridgewater the key shared values that maintain our culture are meaningful work and meaningful relationships, radical truth, and radical transparency, an open-minded willingness to explore harsh realities including one's own weaknesses, a sense of ownership, a drive for excellence, and the willingness to do the good but difficult things, we look for highly capable people who deeply want all of those things. Make finding the right people systematic and scientific. The process for choosing people should be systematically built out and evidence-based. You need to have a people hiring machine in which the goals are clearly stated so that the outcomes can be compared with them and the machine, the design and the people, producing the outcomes can evolve to improve. Organizations typically hire people by having job candidates' resumes reviewed by semi-random people based on semi-random criteria, which leads them to invite in candidates to have semi-random groups of people ask the candidates semi-random questions and then make their choices of whom to for jobs based on the consensus of how they like them. You need to make sure that each one of those steps is done more systematically and purposefully. For example, You should think through what questions are asked and how the different answers candidates give differentiate them in the ways that you are seeking to differentiate them. You should also save all of those answers so you can learn about how indicative they might be of subsequent behaviors and performance. I do not mean that the human dimension or art of the hiring process should be eliminated. The personal values and esprit de corps part of a relationship are critically important and can't be fully measured by data. Sometimes the twinkle in the eye and the facial expressions are telling. However, even for those areas where people's subjective interpretations are important, you can still use data and a scientific approach to be more objective. For example, you can capture data to assess the track records of those making the interpretations. See here the click, find the right fit between the role and the person. Remember that your goal is to put the right people in the right design. First understand the responsibilities of the role and the qualities needed to fulfill them, then ascertain whether an individual has them. When you're doing this well, there should almost be an audible click as the person you're hiring fits into his or her role. Look for people who sparkle, not just any one of those. Too many people get hired because they are just one of those. If you're looking for a plumber, you might be inclined to fill the job with the first experienced plumber you interview, without ascertaining whether he has the qualities of an outstanding plumber. Yet the difference between an ordinary plumber versus an outstanding one is huge. When reviewing any candidate's background, you must identify whether they have demonstrated themselves to be extraordinary in some way. The most obvious demonstration is outstanding performance within an outstanding peer group. If you're less than excited to hire someone for a particular job, don't do it. The two of you will probably make each other miserable. Don't use your pull to get someone a job. It is unacceptable to use your personal influence to help someone get a job because doing so undermines the meritocracy. It's not good for the job seeker, because it conveys they did not really earn it. It is not good for the person doing the hiring, because it undermines their authority, and it is not good for you because it demonstrates you will compromise merit for friends. It is an insidious form of corruption and it must not be tolerated. The most you can do at Bridgewater in this respect is to provide a reference for someone you know well enough to endorse. Even though Bridgewater is my company, I have never deviated from this policy. 8.2 Remember that people are built very differently and that different ways of seeing and thinking make people suitable for different jobs. Some ways of thinking will serve you well for some purposes and serve you poorly for others. It is highly desirable to understand one's own and others' ways of thinking and their best applications. Some qualities are more suitable for some jobs. For example, you might not want to hire a highly introverted person as a salesman. That's not to say an introvert can't do that job, it's just that a gregarious person is likely to be more satisfied in the role and do a better job. If you're not naturally good at one type of thinking, it doesn't mean you're precluded from paths that require it. It does, however, require that you either work with someone who has that required way of thinking, which works best, or learn to think differently, which is difficult or even impossible. On the other hand, sometimes I see people dealing with each other, especially in groups, without regard for these differences. They are like the parable of the blind men touching different parts of an elephant and arguing about what it is. Just think about how much better it would be if people were open-minded enough to realize that none of them have the complete picture. Both people expressing their own views and those considering others' views need to take each other's differences into account. These differences are real, so it's dumb to pretend they don't exist. Understand how to use and interpret personality assessments. Personality assessments are valuable tools for getting a quick picture of what people are like in terms of their abilities, preferences, and style. They are often more objective and reliable than interviews. Remember that people tend to pick people like themselves, so choose interviewers who can identify what you are looking for. If you're looking for a visionary, pick a visionary to do the interview in which you probe for vision. If you are looking for a mix of qualities, assemble a group of interviewers who embody those qualities collectively. Don't choose interviewers whose judgment you don't trust. In other words, make sure they are believable. Look for people who are willing to look at themselves objectively. Everybody has strengths and weaknesses. The key to success is understanding one's weaknesses and successfully compensating for them. People who lack that ability fail chronically. Remember that people typically don't change all that much. This is especially true over short periods of time like a year or two, yet most people want to assume that when someone does something wrong the person will learn the lesson and change. That's naive. It is best to assume that they won't change unless there is good evidence to the contrary that they will. It's better to bet on changes you have seen than those you hope for. 8.3 Think of your teams the way that sports managers do. No one person possesses everything required to produce success, yet everyone must excel. Teams should operate like those in professional sports, where different skills are required to play different positions. Excellence in each is mandatory, the success of the mission is uncompromisable, and members that don't measure up may need to be cut. When teams operate with such high standards and shared values, extraordinary relationships are likely to develop. 8.4 Pay attention to people's track records. People's personalities are pretty well formed before they come to you, and they've been leaving their fingerprints all over the place since childhood. Anyone is fairly knowable if you do your homework. You have to get at their values, abilities, and skills. Do they have a track record of excellence in what you're expecting them to do? Have they done the thing you want them to do successfully at least 3 times? If not, you're making a lower probability bet, so you want to have really good reasons for doing so. That doesn't mean you should never allow yourself or others to do anything new, of course you should. But do it with appropriate caution and with guardrails. That is, have an experienced person oversee the inexperienced person, yourself included, if you fit that description. Check references. Don't rely exclusively on the candidate for information about their track record. Talk to believable people who know them, look for documented evidence, and ask for past reviews from their bosses, subordinates, and peers. As much as possible, you want to get a clear and objective picture of the path that they have chosen for themselves and how they have evolved along the way. I've seen plenty of people who claim to be successful elsewhere operate ineffectively at Bridgewater. A closer look often revealed that they were either not as successful as they portrayed themselves or they got credit for others' accomplishments. B. Recognize that performance in school doesn't tell you much about whether a person has the values and abilities you are looking for. Largely because they are the easiest to measure, memory and processing speed tend to be the abilities that determine success in school, so school performance is an excellent gauge of these qualities. School performance is also a good gauge of a person's determination to succeed, as well as their willingness and ability to follow directions. But when it comes to assessing a candidate's common sense, vision, creativity, or decision-making abilities, school records are of limited value. Since those traits are the most important, you must look beyond school to ascertain whether an applicant has them. While it's best to have great conceptual thinkers, understand that great experience and a great track record also count for a lot. There are all sorts of jobs and they require all types of people to handle them. I am frequently biased toward finding the entrepreneur type, a clever, open-minded scrapper who will find the best solution, and I have often been disappointed. On the other hand, sometimes I have found a master craftsman who has devoted decades to his specialty who I could completely rely on. What keeps coming to my mind is Malcolm Gladwell's rule that it takes 10,000 hours of doing something to build expertise, and the value of looking at batting averages to judge how well a person can hit. One way you can tell how well a talented rookie will do relative to a proven star is to get them into a debate with each other and see how well they each hold up. Beware of the impractical idealist. Idealistic people who have moralistic notions about how people should behave without understanding how people really do behave do more harm than good. As a global macroeconomist and businessman and as a philanthropist, I have seen this repeatedly in all those domains. I have come to believe that as well-intentioned as they are, impractical idealists are dangerous and destructive, whereas practical idealists make the world a better place. To be practical, one needs to be a realist to know where people's interests lie and how to design machines that produce results, as well as metrics that measure those benefits in relation to the costs. Without such measures, waste will limit or erase the benefits, and with them the benefits will keep flowing. Don't assume that a person who has been successful elsewhere will be successful in the job you're giving them. No matter how good you are at hiring, some of your hires won't work out. Know how the people you're considering operate and visualize how that will produce successful results. Knowing what they did is valuable only insofar as it helps you figure out what they are like. Make sure your people have character and are capable. The person who is capable but doesn't have good character is generally destructive, because he or she has the cleverness to do you harm and will certainly erode the culture. In my opinion, most organizations overvalue the abilities piece and undervalue the character piece because of a short-sighted focus on getting the job done. In doing so, they lose the power of the great relationships that will take them through both good and bad times. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that you should compromise capabilities for character. The person with good character and poor abilities also creates problems. While likable, he or she won't get the job done and is painfully difficult to fire because doing so feels like shooting the loyal dog you can't afford to keep anymore, but he must go. Ultimately, what you need in the people you work with are excellent character and excellent capabilities, which is why it's so hard to find great people. 8.5 Don't hire people just to fit the first job they will do, hire people you want to share your life with. Turnover is costly and inefficient because of the time it takes for people to get to know each other and the organization. Both the people you work with and the company itself will evolve in ways you can't anticipate. So hire the kind of people you want to share a long-term mission with. You will always have uses for great people. Look for people who have lots of great questions. Smart people are the ones who ask the most thoughtful questions, as opposed to thinking they have all the answers. Great questions are a much better indicator of future success than great answers. Show candidates your warts. Show your job prospects the real picture, especially the bad stuff. Also show them the principles in action, including the most difficult aspects. That way you will stress test their willingness to endure the real challenges. Play jazz with people with whom you are compatible but who will also challenge you. You need people who share your tastes and style but who can also push and challenge each other. The best teams, whether in music, in sports, or in business, do all those things at the same time. 8.6 When considering compensation, provide both stability and opportunity. Pay people enough so that they're not under financial stress, but not so much that they become fat and happy. You want your people to be motivated to perform so they can realize their dreams. You don't want people to accept a job for the security of making a lot more money. You want them to come for the opportunity to earn it through hard and creative work. Pay for the person, not the job. Look at what people in comparable jobs with comparable experience and credentials make, add some small premium over that, and build in bonuses or other incentives so they will be motivated to knock the cover off the ball. Never pay based on the job title alone. Have performance metrics tied at least loosely to compensation. While you will never fully capture all the aspects that make for a great work relationship in metrics, you should be able to establish many of them. Tying performance metrics to compensation will help crystallize your understanding of your deal with people, provide good ongoing feedback, and influence how the person behaves on an ongoing basis. Pay north of fair. By being generous or at least a little north of fair with others, I have enhanced both our work and our relationships, and most people have responded in kind. As a result, we have gained something even more special than money in the form of mutual caring, respect, and commitment. Focus more on making the pie bigger than on exactly how to slice it so that you or anyone else gets the biggest piece. The best negotiations are the ones with someone in which I say, you should take more, and they argue back, no, you should take more. People who operate this way with each other make the relationship better and the pie bigger, and both benefit in the long run. 8.7 Remember that in great partnerships, consideration and generosity are more important than money. Someone who doesn't have much can be more generous giving a little than a rich person giving a lot. Some people respond to the generosity while others respond to the money. You want the first type with you, and you always want to treat them generously. When I had nothing, I was as generous as I could be with people who appreciated my generosity more than the higher levels of compensation others could afford to give them. For that reason, they stayed with me. I never forgot that, and I made a point of making them rich when I had the opportunity to do so. And they in turn were generous to me in their own way when I needed their generosity most. We both got something much more valuable than money, and we got the money too. Remember that the only purpose of money is to get you what you want, so think hard about what you value and put it above money. How much would you sell a good relationship for? There's not enough money in the world to get you to part with a valued relationship. Be generous and expect generosity from others. If you're not generous with others and others aren't generous with you, you won't have a quality relationship. 8.8 Great people are hard to find, so make sure you think about how to keep them. Make sure you're following the suggestions made earlier, like building meaningful relationships and constantly getting in sync. Most importantly, you have to encourage people to speak up about how things are going for them. Ensuring that their personal development is proceeding appropriately is important too. Close advice from an active mentor should last at least 1 year. When you know what someone is like, you know what you can expect from them. Point 9 Constantly train, test, evaluate, and sort people. Both your people and your design must evolve for your machine to improve. When you get personal evolution right, the returns are exponential. As people get better and better, they are more able to think independently, probe, and help you refine your machine. The faster they evolve, the faster your outcomes will improve. Your part in an employee's personal evolution begins with a frank assessment of their strengths and weaknesses, followed by a plan for how their weaknesses can be mitigated either through training or by switching to a different job that taps into their strengths and preferences. At Bridgewater, new employees are often taken aback by how frank and direct such conversations can be, but it's not personal or hierarchical. No one is exempt from this kind of criticism. While this process is generally difficult for both managers and their subordinates, in the long run it has made people happier and Bridgewater more successful. Remember that most people are happiest when they are improving and doing the things that suit them naturally and help them advance. So learning about your people's weaknesses is just as valuable, for them and for you, as is learning their strengths. Even as you help people develop, you must constantly assess whether they are able to fulfill their responsibilities excellently. This is not easy to do objectively, since you will often have meaningful relationships with your reports and may be reluctant to evaluate them accurately if their performance isn't at the bar. By the same token, you may be tempted to give an employee who rubs you the wrong way a worse evaluation than he or she deserves. An idea meritocracy requires objectivity. Many of the management tools we have developed were built to do just that, providing us with an unbiased picture of people and their performance independent of the biases of any one manager. This data is essential in cases where a manager and a report are out of sync on an assessment and others are called in to resolve the dispute. A few years ago, one of our employees was serving in a trial role as a department head. The prior department head had left the firm, and Greg, who was then CEO, was assessing whether this employee, who had previously been a deputy, had the right abilities to step into the role. The employee thought he did, Greg and others thought he did not. But this decision was not as simple as the CEO making the call. We want decisions to be more evidence-based. As a result of our dot collector system of constant feedback, we had literally hundreds of data points on the specific attributes required for the job, including synthesis, knowing what he didn't know, and managing at the right level. So we put all this data onto the screen and stared hard at it together. We then asked the employee to look at that body of evidence and reflect on what he would do if he were in the position of deciding whether he'd hire himself for the job. Once he was able to step back and look at the objective evidence, he agreed to move on and try another role at Bridgewater more suited to his strengths. Helping people acquire skills is easy, it's typically a matter of providing them with appropriate training. Improvements in abilities are more difficult but essential to expanding what a person can be responsible for over time. and changing someone's values is something you should never count on. In every relationship, there comes a point when you must decide whether you are meant for each other. That's common in private life and at any organization that holds high standards. At Bridgewater, we know that we cannot compromise on the fundamentals of our culture, so if a person can't get to the bar in an acceptable time frame, he or she must leave. Every leader must decide between 1, getting rid of liked but incapable people to achieve their goals, and 2, keeping the nice but incapable people and not achieving their goals. Whether or not you can make these hard decisions is the strongest determinant of your own success or failure. In a culture like Bridgewater, you have no choice. You must choose excellence, even though it might be difficult at the moment, because it's best for everyone. 9.1 Understand that you and the people you manage will go through a process of personal evolution. No one is exempt from this process. Having it go well depends on people's abilities to make frank assessments of strengths and weaknesses, most importantly weaknesses. While it's generally as difficult for managers to give this feedback as it is for their subordinates to hear it, in the long run it makes people happier and the organization more successful. Recognize that personal evolution should be relatively rapid and a natural consequence of discovering one's strengths and weaknesses. As a result, career paths are not planned at the outset. The evolutionary process is about discovering people's likes and dislikes as well as their strengths and weaknesses. It occurs when people are put into jobs they are likely to succeed at, but in which they have to stretch themselves. Each person's career will evolve based on what we all learn about what the person is like. They should be given enough freedom to learn and think for themselves while being coached so they are prevented from making unacceptable mistakes. The feedback they receive should help them reflect on whether their problems are the kind that can be resolved by additional learning or stem from natural abilities that are unlikely to change. Typically it takes from 6 to 12 months to get to know a new employee in a by and large sort of way, and about 18 months for them to internalize and adapt to the culture. During this time there should be periodic mini reviews and several major ones. Following each of these assessments, new assignments should be made that are tailored to their likes and dislikes and strengths and weaknesses. This is an iterative process, in which the accumulated experiences of training, testing, and adjusting direct the person to ever more suitable roles and responsibilities. At Bridgewater, it is typically both a challenging and rewarding process that benefits the individual by providing better self-understanding and greater familiarity with various jobs. When it results in a parting of ways, it's usually because people find they cannot be excellent and happy in any job at the firm. Understand that training guides the process of personal evolution. Trainees must be open-minded. The process requires them to suspend their egos while they discover what they are doing well and what they are doing poorly and decide what to do about it. The trainer must be open-minded as well, and it's best if at least 2 believable trainers work with each trainee in order to triangulate their views about what the trainee is like. This training is an apprentice relationship. It occurs as the trainer and trainee share experiences, much like when a ski instructor skis alongside his student. The process promotes growth, development, and transparency around where people stand, why they stand where they stand, and what they can do about improving it. It hastens not just their own personal evolution but the evolution of the organization. Teach your people to fish rather than give them fish, even if that means letting them make some mistakes. Sometimes you need to stand by and let someone make a mistake, provided it's not too serious, so they can learn. It's a bad sign if you are constantly telling people what they should do. Micromanagement typically reflects inability on the part of the person being managed. It's also not a good thing for you as a manager. Instead of micromanaging, you should be training and testing. Give people your thoughts on how they might approach their decisions, but don't dictate to them. The most useful thing you can do is to get in sync with them, exploring how they are doing things and why. Recognize that experience creates internalized learning that book learning can't replace. There are huge differences between memory-based book learning and hands-on, internalized learning. A medical student who has learned to perform an operation in a medical school class has not learned it in the same way as a doctor who has already conducted several operations. People who excel at book learning tend to call up from memory what they have learned in order to follow stored instructions. People who have internalized their learning use the thoughts flowing from their subconscious without thinking, in the same way they walk down the street. Understanding these differences is essential. 9.2 Provide constant feedback. Most training comes from doing and getting in sync about performance. Feedback should reflect what is succeeding and what is not in proportion to the actual situation, rather than in an attempt to balance compliments and criticisms. Remember that you are responsible for achieving your goals, and you want your machine to function as intended. For it to do so, the employees you supervise must meet expectations, and only you can help them understand whether they are stacking up. As their strengths and weaknesses become clearer, responsibilities can be more appropriately tailored to make the machine work better and to facilitate personal evolution. 9.3 Evaluate accurately, not kindly. Nobody ever said radical honesty was easy. Sometimes, especially with new employees who have not yet gotten used to it, an honest assessment feels like an attack. Rise to a higher level and keep your eye on the bigger picture and counsel the person you are evaluating to do the same. In the end, accuracy and kindness are the same thing. What might seem kind but isn't accurate is harmful to the person and often to others in the organization as well. Put your compliments and criticisms in perspective. It helps to clarify whether the weakness or mistake under discussion is indicative of a trainee's total evaluation. One day I told one of our new research people what a good job I thought he was doing and how strong his thinking was. It was a very positive initial evaluation. A few days later I heard him chatting away at length about stuff that wasn't related to work, so I warned him about the cost to his and our development if he regularly wasted time. Afterward I learned that he thought he was on the brink of being fired. My comment about his need for focus had nothing to do with my overall evaluation. Had I explained myself better when we sat down that second time, he could have put my comment into perspective. Think about accuracy, not implications. It's often the case that someone receiving critical feedback gets preoccupied with the implications of that feedback instead of whether it's true. This is a mistake. As I'll explain later, conflating the what is with the what to do about it typically leads to bad decision making. Help others through this by giving feedback in a way that makes it clear that you're just trying to understand what's true. Figuring out what to do about it is a separate discussion. Make accurate assessments. People are your most important resource and truth is the foundation of excellence, so make your personnel evaluations as precise and accurate as possible. This takes time and considerable back-and forth. Your assessment of how responsible parties are performing should be based not on whether they're doing it your way but on whether they're doing it in a good way. Speak frankly, listen with an open mind, consider the views of other believable and honest people, and try to get in sync about what's going on with the person and why. Remember not to be overconfident in your assessments, as it's possible you are wrong. Learn from success as well as from failure. Radical truth doesn't require you to be negative all the time. Point out examples of jobs done well and the causes of their success. This reinforces the actions that led to the results and creates role models for those who are learning. Know that most everyone thinks that what they did, and what they are doing, is much more important than it really is. If you ask everybody in an organization what percentage of the organization's success they're personally responsible for, you'll wind up with a total of about 300%. 39 That's just the reality, and it shows why you must be precise in attributing specific results to specific people's actions. Otherwise, you'll never know who is responsible for what, and even worse, you may make the mistake of believing people who wrongly claim to be behind great accomplishments. 9.4 Recognize that tough love is both the hardest and the most important type of love to give, because it is so rarely welcomed. The greatest gift you can give someone is the power to be successful. Giving people the opportunity to struggle rather than giving them the things they are struggling for will make them stronger. Compliments are easy to give, but they don't help people stretch. Pointing out someone's mistakes and weaknesses, so they learn what they need to deal with, is harder and less appreciated, but much more valuable in the long run. Though new employees will come to appreciate what you are doing, it is typically difficult for them to understand it at first. To be effective, you must clearly and repeatedly explain the logic and the caring behind it. Recognize that while most people prefer compliments, accurate criticism is more valuable. You've heard the expression no pain no gain. Psychologists have shown that the most powerful personal transformations come from experiencing the pain from mistakes that a person never wants to have again, known as hitting bottom. So don't be hesitant to give people those experiences or have them yourself. While it is important to be clear to people about what they are doing well, it is even more important to point out their weaknesses and have them reflect on them. Problems require more time than things that are going well. They must be identified and understood and addressed, while things that are running smoothly require less attention. Instead of celebrating how great we are, we focus on where we need to improve, which is how we got to be so great. 9.5 Don't hide your observations about people. Explore them openly with the goal of figuring out how you and your people are built so that the right people can be put in the right jobs. Build your synthesis from the specifics up. By synthesizing, I mean converting a lot of data into an accurate picture. Too many people make assessments of people without connecting them to specific data. When you have all the specifics that we have at Bridgewater, the dots, meeting tapes, etc., you can and must work from the specifics up and see the patterns in the data. Even without such tools, other data such as metrics, testing, and the input of others can help you form a more complete picture of what the person is like, as well as examine what they did. Squeeze the dots. Every observation of a person potentially tells you something valuable about how they operate. As I explained earlier, I call these observations dots. A dot is a piece of data that's paired with your inference about what it means, a judgment about what someone might have decided, said, or thought. Most of the time we make these inferences and judgments implicitly and keep them to ourselves, but I believe that if they are collected systematically and put into perspective over time, they can be extremely valuable when it's time to step back and synthesize the picture of a person. Don't oversqueeze a dot. Remember, a dot is just a dot, what matters is how they add up. Think of each individual dot as an at-bat in baseball. Even great hitters are going to strike out many times, and it would be foolish to evaluate them based on one trip to the plate. That's why stats like on-base percentage and batting average exist. In other words, any one event has many different possible explanations, whereas a pattern of behavior can tell you a lot about root causes. The number of observations needed to detect a pattern largely depends on how well you get in sync after each observation. A quality discussion of how and why a person behaved a certain way should help you understand the larger picture. Use evaluation tools such as performance surveys, metrics, and formal reviews to document all aspects of a person's performance. It's hard to have an objective, open-minded, emotion-free conversation about performance if there is no data to discuss. It's also hard to track progress. This is part of the reason I created the dot collector. I also recommend thinking about other ways that people's responsibilities can be put in metrics. One example, you can have people note whether they did or didn't do things on checklists, which you can then use to calculate what percentage of tasks they complete. Metrics tell us whether things are going according to plan. They are an objective means of assessment and they improve people's productivity. 9.6 Make the process of learning what someone is like open, evolutionary, and iterative. Articulate your assessment of a person's values, abilities, and skills up front and share it. Listen to their and others' responses to your description, organize a plan for training and testing, and reassess your conclusions based on the performance you observe. Do this on an ongoing basis. After several months of discussions and real-world tests, you and your report should both have a pretty good idea of what he or she is like. Over time, this exercise will crystallize suitable roles and appropriate training, or it will reveal that it's time for the person to find a more appropriate job somewhere else. Make your metrics clear and impartial. To help you build your perpetual motion machine, have a clear set of rules and a clear set of metrics to track how people are performing against those rules and predetermined consequences that are determined formulaically based on the output of those metrics. The more clear-cut the rules are, the less arguing there will be about whether someone did something wrong. For example, we have rules about how employees can manage their own investments in a way that doesn't conflict with how we manage money for clients. Because these rules are clear-cut, there's no room for argument when a breach occurs. Having metrics that allow everyone to see everyone else's track record will make evaluation more objective and fair. People will do the things that will get them higher grades and will argue less about them. Of course, since most people have a number of things to do that are of different importance, different metrics have to be used and weighted appropriately. The more data you collect, the more immediate and precise the feedback will be. That is one of the reasons I created the dot collector tool to work as it does, providing lots of immediate feedback. People often use the feedback that they get during a meeting to course correct in the meeting in real time. Once you have your metrics, you can tie them to an algorithm that spits out consequences. They can be as simple as saying that for every time you do X you will earn Y amount of money, or bonus points, or it can be more complex, for example, tying the weighted mix of metrics grades to various algorithms that provide the estimated compensation or bonus points. While this process will never be exact, it will still be good in even its crudest form, and over time it will evolve to be terrific. Even when flawed, the formulaic output can be used with discretion to provide a more precise evaluation and compensation. Over time it will evolve into a wonderful machine that will do much of your managing better than you could do it on your own. B. Encourage people to be objectively reflective about their performance. Being able to see yourself from a higher level is essential for personal evolution and achieving your goals. So you and the people who report to you should be looking at the evidence of their performance together. For this to go well, you need lots and lots of evidence and an objective point of view. If required, use agreed upon others to triangulate the picture the evidence presents. Look at the whole picture. In reviewing someone, the goal is to see the patterns and to understand the whole picture. No one can be successful in every way. If they are extremely meticulous, for example, they might not be able to be fast, and vice versa. Assessments made in reviews must be concrete. They're not about what people should be like but what they are like. For performance reviews, start from specific cases, look for patterns, and get in sync with the person being reviewed by looking at the evidence together. While feedback should be constant, reviews are typically periodic. Their purpose is to bring together the accumulated evidence of what a person is like as it pertains to their job performance. If the constant feedback is done well, it will become like a constant review as the bits and pieces will add up to the whole. A review should contain few surprises, because you should continuously be striving to make sense of how the person is doing their job. If you think their job is being done badly, you should have been probing to identify and address the root causes of their underperformance on a case-by-case basis. It's difficult for people to identify their own weaknesses. They need the appropriate probing, not nitpicking, of specific cases by others to get at the truth of what they are like and how they are fitting into their jobs. In some cases it won't take long to see what a person is like, in other cases it's a lot harder. But over time and with a large enough sample of cases, their track records, the level and the steepness up or down in the trajectories that they are responsible for, rather than the occasional wiggles, should paint a clear picture of what you can expect from them. If there are performance issues, it is either because of design problems, perhaps the person has too many responsibilities, or fit/abilities problems. If the problems are due to the person's inabilities, these inabilities are either because of the person's innate weaknesses in doing that job, e.g., someone who's 5'2" probably shouldn't be a center on the basketball team, or because of inadequate training. A good review, and getting in sync throughout the year, should get at these things. Make sure to make your assessment relative to the absolute bar, not just the progress over time. What matters most is not just outcomes but how responsibilities were handled. The goal of a review is to be clear about what the person can and can't be trusted to do based on what they are like. From there, you can determine what to do about it. Remember that when it comes to assessing people, the two biggest mistakes you can make are being overconfident in your assessment and failing to get in sync on it. If you believe that something is true about someone, it's your responsibility to make sure that it is true and that the person you're assessing agrees. Of course, in some cases it may be impossible to get in sync, if you believe that someone was dishonest and they insist that they weren't, for example, but in a culture of truth and transparency it is an obligation to share your view and let others express theirs. Get in sync on assessments in a non-hierarchical way. In most organizations, evaluations run in only one direction, with the manager assessing the managee. The managee typically disagrees with the assessment, especially if it is worse than his or her self-assessment, because most people believe themselves to be better than they really are. Managers also have opinions about managers that they wouldn't dare bring up in most companies, so misunderstandings and resentments fester. This perverse behavior undermines the effectiveness of the environment and the relationships between people. It can be avoided by getting in sync in a high-quality way. Your reports have to believe that you're not their enemy, that your sole goal is to move toward the truth, that you are trying to help them and so will not enable their self-deception, perpetuate a lie, or let them off the hook. This has to be done in an honest and transparent way, because if someone believes they are being pigeonholed unfairly, the process won't work. As equal partners, it is up to both of you to get to the truth. When each party is an equal participant, no one can feel cornered. Learn about your people and have them learn about you through frank conversations about mistakes and their root causes. You need to be clear in conveying your assessments to your reports and open-minded in listening to their replies so you can work on setting their training and career paths together. Recognizing and communicating people's weaknesses is one of the most difficult things managers have to do. It's important for the party receiving feedback to be sympathetic to the person trying to give it, because it's not easy. It takes character on the part of both participants to get to the truth. Understand that making sure people are doing a good job doesn't require watching everything that everybody is doing at all times. You just have to know what they are like and get a sampling. Regular sampling of a statistically reliable number of cases will show you what a person is like and what you can expect from them. Select which of their actions are critical enough to need pre-approval and which can be examined later. But be sure to do the audit, because people will tend to give themselves too much slack or could cheat when they see that they're not being checked. I recognize that change is difficult. Anything that requires change can be difficult. Yet in order to learn and grow and make progress, you must change. When facing a change, ask yourself, am I being open-minded? Or am I being resistant? Confront your difficulties head-on, force yourself to explore where they come from, and you'll find that you'll learn a lot. Help people through the pain that comes with exploring their weaknesses. Emotions tend to heat up during most disagreements, especially when the subject is someone's weaknesses. Speak in a calm, slow, and analytical manner to facilitate communication. Put things in perspective by reminding them that their pain is the pain that comes with learning and personal evolution, and that knowing the truth will put them on the path to a much better place. Consider asking them to go away and reflect when they are calm, and have a follow-up conversation a few days later. Ultimately, to help people succeed you have to do two things. First, let them see their failures so clearly that they are motivated to change them, and then show them how to either change what they are doing or rely on others who are strong where they are weak. While doing the first without the second can be demoralizing to the people you are trying to help, doing them both should be invigorating, especially when they start experiencing the benefits. 9.7 Knowing how people operate and being able to judge whether that way of operating will lead to good results is more important than knowing what they did. Knowing what people are like is the best indicator of how well they are likely to handle their responsibilities in the future. At Bridgewater, we call this paying more attention to the swing than the shot. Since good and bad outcomes can arise from circumstances that might not have had anything to do with how the individual handled the situation, it is preferable to assess people based on both their reasoning and their outcomes. I probe their thinking in a very frank way so as not to let them off the hook. Doing this has taught me a lot about how to assess others' logic, and how to have better logic myself. When both the outcomes and the thinking behind them are bad, and when this happens a number of times, I know I don't want them to do that type of thinking anymore. For example, if you're a poker player and you play a lot of poker, you will win some hands and lose others, and on any given night you might walk away with less money than a lesser player who's gotten lucky. It would be a mistake to judge the quality of a player based on just one outcome. Instead, look at how well someone does what they do and the outcomes they produce over time. If someone is doing their job poorly, consider whether it is due to inadequate learning or inadequate ability. Think of people's performance as being made up of two things, learning and ability, as shown on page 437. A weakness that is due to a lack of experience or training can be fixed, while a weakness that is due to a lack of ability can't be. Failing to distinguish between these causes is a common mistake among managers, because managers are often reluctant to appear unkind or judgmental. Also, they know that people assessed this way tend to push back. This is another one of those situations in which you must force yourself to be practical and realistic. Be training and testing a poor performer to see if he or she can acquire the required skills without simultaneously trying to assess their abilities is a common mistake. Skills are readily testable, so they should be easy to determine. Abilities, especially right-brained abilities, are more difficult to assess. When thinking about why someone is a poor performer, openly consider whether it is a problem with their abilities. 9.8 Recognize that when you are really in sync with someone about their weaknesses, the weaknesses are probably true. When you reach an agreement, it's a good sign you've arrived at truth, which is why getting to that point is such a great achievement. This is one of the main reasons that the person being evaluated must be an equal participant in the process. When you do agree, make a formal record of it. This information will be a critical building block for future success. When judging people, remember that you don't have to get to the point of beyond a shadow of a doubt. Perfect understanding isn't possible, trying to get to it wastes time and stalls progress. Instead, work toward developing a mutually agreed upon, by and large understanding of what someone is like that has a high level of confidence behind it. When necessary, take the time to enrich this understanding. It should take you no more than a year to learn what a person is like and whether they are a click for their job. You should be able to roughly assess someone's abilities after 6 to 12 months of close contact, numerous tests, and getting in sync. A more confident assessment will probably take about 18 months. This timeline will of course depend on the job, the person, the amount of contact with them, and how well you get in sync. Continue assessing people throughout their tenure. As you get to know your people better, you will be better able to train and direct them. Most importantly, you will be able to assess their core values and abilities more accurately and make sure they complement yours. Don't rest with your initial evaluation, however. Always ask yourself if you would have hired them for that job knowing what you know now. If not, get them out of the job. De-evaluate employees with the same rigor as you evaluate job candidates. I find it puzzling that interviewers freely and confidently criticize job candidates without knowing them well but won't criticize employees for similar weaknesses even though they have more evidence. That is because they view criticism as harmful and feel more protective of a fellow employee than they do of an outsider. If you believe that truth is best for everyone, then you should see why this is a mistake, and why frank and ongoing evaluations are so important. 9.9 Train, guardrail, or remove people, don't rehabilitate them. Training is part of a plan to develop people's skills and help them evolve. Rehabilitation is an attempt to create significant changes in people's values and/or abilities. Since values and abilities are difficult to change, rehabilitation is typically impractical. Since people with inappropriate values and inadequate abilities can have a devastating impact on the organization, they should be fired. If rehabilitation is attempted, it is generally best directed by professionals over extended periods of time. Remember that if you are expecting people to be much better in the near future than they have been in the past, you are probably making a serious mistake. People who repeatedly operate in a certain way will probably continue to operate that way because that behavior reflects what they're like. Since people generally change slowly, you should expect slow improvement, at best. Instead, you need to change the people or change the design. Since changing the design to accommodate people's weaknesses is generally a bad idea, it is better to sort the people. Sometimes good people lose their boxes, they get fired from their role, because they can't evolve into responsible parties soon enough. Some of them might be good in another position, in which case they should be reassigned within the company, some of them will not and should leave. Don't collect people. It is much worse to keep someone in a job unsuitable for them than it is to fire or reassign them. Consider the enormous costs of not firing someone unsuited for a job, the costs of bad performance, the time and effort wasted trying to train them, and the greater pain of firing someone who's been around a while, say, 5 years or more, compared with letting someone go after just a year. Keeping people in jobs they are not suited for is terrible for them because it allows them to live in a false reality while holding back their personal evolution, and it is terrible for the community because it compromises the meritocracy and everyone pays the price. Don't let yourself be held hostage to anyone, there is always someone else. Never compromise your standards or let yourself be squeezed. Be willing to shoot the people you love. It is very difficult to fire people you care about. Cutting someone that you have a meaningful relationship with but who isn't an A player in their job is difficult because ending good relationships is hard, but it is necessary for the long-term excellence of the company. You may have a need for the work they're doing, even if it's not excellent, and find it hard to make a change. But they will pollute the environment and fail you when you really need them. Doing this is one of those difficult, necessary things. The best way to do it is to love the people you shoot. Do it with consideration and in a way that helps them. See, when someone is without a box, consider whether there is an open box that would be a better fit or whether you need to get them out of the company. Recognize that if they failed in that job, it is because of some qualities they have. You will need to understand what those qualities are and make sure they don't apply to any new role. Also, if you learn that they don't have the potential to move up, don't let them occupy the seat of someone who can. Remember that you're trying to select people with whom you want to share your life. Everyone evolves over time. Because managers develop a better idea of a new hire's strengths and weaknesses and their fit within the culture than what emerges from the interview process, they are well positioned to assess them for another role if the one they were hired for doesn't work out. Whenever someone fails at a job, it's critical to understand why they failed and why those reasons won't pose the same problems in a new job. Be cautious about allowing people to step back to another role after failing. Note, I said be cautious. I didn't say never, because it depends on the circumstances. On the one hand, you want people to stretch themselves and experiment with new jobs. You don't want to get rid of a great person just because he or she tried something new and failed. But on the other hand, if you look at most people in this situation, by and large you'll regret allowing them to step back. There are 3 reasons for this. 1. You're giving up a seat for someone else who might be able to advance, and people who can advance are better to have than people who can't. 2. The person stepping back could continue to want to do what they aren't capable of doing, so there's a real risk of them job slipping into work they're not a fit for. 3. The person may experience a sense of confinement and resentment being back in a job that they probably can't advance beyond. Keeping them is generally viewed as the preferable short-run decision, but in the long run it's probably the wrong thing to do. This is a hard decision. You need to understand deeply what the person in this situation is like and weigh the costs carefully before deciding. 9.10 Remember that the goal of a transfer is the best, highest use of the person in a way that benefits the community as a whole. Both affected managers should be in sync that the new role is the best, highest use or escalate up the chain to make a determination. The manager wanting to recruit the person is responsible for not causing a disruption. An informal conversation to see if someone is interested is fine, but there should be no active recruiting prior to getting in sync with the existing manager. The timing of the move should be decided by the existing manager in consultation with relevant parties. A. Have people complete their swings before moving on to new roles. There should always be follow-through, not interruption, unless a pressing reason exists, when, say, a person would be a great click for another job that needs to be filled immediately. In a company where things are evolving quickly and people are expected to speak openly, it is natural that there will be a steady stream of opportunities for employees to move into new roles. But if too many people jump from one job to another without fulfilling their responsibilities, the resulting discontinuity, disorder, and instability will be bad for managers, bad for the culture, and bad for the people moving, because they won't be adequately tested in their ability to move things to completion. As a guideline, a year in a job is sufficient before having conversations about a new role. Although this isn't black and white, the range could easily vary depending on the circumstances. 9.11 Don't lower the bar. You reach a point in all relationships when you must decide whether you are meant for each other. That's common in private life and at any organization that holds very high standards. At Bridgewater, we know that we cannot compromise on the fundamentals of our culture, so if a person cannot operate within our requirements of excellence through radical truth and transparency in an acceptable time frame, he or she must leave. Tough love is both the hardest and the most important type of love to give. To build and evolve your machine. Most people get caught up in the blizzard of things coming at them. In contrast, successful people get above the blizzard so they can see the causes and effects at play. This higher-level perspective allows them to see themselves and others objectively as a machine, to understand who can and cannot do what well, and how everyone can fit together in a way that will produce the best outcomes. Now that you've learned the best ways to approach your machine's two key components, its culture and its people, I'd like to turn to principles for managing and improving your machine. In the next chapter, I will go over my high-level principles for applying higher-level thinking to conceptualize your organization as a machine. This isn't just a thought experiment. Thinking in a machine-like way also has important practical ramifications for how you manage your team and how you design roles, responsibilities, and workflows. In Chapter 10, Manage as Someone Operating a Machine to Achieve a Goal, I apply this approach to organizational design at its highest level. Once you understand how to build and run your machine, your next objective is to figure out how to improve it. We do this through the 5-step process I described as 1. Identifying our goals, 2. Encountering our problems, 3. Diagnosing those problems to get at their root causes, 4. Designing changes to get around the problems, and 5. Doing what is needed. Think of any organization you know and you will see that they go through this evolutionary process with varying degrees of success. The world is littered with once great organizations that deteriorated because the initial waves of excellence faded and the leadership failed to adequately adapt by changing the people and the designs. There are also a few organizations that keep reinventing themselves to go on to new heights of greatness. The subsequent chapters of this section explain how the 5-step process works within an organization, and what you need to do to make sure you get the most out of it. To be effective, you must look down upon your machines as would an organizational engineer, comparing the outputs with the goals, and constantly modifying the people and the designs to make the outputs better. Most importantly, you must orchestrate your people. How well you do this will determine your success. Finally, you'll read 2 chapters on making sure the idea meritocracy runs as designed, both at the day-to-day and the strategic level. Chapter 15, Use Tools and Protocols to Shape How Work is Done, describes the importance of systemization and tools to ensure the idea meritocracy functions as intended. And in Chapter 16, And for heaven's sake, don't overlook governance. I explain that while, at first, I underestimated the importance of governance to ensuring that an organization operates effectively over time, as I've transitioned myself out of running Bridgewater day to day, I've learned a number of important principles for how governance should function in an idea meritocracy. 39 We did this at Bridgewater and the figure came out to 301%. 10 Manage as someone operating a machine to achieve a goal. No matter what work you do, at a high level you are simply setting goals and building machines to help you achieve them. I built the machine that is Bridgewater by constantly comparing its actual outcomes to my mental map of the outcomes that it should be producing, and finding ways to improve it. I won't say anything specific about how you should set your own organization's goals other than that the high-level principles about goal setting I covered in Life Principles apply equally to individuals and organizations. I will, however, point out that in running your organization, you and the people you work with must be clear on how your lower-level goals, whether they're to produce things cost-effectively, achieve high customer satisfaction, help a certain number of people in need, whatever, grow out of your higher-level goals and values. No matter how good you are at design, your machine will have problems. You or some other capable mechanic needs to identify those problems and look under the hood of the machine to diagnose their root causes. You or whoever is diagnosing those problems has to understand what the parts of the machine, the designs and the people are like and how they work together to produce the outcomes. The people are the most important part, since most everything, including the designs themselves, comes from people. Unless you have a clear understanding of your machine from a higher level and can visualize all its parts and how they work together, you will inevitably fail at this diagnosis and fall short of your potential. At Bridgewater, the high-level goal of all of our machines is to create excellent outcomes for our clients in the returns on their investments, of course, but also in the quality of our relationship and our thought partnership in understanding global economies and markets more broadly. Before we had anything else at Bridgewater, we had this commitment to excellence. Maintaining these extremely high standards has always been a challenge, especially as the pace of our growth and change accelerated. In the next several chapters, I will walk you through a case in which our client's service outcomes began to slip and show how we used the 5-step process to improve our machine. But first, I want to share some high-level principles for building and evolving the machine that is any organization. 10.1 Look down on your machine and yourself within it from the higher level. Higher-level thinking isn't something that's done by higher-level beings. It's simply seeing things from the top down. Think of it as looking at a photo of yourself and the world around you from outer space. From that vantage, you can see the relationships between the continents, countries, and seas. Then you can get more granular, by zooming into a closer-up view of your country, your city, your neighborhood, and finally your immediate environment. Having that macro perspective gives you much more insight than you'd get if you simply looked around your house through your own eyes. Constantly compare your outcomes to your goals. You must always be simultaneously trying to accomplish the goal and evaluating the machine, the people and the design, as all outcomes are reflections of how the machine is running. Whenever you identify a problem with your machine, you need to diagnose whether it is the result of a flaw in its design or in the way your people are handling their responsibilities. Sample size is important. Any problem can be a one-off imperfection or a symptom of root causes that will show up as problems repeatedly. If you look at enough problems, which one it is will become clear. B. Understand that a great manager is essentially an organizational engineer. Great managers are not philosophers, entertainers, doers, or artists. They are engineers. They see their organizations as machines and work assiduously to maintain and improve them. They create process flow diagrams to show how the machine works and to evaluate its design. They build metrics to light up how well each of the individual parts of the machine, most importantly, the people, and the machine as a whole are working. And they tinker constantly with its designs and its people to make both better. They don't do this randomly. They do it systematically, always keeping the cause and effect relationships in mind. And while they care deeply about the people involved, they cannot allow their feelings for them or their desire to spare them discomfort to stand in the way of the machine's constant improvement. To do otherwise wouldn't be good for either the individuals on the team or the team that the individuals are a part of. Of course, the higher up you are in an organization, the more important vision and creativity become, but you still must have the skills required to manage/orchestrate well. Some young entrepreneurs start with the vision and creativity and then develop their management skills as they scale their companies. Others start with management skills and develop vision as they climb the ladder. But like great musicians, All great managers have both creativity and technical skills. And no manager at any level can expect to succeed without the skill set of an organizational engineer. See Build Great Metrics. Metrics show how the machine is working by providing numbers and setting off alert lights in a dashboard. Metrics are an objective means of assessment and they tend to have a favorable impact on productivity. If your metrics are good enough, you can gain such a complete and accurate view of what your people are doing and how well they are doing it that you can almost manage via the metrics alone. In constructing your metrics, imagine the most important questions you need answered in order to know how things are going and imagine what numbers will give you the answers to them. Don't look at the numbers that you have and try to adapt them to your purposes, because you won't get what you need. Instead, start with the most important questions and imagine the metrics that will answer them. Remember that any single metric can mislead, you need enough evidence to establish patterns. And of course the information that goes into the metrics must be assessed for accuracy. A reluctance to be critical can be detected by looking at the average grade each grader gives. Those giving higher average grades might be easy graders and vice versa. Similarly helpful are forced rankings, in which people must rank coworker performance from best to worst. Forced rankings are essentially the same thing as grading on a curve. Metrics that allow for independent grading across departments and groups are especially valuable. Beware of paying too much attention to what is coming at you and not enough attention to your machine. If you keep your focus on each individual task, you will inevitably get bogged down. If instead you pay attention to building and managing your machines, you will be rewarded many times over. Don't get distracted by shiny objects. No matter how complete any project or plan, there will always be things that come out of nowhere and look like the most important or urgent or attractive thing to focus on. These shiny objects may be traps that will distract you from thinking in a machine-like way, so be on your guard for them and don't let yourself be seduced. 10.2 Remember that for every case you deal with, your approach should have two purposes. 1. To move you closer to your goal, and 2. To train and test your machine, i.e., your people and your design. The second purpose is more important than the first because it is how you build a solid organization that works well in all cases. Most people focus more on the first purpose, which is a big mistake. Everything is a case study. Think about what type of case it is and what principles apply to that type of case. By doing this and helping others to do this, you'll get better at handling situations as they repeat over and over again through time. When a problem occurs, conduct the discussion at two levels: 1. The machine level, why that outcome was produced, and 2. The case at hand level, what to do about it. Don't make the mistake of just having the case at hand discussion, because then you are micromanaging, i.e., you are doing your managee's thinking and your managee will mistakenly think that's okay. When having the machine level discussion, think clearly how things should have gone and explore why they didn't go that way. If you are in a rush to determine what to do and you have to tell the person who works for you what to do, make sure to explain what you are doing and why. See. When making rules, explain the principles behind them. You don't want the people you work with to merely pay lip service to your community's rules. They should have a high sense of ethics that makes them want to abide by them and hold others accountable for abiding by them, while also working to perfect them. The way to achieve this is via principles that are sound and that have been tested through open discussion. Your policies should be natural extensions of your principles. Principles are hierarchical, some are overarching and some are less important, but they all should inform the policies that guide your individual decisions. It pays to think those policies through to ensure that they are consistent with each other and the principles they are derived from. When faced with a case that doesn't have a clear policy to follow, for example, what to do about an employee whose job is to travel but who faces potential health risks because of his travel, one can't just snatch an answer out of the blue without regard for higher-level principles. Policymakers must make policy in the same way that the judicial system creates case law iteratively and incrementally, by dealing with specific cases and interpreting the law as it applies to them. That is how I have tried to operate. When a case arises, I lay out the principles behind how I am handling it and get in sync with others to see if we agree on those principles or must modify them to make them better. By and large, that's how all Bridgewater's principles and policies were developed. While good principles and policies almost always provide good guidance, remember that there are exceptions to every rule. While everyone has the right to make sense of things and is in fact obliged to challenge principles and policies if they conflict with what they believe is the best approach, that's not the same thing as having the right to change them. Changes in policies must be approved by those who made them, or someone else who has been made responsible for evolving them. When someone wishes to make an exception to an important policy at Bridgewater, they must write up a proposed alternative policy and escalate their request to the management committee. Exceptions should be extremely rare because policies that have frequent exceptions are ineffective. The management committee will formally consider it and either reject it, amend it, or adopt it. 10.3 Understand the differences between managing, micromanaging, and not managing. Great managers orchestrate rather than do. Like the conductor of an orchestra, they do not play an instrument, but direct their people so that they play beautifully together. Micromanaging, in contrast, is telling the people who work for you exactly what tasks to do or doing their tasks for them. Not managing is having them do their jobs without your oversight and involvement. To be successful, you need to understand these differences and manage at the right level. Managers must make sure that what they are responsible for works well. They can do this by 1. Managing others well, as explained above, 2. Jobs slipping down to do work they're not responsible for because others can't do their jobs well, or 3. Escalating what they can't manage well. The first choice is optimal, the second signals that a change is needed in the people and the design, the third choice is harder still but mandatory. Be managing the people who report to you should feel like skiing together. Like a ski instructor, you need to have close contact with your people on the slopes so that you can assess their strengths and weaknesses as they are doing their jobs. There should be a good back and forth as they learn by trial and error. With time you will be able to decide what they can and can't handle on their own. See, an excellent skier is probably going to be a better ski coach than a novice skier. Believability applies to management too. The better your track record, the more value you can add as a coach. You should be able to delegate the details. If you keep getting bogged down in details, you either have a problem with managing or training, or you have the wrong people doing the job. The real sign of a master manager is that he doesn't have to do practically anything. Managers should view the need to get involved in the nitty-gritty as a bad sign. At the same time, there's danger in thinking you're delegating details when you're actually being too distant from what's important and essentially are not managing. Great managers know the difference. They strive to hire, train, and oversee in a way in which others can superbly handle as much as possible on their own. 10.4 Know what your people are like and what makes them tick, because your people are your most important resource. Develop a full profile of each person's values, abilities, and skills. These qualities are the real drivers of behavior, so knowing them in detail will tell you which jobs a person can and cannot do well, which ones they should avoid, and how the person should be trained. These profiles should change as the people change. If you don't know your people well, you don't know what you can expect from them. You're flying blind and you have no one to blame but yourself if you don't get the outcomes you're expecting. Regularly take the temperature of each person who is important to you and to the organization. Probe your key people and urge them to bring up anything that might be bothering them. These problems might be ones you are unaware of, or they may be misunderstood by the person raising them. Whatever the case, it is essential that they be brought out into the open. Learn how much confidence to have in your people. Assume it. No manager should delegate responsibilities to people they don't know well. It takes time to learn about people and how much confidence you can vest in them. Sometimes new people are offended when their managers don't have confidence in how they are carrying out their responsibilities. They think it's a criticism of their abilities when it's simply a matter of the manager being realistic about the fact that he or she hasn't had enough time or direct experience with them to form a point of view. See Vary your involvement based on your confidence. Management largely consists of scanning and probing everything you are responsible for to identify suspicious signs. Based on what you see, you should vary your degree of digging, doing more for people and areas that look suspicious, and less where what you see instills confidence. At Bridgewater, a host of tools, issue logs, metrics, daily updates, checklists, produce objective performance-related data. Managers should review and spot-check them regularly. 10.5 Clearly assign responsibilities. Eliminate any confusion about expectations and ensure that people view their failures to complete their tasks and achieve their goals as personal failures. The most important person on a team is the one who is given the overall responsibility for accomplishing the mission. This person must have both the vision to see what should be done and the discipline to make sure it's accomplished. Remember who has what responsibilities. While that might sound obvious, people often fail to stick to their own responsibilities. Even senior people in organizations sometimes act like young kids just learning to play soccer, running after the ball in an effort to help but forgetting what position they are supposed to play. This can undermine rather than improve performance. So make sure that people remember how the team is supposed to work and play their positions well. Watch out for job slip. Job slip is when a job changes without being explicitly thought through and agreed to, generally because of changing circumstances or a temporary necessity. Job slip often leads to the wrong people handling the wrong responsibilities and confusion over who is supposed to do what. 10.6 Probe deep and hard to learn what you can expect from your machine. Constantly probe the people who report to you while making sure they understand that it's good for them and everyone else to surface their problems and mistakes. Doing so is required to make sure you're getting what you want, even from people who are doing their jobs well, though they can be given a bit more leeway. Probing shouldn't just come from the top down. The people who work for you should constantly challenge you, so that you can become as good as you can be. In doing so, they will understand that they are just as responsible for finding solutions as you are. It's much easier for people to remain spectators than to become players. Forcing them onto the field strengthens the whole team. Get a threshold level of understanding. When managing an area, you need to gain a rich enough understanding of the people, processes, and problems around you to make well-informed decisions. Without that understanding, you will believe the stories and excuses you are told. Avoid staying too distant. You need to know your people extremely well, provide and receive regular feedback, and have quality discussions. And while you don't want to get distracted by gossip, you have to be able to get a quick download from the appropriate people. Your job design needs to build in the time to do these things. If it doesn't, you run the risk of not managing. The tools I have developed give me windows into what people are doing and what they are like, and I follow up on problems. Use daily updates as a tool for staying on top of what your people are doing and thinking. I ask each person who reports to me to take about 10 to 15 minutes to write a brief description of what they did that day, the issues pertaining to them, and their reflections. By reading these updates and triangulating them, i.e., seeing other people's takes on what they are doing together, I can gauge how they are working together, what their moods are, and which threads I should pull on. Probe so you know whether problems are likely to occur before they actually do. If problems take you by surprise, it is probably because you are either too far removed from your people and processes or you haven't adequately visualized how the people and processes might lead to various outcomes. When a crisis is brewing, contact should be close enough that there will be no surprises. Probe to the level below the people who report to you. You can't understand how the person who reports to you manages others unless you know their direct reports and can observe how they behave. Have the people who report to you feel free to escalate their problems to you. This is a great and useful form of upward accountability. Don't assume that people's answers are correct. People's answers could be erroneous theories or spin, so you need to occasionally double-check them, especially when they sound questionable. Some managers are reluctant to do this, feeling it is the equivalent of saying they don't trust their people. These managers need to understand that this process is how trust is earned or lost. Your people will learn to be much more accurate in what they tell you if they understand this, and you will learn who you can rely on. Train your ear. Over time, you'll hear the same verbal cues indicating that someone is thinking about something badly or failing to apply principles appropriately. For example, listen for the anonymous we as a cue that someone is likely depersonalizing a mistake. I make your probing transparent rather than private. This helps assure the quality of the probing, because others can make their own assessments, and it will reinforce the culture of truth and transparency. Welcome probing. It's important to welcome probing of yourself because no one can see themselves objectively. When you are being probed, it's essential to stay calm. Your emotional lower level you will probably react to probing with something like, "You're a jerk because you're against me and making me feel bad," whereas your thoughtful higher level you should be thinking, "It's wonderful that we can be completely honest like this and have such a thoughtful exchange to help assure that I'm doing things well." Listen to your higher level you and don't lose sight of how difficult it can be for the person doing the probing. Besides helping to make the organization and your relationship with the person who is probing you go well, working yourself through this difficult probing will build your character and your equanimity. Remember that people who see things and think one way often have difficulty communicating with and relating to people who see things and think another way. Imagine you had to describe what a rose smells like to someone who lacks a sense of smell. No matter how accurate your explanation, it will always fall short of the actual experience. The same thing is true of differences in ways of thinking. They are like blind spots, and if you have one, which we all do, it can be challenging to see what's there. Working through these differences requires a lot of patience and open-mindedness, as well as triangulating with other people who can help fill in the picture. Pull all suspicious threads. It's worth pulling all suspicious threads because, 1. Small negative situations can be symptomatic of serious underlying problems. 2. Resolving small differences of perception may prevent more serious divergence of views. And 3. In trying to create a culture that values excellence, constantly reinforcing the need to point out and stare at problems no matter how small is essential, otherwise you risk setting an example of tolerating mediocrity. Prioritization can be a trap if it causes you to ignore the problems around you. Allowing small problems to go unnoticed and unaddressed creates the perception that it's acceptable to tolerate such things. Imagine that all your little problems are small pieces of trash you're stepping over to get to the other side of a room. Sure, what's on the other side of the room may be very important, but it won't hurt you to pick up the trash as you come to it, and by reinforcing the culture of excellence it will have positive second and third order consequences that will reverberate across your whole organization. While you don't need to pick up every piece, you should never lose sight of the fact that you're stepping over the trash, nor that it's probably not as hard as you think to pick up a piece or two as you go on your way. Recognize that there are many ways to skin a cat. Your assessment of how responsible parties are doing their jobs should not be based on whether they're doing it your way but whether they're doing it in a good way. Be careful about expecting a person who achieves success one way to do it a different way. That's like insisting that Babe Ruth improve his swing. 10.7 Think like an owner, and expect the people you work with to do the same. It's a basic reality that if you don't experience the consequences of your actions, you'll take less ownership of them. If you are an employee, and you get a paycheck for turning up and pleasing your boss, your mindset will inevitably be trained to this cause-effect relationship. If you are a manager, make sure you structure incentives and penalties that encourage people to take full ownership of what they do and not just coast by. This includes straightforward things such as spending money like it's their own and making sure their responsibilities aren't neglected when they're out of the office. When people recognize that their own well-being is directly connected to that of their community, the ownership relationship becomes reciprocal. Going on vacation doesn't mean one can neglect one's responsibilities. Thinking like an owner means making sure that your responsibilities are handled well regardless of what comes up. While you are away on vacation, it's your responsibility to make sure nothing drops. You can do that via a combination of good planning and coordination before you go and staying on top of things while you are away. This needn't take much time, it can be as little as an hour of good checking from afar, and it doesn't even have to be every day, so you can typically slip it in when it's convenient. Force yourself and the people who work for you to do difficult things. It's a basic law of nature, you must stretch yourself if you want to get strong. You and your people must act with each other like trainers in gyms in order to keep each other fit. 10.8 Recognize and deal with key man risk. Every key person should have at least one person who can replace him or her. It's best to have those people designated as likely successors and to have them apprentice and help in doing those jobs. 10.9 Don't treat everyone the same, treat them appropriately. It's often said that it is neither fair nor appropriate to treat people differently. But in order to treat people appropriately, you must treat them differently. That is because people and their circumstances are different. If you were a tailor, you wouldn't give all of your customers the same size suit. It is, however, important to treat people according to the same set of rules. That's why I've tried to flesh out Bridgewater's principles in enough depth that differences are accounted for. For example, if someone has worked at Bridgewater for many years, that factors into how they are treated. Likewise, while I find all dishonesty intolerable, I don't treat all acts of dishonesty and all people who are dishonest the same. Don't let yourself get squeezed. Plenty of people have threatened me over the years by saying they'd quit, bring a lawsuit, embarrass me in the press, you name it. While some people have advised me that it's easier to just make such things go away, I've found doing that is almost always short-sighted. Giving in not only compromises your values, it telegraphs that the rules of the game have changed and opens you up to more of the same. Fighting for what's right can be hard in the short term, of course. But I'm willing to take the punch. What I worry about is doing the right thing and not about what people think about me. Care about the people who work for you. If you aren't working with people you care about and respect, your job probably isn't the one for you. I will be there for anyone who really needs me. When a whole community operates this way, it is very powerful and rewarding. Personal contact at times of personal difficulty is a must. 10.10 Know that great leadership is generally not what it's made out to be. I don't use the word leadership to describe what I do or what I think is good, because I don't believe that what most people think of as good leadership is effective. Most people think a good leader is a strong person who engenders confidence in others and motivates them to follow him/her, with the emphasis on follow. The stereotypical leader often sees questioning and disagreement as threatening and prefers people do what they retold. As an extension of this paradigm, the leader bears the main burden of decision-making. But because such leaders are never as all-knowing as they try to appear, disenchantment and even anger tends to set in. That's why people who once loved their charismatic leaders often want to get rid of them. This traditional relationship between leaders and followers is the opposite of what I believe is needed to be most effective, and being maximally effective is the most important thing a leader must do. It is more practical to be honest about one's uncertainties, mistakes, and weaknesses than to pretend they don't exist. It is also more important to have good challengers than good followers. Thoughtful discussion and disagreement is practical because it stress tests leaders and brings what they are missing to their attention. One thing that leaders should not do, in my opinion, is be manipulative. Sometimes leaders will use emotions to motivate people to do things that they would not do after reflecting clearly. When dealing with intelligent people in an idea meritocracy, it is essential that one always appeal to their reason rather than their base emotions. The most effective leaders work to 1. Open-mindedly seek out the best answers, and 2. Bring others along as part of that discovery process. That is how learning and getting in sync occurs. A truly great leader is appropriately uncertain but well equipped to deal with that uncertainty through open-minded exploration. All else being equal, I think the kind of leader who looks and acts like a skilled ninja will beat the kind of leader who looks and acts like a muscular action hero every time. Be weak and strong at the same time. Sometimes asking questions to gain perspective can be misperceived as being weak and indecisive. Of course it's not. It's necessary in order to become wise, and it is a prerequisite for being strong and decisive. Always seek the advice of wise others and let those who are better than you take the lead. The objective is to have the best understanding to make the best possible leadership decisions. Be open-minded and assertive at the same time, and get in tight sync with those who work with you, recognizing that sometimes not all or even the majority of people will agree with you. B. Don't worry about whether or not your people like you, and don't look to them to tell you what you should do. Just worry about making the best decisions possible, recognizing that no matter what you do, most everyone will think you're doing something or many things wrong. It is human nature for people to want you to believe their own opinions and to get angry at you if you don't, even when they have no reason to believe that their opinions are good. So, if you're leading well, you shouldn't be surprised if people disagree with you. The important thing is for you to be logical and objective in assessing your probabilities of being right. It is not illogical or arrogant to believe that you know better than the average person, so long as you are appropriately open-minded. In fact, it is not logical to believe that what the average person thinks is better than what you and the most insightful people around you think, because you have earned your way into your higher than average position, and you and those insightful people are more informed than the average person. If the opposite were true, then you and the average man shouldn't have your respective jobs. In other words, if you don't have better insights than them, you shouldn't be a leader, and if you do have better insights than them, don't worry if you are doing unpopular things. So how should you deal with your people? Your choices are either to ignore them, which will lead to resentment and your ignorance of what they are thinking, blindly do what they want, which wouldn't be a good idea, or encourage them to bring their disagreements to the surface and work through them so openly and reasonably that everyone will recognize the relative merits of your thinking. Have the open disagreement and be happy to either win or lose the thought battles, as long as the best ideas win out. I believe that an idea meritocracy will not only produce better results than other systems, but will also ensure more alignment behind appropriate yet unpopular decisions. C. Don't give orders and try to be followed. Try to be understood and to understand others by getting in sync. If you want to be followed, either for egotistical reasons or because you believe it more expedient to operate that way, you will pay a heavy price in the long run. When you are the only one thinking, the results will suffer. Authoritarian managers don't develop their subordinates, which means those who report to them stay dependent. This hurts everyone in the long run. If you give too many orders, people will likely resent them, and when you aren't looking, defy them. The greatest influence you can have over intelligent people and the greatest influence they will have on you comes from constantly getting in sync about what is true and what is best, so that you all want the same things. 10.11 Hold yourself and your people accountable and appreciate them for holding you accountable. Holding people accountable means understanding them and their circumstances well enough to assess whether they can and should do some things differently, getting in sync with them about that, and, if they can't adequately do what is required, removing them from their jobs. It is not micromanaging them, nor is it expecting them to be perfect. Holding particularly overloaded people accountable for doing everything excellently is often impractical, not to mention unfair. But people can resent being held accountable, and you don't want to have to tell them what to do all the time. Reason with them so that they understand the value of what you're doing, but never let them off the hook. If you've agreed with someone that something is supposed to go a certain way, make sure it goes that way unless you get in sync about doing it differently. People will often subconsciously gravitate toward activities they like rather than what's required. If they lose sight of their priorities, you need to redirect them. This is part of why it's important to get frequent updates from people about their progress. B. Distinguish between a failure in which someone broke their contract and a failure in which there was no contract to begin with. If you didn't make an expectation clear, you can't hold people accountable for it not being fulfilled. Don't assume that something was implicitly understood. Common sense isn't actually all that common. Be explicit. If responsibilities keep falling between the cracks, consider editing the design of your machine. C. Avoid getting sucked down. This occurs when a manager is pulled down to doing the tasks of a subordinate without acknowledging the problem. The suck-down phenomenon bears some resemblance to job slip, since it involves the manager's responsibilities slipping into areas that should be left to others. But while job slipping can make sense on a temporary basis to push through to a goal, it's also generally a signal that a part of the machine is broken and needs fixing. The suck-down phenomenon is what happens when a manager chronically fails to properly redesign an area of responsibility to keep him or herself from having to do the job that others should be capable of doing well. You can tell this problem exists when the manager focuses more on getting tasks done than on operating his or her machine. Watch out for people who confuse goals and tasks, because if they can't make that distinction, you can't trust them with responsibilities. People who can see the goals are usually able to synthesize too. One way to test this, if you ask a high-level question like how is goal XYZ going, a good answer will provide a synthesis upfront of how XYZ is going overall and, if needed, will support it by accounting for the tasks that were done to achieve it. People who see the tasks and lose sight of the goals will just describe the tasks that were done. Watch out for the unfocused and unproductive theoretical should. A theoretical should occurs when people assume that others or themselves should be able to do something when they don't actually know whether they can, as in Sally should be able to do X, Y, Z. Remember that to really accomplish things you need believable responsible parties who have a track record of success in the relevant area. A similar problem occurs when people discuss how to solve a problem by saying something vague and depersonalized like we should do X, Y, Z. It is important to identify who these people are by name rather than with a vague we, and to recognize that it is their responsibility to determine what should be done. It is especially pointless for a group of people who are not responsible to say things like we should to each other. Instead, those people should be speaking to the responsible party about what should be done. 10.12 Communicate the plan clearly and have clear metrics conveying whether you are progressing according to it. People should know the plans and designs within their departments. If you decide to diverge from an agreed-upon path, be sure to communicate your thoughts to the relevant parties and get their views so that you are all clear about the new direction. This allows people to buy into the plan or express their lack of confidence and suggest changes. It also makes clear what the goals are and who is keeping up his or her end of the bargain and who is falling short. Goals, tasks, and assigned responsibilities should be reviewed at department meetings at least once a quarter, perhaps as often as once a month. Put things in perspective by going back before going forward. Before moving forward with a new plan, take the time to reflect on how the machine has been working up till now. Sometimes people have problems putting current conditions into perspective or projecting into the future. Sometimes they forget who or what caused things to go well or poorly. By asking them to tell the story of how we got here, or by telling the story yourself, you highlight important items that were done well or poorly in relation to their consequences, draw attention to the bigger picture and the overarching goals, specify the people who are responsible for specific goals and tasks, and help achieve agreement. Being able to connect all these items at multiple levels is essential for people to understand the plan, give feedback on it, and eventually believe in it. 10.13 Escalate when you can't adequately handle your responsibilities. And make sure that the people who work for you are proactive about doing the same. Escalating means saying you don't believe you can successfully handle a situation and that you are passing the responsible party job to someone else. The person you are escalating to, the person to whom you report, can then decide whether to coach you through it, take control themselves, have someone else handle it, or do something else. It's critical that escalation not be seen as a failure but as a responsibility. All responsible parties will eventually face tests that they don't know whether they can handle. What's important is raising their concerns so their boss knows about the risks and both the boss and the escalating RP can get in sync about what to do about it. There is no greater failure than to fail to escalate a responsibility you cannot handle. Make sure your people are proactive, demand that they speak up when they can't meet agreed upon deliverables or deadlines. Such communication is essential to get in sync both on the case at hand and on what the person handling it is like. Point 11. Perceive and don't tolerate problems. On your way to your goals, you will inevitably encounter problems. To be successful, you must perceive and not tolerate them. Problems are like coal thrown into a locomotive engine, because burning them up, inventing and implementing solutions for them propels us forward. Every problem you find is an opportunity to improve your machine. Identifying and not tolerating problems is one of the most important and disliked things people can do. For a lot of people, identifying problems is difficult to do. Most people would rather celebrate all the things that are going well while sweeping problems under the rug. Those people have their priorities exactly backward, and there is little that can be more harmful to an organization. Don't undermine your progress in pursuit of a pat on the back. Celebrate finding out what is not going well so you can make it go better. Thinking about problems that are difficult to solve may make you anxious, but not thinking about them, and therefore not dealing with them, should make you even more anxious. Having this kind of anxiety about what can go wrong is extremely useful. It is what drives one to develop systems and metrics for monitoring the outcomes your machine is producing, and motivates those who manage well to constantly taste test the outputs of the system and to look for problems in its nooks and crannies. Having that constant worry and doing the double checking is important to maintaining quality control. Making sure that little problems don't exist is important, because, if they're allowed to continue, they will grow into big problems. To convey the point, I will tell you about a case in which we initially failed to maintain excellence, then perceived the problem, got at its root causes, designed changes, and pushed those changes through to produce excellent results. When I started Bridgewater, I was responsible for everything. I made the company's investment decisions and its management decisions, and then I built the organization to support me and eventually to carry on excellently without me. As Bridgewater grew, the standard I set was uncompromising and straightforward. The analysis we provide to clients should always be of the same quality it would be if I did it myself. That's because when clients ask what we think, they aren't asking what just anyone thinks. They want to know what I and the other CIOs, who are in charge of our investments, are thinking. To achieve that goal, Bridgewater's client service department either handles the questions they get from clients themselves or passes them on to people with various levels of expertise who are assigned to answer questions based on their level of difficulty. The client advisor, who is a knowledgeable professional designed to be the interface between Bridgewater and the client, has to understand the questions well enough to know who they should be routed to, and they need to review the answers before they go back to the client to ensure they are excellent. To be certain that always happens, I created a checks and balances system in which some of our best investment thinkers both draft memos to clients themselves and quality control their colleagues' work, grading it to provide traceable metrics that can be followed to monitor how well things are going and make changes as needed. In 2011, as a part of my management transition, I handed the oversight of this process to others, and several months later one of the people in the client service department began noticing problems. It started with one memo, which two senior investment advisors noticed had gone out the door to a client even though it contained errors. Though these were minor errors, they were important errors to me. With my prodding, the new management team began investigating other memos and discovered that this poorly prepared memo wasn't just a one-off. It was symptomatic of a more widespread breakdown in the quality control machine. Worse still, the investigation revealed the responsible parties were failing to perceive and diagnose these problems. And most worrisome, it wasn't clear that, without my pushing, anyone else would have taken the time to investigate. This initial failure to perceive and not tolerate problems did not happen for lack of caring. It happened because most of the people in the process paid more attention to getting the tasks done than assessing whether the goals were being achieved. They had become more like rubber stampers than craftsmen, while the top people who were supposed to taste the soup to make sure it was excellent were focused on other things. Discovering this was disappointing to all of us, because it showed that the high standards that for so long had been the reasons for our success were slipping. Facing this reality was painful, but ultimately healthy. The existence of a problem like this one, whether from a flaw in the design of one's machine or from one's own or others' inabilities, is not shameful. Acknowledging a weakness isn't the same thing as accepting it. It's a necessary first step toward overcoming it. The pain one feels, whether from shame and embarrassment, or frustration at one's inability to get the better of it, is like the pain one feels at getting flabby that motivates one to go to the gym. As you'll see in the following chapters, facing this problem led to important innovations and improvements. The following principles flesh out how to perceive and not tolerate the problems that come your way. 11.1 If you're not worried, you need to worry, and if you're worried, you don't need to worry. That's because worrying about what can go wrong will protect you, and not worrying about what will go wrong will leave you exposed. 11.2 Design and oversee a machine to perceive whether things are good enough or not good enough, or do it yourself. This is usually done by having the right people who will probe, who can't stand inferior work or products, and who can synthesize well, and by having good metrics. Assign people the job of perceiving problems, give them time to investigate, and make sure they have independent reporting lines so that they can convey problems without any fear of recrimination. Without these things in place, you can't rely on people raising all the problems you need to hear about. B. Watch out for the frog in the boiling water syndrome. Apparently, if you throw a frog into a pot of boiling water, it will jump out immediately, but if you put it in room temperature water and gradually bring it to a boil, it will stay in the pot until it dies. Whether or not that's true of frogs, I see something similar happen to managers all the time. People have a strong tendency to slowly get used to unacceptable things that would shock them if they saw them with fresh eyes. See, beware of groupthink. The fact that no one seems concerned doesn't mean nothing is wrong. If you see something that seems unacceptable to you, don't assume that the fact that others also know about it and aren't screaming means it's not a problem. This is an easy trap to fall into, and a deadly one. Whenever you see badness, point it out to the responsible party and hold them accountable for doing something about it. Never stop saying, "This meal stinks." To perceive problems, compare how the outcomes are lining up with your goals. This means comparing the outcomes that the machine is producing to your visualization of the outcomes you expected so that you can note any deviations. If you expect improvement to be within a specific range, and it ends up looking like this, you will know that you need to get at the root cause to deal with it. If you don't, the trajectory will probably continue. Taste the soup. Think of yourself as a chef and taste the soup before it goes out to the customers. Is it too salty or too bland? Managers need to do that too, or have someone in their machine do it for them, for every outcome they're responsible for. People who are delegated this task are called taste testers. Have as many eyes looking for problems as possible. Encourage people to bring problems to you. If everyone in your area feels responsible for the area's well-being and no one is afraid to speak up, you will learn about problems when they are still easy to fix and haven't caused serious damage. Stay in sync with the people who are closest to the most important functions. Pop the cork. It's your responsibility to make sure communications from your people flow freely, so encourage it by giving them plenty of opportunities to speak up. Don't just expect them to provide you with regular and honest feedback, explicitly ask them for it. Realize that the people closest to certain jobs probably know them best. At the very least, they have perspectives you need to understand, so make sure you see things through their eyes. 11.3 Be very specific about problems. Don't start with generalizations. For example, don't say, "Client advisors aren't communicating well with the analysts." Be specific, name which client advisors aren't doing this well and in which ways. Start with the specifics and then observe patterns. Avoid the anonymous we and they, because they mask personal responsibility. Things don't just happen by themselves, they happen because specific people did or didn't do specific things. Don't undermine personal accountability with vagueness. Instead of the passive generalization or the royal we, attribute specific actions to specific people. Harry didn't handle this well. Also avoid we should or we are and so on. Since individuals are the most important building blocks of any organization and since individuals are responsible for the ways things are done, mistakes must be connected to those individuals by name. Someone created the procedure that went wrong or made the faulty decision. Glossing over that can only slow progress toward improvement. 11.4 Don't be afraid to fix the difficult things. In some cases, people accept unacceptable problems because they are perceived as too difficult to fix. Yet fixing unacceptable problems is a lot easier than not fixing them, because not fixing them will lead to more stress, more work, and chronic bad outcomes that could get you fired. So remember one of the first principles of management: you need to look at the feedback you're getting on your machine and either fix your problems or escalate them, if need be, over and over again. There is no easier alternative than bringing problems to the surface and putting them in the hands of good problem solvers. Understand that problems with good, planned solutions in place are completely different from those without such solutions. Unidentified problems are the worst. Identified problems without planned solutions are better, but worse for morale. Identified problems with a good planned solution are better still, and solved problems are best. It's really important to know which category a problem belongs to. The metrics you use to track the progress of your solution should be so clear and intuitive that they are obvious extensions of the plan. B. Think of the problems you perceive in a machine-like way. There are 3 steps to doing this well. First, note the problem, then determine who the RPs to raise it to are, and finally decide when the right time to discuss it is. In other words, what, who, when. Then follow through. Point 12 Diagnose problems to get at their root causes. When you encounter problems, your objective is to specifically identify the root causes of those problems, the specific people or designs that caused them, and to see if these people or designs have a pattern of causing problems. What are the most common reasons for failing to diagnose well? The most common mistake I see people make is dealing with their problems as one-offs rather than using them to diagnose how their machine is working so that they can improve it. They move on to fix problems without getting at their root causes, which is a recipe for continued failure. A thorough and accurate diagnosis, while more time-consuming, will pay huge dividends in the future. The second most common mistake people make is to depersonalize the diagnosis. Not connecting problems to the people who failed and not examining what it is about them that caused the failure will not lead to improvements of the individuals or the machines. The third biggest reason for failure is to not connect what one is learning in one diagnosis to what was learned in prior ones. It is important to determine whether the root cause of a particular problem, Harry was careless, is part of a larger pattern, Harry is often careless, or not. It's unlike Harry to be careless. In the case of our client service analytics team, I knew that unless we got to the root cause of the problems, standards would continue to decline. Bridgewater's other leaders agreed. So I led a series of diagnostic sessions with the team, getting everyone at every level into the room to probe and find out what had gone wrong. I started with my mental map of how things should be gone based on the machine I'd built and asked the new managers to describe what had actually happened. Bad outcomes don't just happen, they occur because specific people make, or fail to make, specific decisions. A good diagnosis always gets to the level of determining what it is about those people that led to the bad outcomes. This can be uncomfortable, but if someone isn't suited for a job, they need to be moved out of it so that the same mistakes won't keep occurring. Of course, nobody is perfect, everyone makes mistakes. So it is important to look at people's track records and their specific strengths and weaknesses in doing a diagnosis. Coming out of these sessions, a few things were clear. Several of the new line managers who the top managers had brought in to run client service analytics didn't have the right skills, synthesis abilities, or levels of caring to oversee the quality control process, and the top managers were far too distant from the area and not probing adequately to make sure that everything was going well. This was the reality we faced that produced our problems. It wasn't a pretty picture, but it was exactly what we needed to know in order to move to the next step of designing the changes we had to make. The following principles flesh out how to diagnose well, beginning with a basic overview. 12.1 To diagnose well, ask the following questions. 1. Is the outcome good or bad? 2. Who is responsible for the outcome? 3. If the outcome is bad, is the responsible party incapable or is the design bad? If you keep those big questions in mind and anchor back to them, you should do well. What follows is a guide for getting the answers to these big picture questions, mostly using a series of simple either/or questions to help you get to the synthesis you are looking for at each step. You should think of these as the answers you need before moving to the next step, leading all the way to the final diagnosis. You can, but don't need to, follow these questions or this format exactly. Depending on your circumstances, you may be able to move through these questions quickly or you may need to ask some different, more granular questions. Is the outcome good or bad? And who is responsible for the outcome? If you can't quickly get in sync that the outcome was bad and who specifically was responsible, you're probably already headed for the weeds, in other words, into a discussion of tiny, irrelevant details. If the outcome is bad, is the RP incapable or is the design bad? The goal is to come to the synthesis, though to get there you may need to examine how the machine worked in this instance and build the synthesis from there. How should the machine have worked? You may have a mental map of who should have done what, or you may need to fill it in using other people's mental maps. In any case, you need to learn who was responsible for doing what and what the principles say about how things should have gone. Keep it simple. At this stage, a common pitfall is to delve into a granular examination of procedural details rather than stay at the level of the machine, the level of who was responsible for doing what. You should be able to crystallize your mental map in just a few statements, each connected to a specific person. If you are delving into details here, you are probably off track. Once you've established the mental map, the key question is, did the machine work as it should have? Yes or no? If not, what didn't go as it should have? What broke? This is called the proximate cause, and this step should be easy to get to if you laid out the mental map clearly. You can do this via yes/no questions as well, because it should just require referring back to the key components of your mental map and pinpointing which the RP or RPs didn't do well. Say your mental map of how the machine should have worked has 2 steps, that Harry should have either 1, done his assignment on time, or 2, escalated that he couldn't. All you have to do is pinpoint the 2 steps. 1. Did do it on time? Yes or no? And if not, 2. Did he escalate? Yes or no? It should be this simple. But this is when the conversation often gets dragged into gobbledygook, where someone goes into a detailed explanation of what they did. Remember, it's your job to guide the conversation toward an accurate and clear synthesis. You also have to synthesize whether the problem was meaningful, that is, whether a capable person would have made the same mistake given the circumstances, or whether it's symptomatic of something worth digging into. Don't focus too much on rare events or the trivial problems. Nothing and no one is perfect, but be sure you are not overlooking a clue to a systemic machine problem. It's your job to make that determination. Why didn't things go as they should have? This is where you have synthesized the root cause in order to determine whether the RP is capable or not, or whether the issue is with the design. In order to anchor back to a synthesis rather than get lost in the details, you might try to tie the failure to the 5-step process. Which step was not done well? Everything ultimately fits into those 5 steps. But you may need to get more specific, so try to crystallize the failure as a specific key attribute or set of attributes. Ask yes/no questions. Did the RP not manage well? Not perceive problems well? Not execute well? Importantly, ask yourself this question: if X attribute is done well next time, will the bad outcome still occur? This is a good way of making sure you are logically connecting the outcome back to the case. Think of it this way: if your mechanic replaced that part in your car, would that fix it? If the root cause is a faulty design, don't stop there. Ask who was responsible for the faulty design and whether they are capable of designing well. Is the root cause a pattern? Yes or no? Any problem can be a one-off imperfection, or it could be a symptom of a root cause that will show up repeatedly. You need to determine which it is. In other words, if Harry failed to do the assignment due to reliability, does Harry have a reliability problem in general? If so, is reliability required for the role? Is Harry's failure due to training or abilities? How should the people/machines evolve as a result? Confirm that the short-term resolution of the issue has been addressed, as needed. Determine the steps to be taken for long-term solutions and who is responsible for those steps. Specifically, are there responsibilities that need to be assigned or clarified? Are there machine designs that need to be reworked? Are there people whose fit for their roles needs to be re-evaluated? For example, if you've determined that 1, it's a pattern, 2, the RP is missing an attribute that's required for the role, and 3, the attribute is missing due to the RP's ability, not their training, then you've likely been able to determine the answer to your most important question: the person is not capable and needs to be sorted from the role. The following principles further flesh out how to diagnose well. A. Ask yourself, who should do what differently? I often hear people complaining about a particular outcome without attempting to understand the machine that caused it. In many cases, these complaints come from people who are seeing the cons of some decision but not the pros, and don't know how the responsible party weighed them to come to a decision. Since all outcomes ultimately come from people and designs, asking yourself who should do what differently will point you in the direction of the kind of understanding that you need to actually change outcomes in the future, versus just chirping about them. B. Identify at which step in the 5-step process the failure occurred. If a person is chronically failing, it is due to a lack of training or a lack of ability. Which is it? At which of the 5 steps did the person fail? Different steps require different abilities, and if you can identify which abilities are lacking, you'll go a long way toward diagnosing the problem. C. Identify the principles that were violated. Identify which principles apply to the case at hand, review them, and see if they would have helped. Think for yourself which principles are best for handling similar cases. This will help solve not only this problem but other problems like it. D. Avoid Monday morning quarterbacking. Evaluate the merits of a past decision based not on what you know now but only on what you could have reasonably known at the time the decision was made. Every decision has pros and cons. You can't evaluate choices in retrospect without the appropriate context. Do this by asking yourself, what should a quality person have known and done in that situation? Also, have a deep understanding of the person who made the decision, how they think, the type of person they are, whether they learned from the situation, and so on. Don't confuse the quality of someone's circumstances with the quality of their approach to dealing with the circumstances. One can be good and the other can be bad, and it's easy to confuse which is which. Such confusion is especially common in organizations that are doing new things and evolving fast but haven't yet gotten the kinks out. I have always described Bridgewater as being terrible and terrific at the same time. For nearly 40 years, we have consistently produced extraordinary results while struggling with lots of problems. It is easy to look at messy circumstances, think things must be terrible, and get frustrated. But the real challenge is to look at the long-term successes these messy circumstances have produced and understand how essential they are to the evolutionary process of innovation. Identifying the fact that someone else doesn't know what to do doesn't mean that you know what to do. It's one thing to point out a problem, it's another to have an accurate diagnosis and a quality solution. As described earlier, the litmus test for a good problem solver is 1, they are able to logically describe how to handle the problem, and 2, they have successfully solved similar problems in the past. Remember that a root cause is not an action but a reason. Root causes are described in adjectives, not verbs, so keep asking why to get at them. Since most things are done or not done because someone decided to do them or not do them in a certain way, most root causes can be traced to specific people who have specific patterns of behavior. Of course, a normally reliable person can make the occasional error, and if that's the case, then it can be forgiven, but when a problem is attributable to a person, you have to ask why they made the mistake, and you have to be as accurate in diagnosing a fault in a person as you would be if he or she were a piece of equipment. A root cause discovery process might proceed like this: the problem was due to bad programming. Why was there bad programming? Because Harry programmed it badly. Why did Harry program it badly? Because he wasn't well trained and because he was in a rush. Why wasn't he well trained? Did his manager know that he wasn't well trained and let him do the job anyway, or did he not know? Consider how personal the questioning is. It doesn't stop at because Harry programmed it badly. You must go deeper in order to understand what about the people and/or the design led to the failure. This is difficult for both the diagnoser and the RPs, and it often results in people bringing up all kinds of irrelevant details. Be on your guard because people will often look to cover themselves by diving into the weeds. To distinguish between a capacity issue and a capability issue, imagine how the person would perform at that particular function if they had ample capacity. Think back on how the person performed in similar functions when they had ample capacity. If the same kinds of problems came up, then the problem is very likely one of capabilities. I keep in mind that managers usually fail or fall short of their goals for one, or more, of 5 reasons. 1. They are too distant. 2. They have problems perceiving bad quality. 3. They have lost sight of how bad things have become because they have gotten used to it. 4. They have such high pride in their work, or such large egos, that they can't bear to admit they are unable to solve their own problems. 5. They fear adverse consequences from admitting failure. 12.2 Maintain an emerging synthesis by diagnosing continuously. If you don't look into significant bad outcomes as they occur, you won't be able to understand what things they are symptomatic of or how they are changing through time. Are they getting better or worse? 12.3 Keep in mind that diagnoses should produce outcomes. If they don't, there's no purpose to them. At a minimum, a diagnosis should take the form of theories about root causes and clarity about what information needs to be gathered to find out more. At best, it should lead directly to a plan or design to fix the problem or problems. Remember that if you have the same people doing the same things, you should expect the same results. Einstein defined insanity as doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. Don't fall into this trap because you'll have a hard time getting out of it. 12.4 Use the following drill down technique to gain an 80/20 understanding of a department or sub-department that is having problems. A drill down is a process that allows you to gain an understanding of the root causes of the biggest problems in a department or area so you can design a plan to make the area excellent. Drill downs are not diagnoses, but a form of broad and deep probing. They're not intended to uncover the causes of every problem, only the 20% or so of causes that produce 80% of the suboptimal effects. A drill down takes place in 2 steps and is then followed by design and execution steps. If done well, the 2 drill down steps can be done in about 4 hours. It is very important that the steps be done separately and independently, so as not to go in too many directions at once. Let me take you through the drill down process, offering guidance and examples for each step. Step 1. List the problems. Quickly inventory all the core problems. Be very specific, as this is the only way to effectively find solutions. Don't generalize or use the plural we or they. Name the names of the people experiencing the problems. Have all the relevant people from the area under scrutiny participate in the drill down. You will benefit from their insights and it will drive their ownership of the solution. Don't focus on rare events or the trivial problems. Nothing is perfect, but be sure they are not symptoms of systematic machine problems. Don't try to find solutions yet. Your focus in this step is strictly on listing problems. Step 2. Identify the root causes. For each problem, identify the deep-seated reason behind the actions that caused each problem. Most problems happen for one of 2 reasons: 1, it isn't clear who the responsible party is, or 2, the responsible party isn't handling his/her responsibilities well. You must distinguish proximate causes from root causes. Proximate causes are the reasons or actions that led to the problem. When you start describing the qualities behind these reasons or actions, you are getting closer to the root cause. To get at the root cause, keep asking why. For example, problem: the team is continually working late and is on the verge of burning out. Why? Because we don't have enough capacity to meet the demand put on the team. Why? Because we inherited this new responsibility without additional staff. Why? Because the manager did not understand the volume of work before accepting the responsibility. Why? Because the manager is bad at anticipating problems and creating plans. Root cause do not exclude any relevant people from the drill down. Besides losing the benefit of their ideas, you'll disenfranchise them from the game plan and reduce their sense of ownership. At the same time, remember that people tend to be more defensive than self-critical. It is your job as a manager to get at truth and excellence, not to make people happy. For example, the correct path might be to fire some people and replace them with better people, or put them in jobs they might not want. Everyone's objective must be to get at the best answers, not the answers that will make the most people happy. You may find that multiple problems identified in step 1 share the same root cause. Because you are doing a drill down in a quick session, your root cause diagnoses may only be provisional, essentially alerts about things to watch out for. When step 2 is completed, take a break to reflect, then come up with a plan. Step 3, create a plan. Step away from the group and develop a plan that addresses the root causes. Plans are like movie scripts, where you visualize who will do what through time to achieve the goals. They are developed by iterating through multiple possibilities, weighing the likelihood of goal achievement versus costs and risks. They should have specific tasks, outcomes, responsible parties, tracking metrics, and timelines. Allow the key people involved to discuss the plan thoroughly. Not everyone needs to agree on the plan, but the responsible parties and other key people must be in sync. Step 4, execute the plan. Execute the agreed upon plan and transparently track its progress. At least monthly, report on the planned and actual progress to date and the expectations for the coming period, and hold people publicly accountable for delivering their outcomes successfully and on time. Make adjustments to the plan as required to reflect reality. 12.5 Understand that diagnosis is foundational to both progress and quality relationships. If you and others are open-minded and engage in a quality back and forth, not only will you find better solutions, you will also get to know each other better. It is an opportunity for you to assess your people and to help them grow, and vice versa. 13 Design improvements to your machine to get around your problems. Once you've successfully diagnosed the problems standing in the way of your achieving your goals, you need to design paths for solving them. Designs need to be based on deep and accurate understandings, which is why diagnosis is so important. For me, it's an almost visceral process of staring at problems and using the pain they cause me to stimulate my creative thinking. This is exactly how it was for the team responsible for client service analytics, and especially for Bridgewater CEO David McCormick, who was then head of the client service department. Coming out of the diagnosis, he moved quickly to design and implement changes. He fired the team members who had allowed standards to slip and reflected deeply on what new designs he could implement to get the right people into the right roles. In selecting his new responsible parties for client service analytics, he picked one of our top investment thinkers who also had extremely high standards, and was very outspoken about cases where he saw them slipping, and paired him with one of our most experienced managers, who knew how to build the right process flows and make sure everything that needed to happen would go precisely as planned. But that wasn't all. When coming up with a design, it's important to take time to reflect and make sure you're looking at the problems from the highest level. David knew it would be a mistake to look only at this one part of the department, because the same slip in quality that had happened there was likely to have occurred in other places too. He needed to think creatively to come up with a design that would build a durable culture of pervasive excellence throughout the entire department. This led to his invention of Quality Day, biannual meetings in which members of the client service department would review each other's mock presentations and memos and give direct feedback on what was good and what wasn't. More importantly, the meetings were a chance to step back and assess whether the ways of ensuring quality were working as expected by bringing in a bunch of tough, independent thinkers to offer criticism and get the process realigned on what good looks like. Of course, there were many more details to all of David's plans for transforming the department. But the important thing is how all the details and plans extended from a high-level visualization of what was required. Only when you have such a sketch can you begin to fill it in with specifics. Those specifics will be your tasks. Write them down so you don't forget them. While the best designs are drawn from a rich understanding of actual problems, when you're just starting out on something, you often have to design based on anticipated problems as opposed to actual ones. That's why having systematic ways of tracking issues, the issue log, and what people are like, the dot collector, is so useful. Instead of just relying on your best guesses of what might go wrong, you can look at data from prior at-bats for yourself and others and come to the design process with understanding rather than having to start from scratch. The most talented designers I know are people who can visualize over time, running through different collections of people from the scale of small teams to entire organizations, accurately anticipating the kinds of results they'll produce. They excel at design and systemization. Hence the overriding principle of this chapter: design and systemize your machine. Creativity is also important to this process, as is character, because the most important problems to design around are often the hardest, and you need to come up with original ways of addressing them and be willing to make hard choices, especially when it comes to people and who should do what. The following principles delve into designing and how to do it well. 13.1 Build your machine. Focus on each task or case at hand and you will be stuck dealing with them one by one. Instead, build a machine by observing what you're doing and why, extrapolating the relevant principles from the cases at hand, and systemizing that process. It typically takes about twice as long to build a machine as it does to resolve the task at hand, but it pays off many times over because the learning and efficiency compound into the future. 13.2 Systemize your principles and how they will be implemented. If you have good principles that guide you from your values to your day-to-day decisions but you don't have a systematic way of making sure they're regularly applied, they're not of much use. It's essential to build your most important principles into habits and help others do so as well. Bridgewater's tools and culture are designed to do just that. Create great decision-making machines by thinking through the criteria you are using to make decisions while you are making them. Whenever I make an investment decision, I observe myself making it and think about the criteria I used. I ask myself how I would handle another one of those situations and write down my principles for doing so. Then I turn them into algorithms. I am now doing the same for management and I have gotten in the habit of doing it for all my decisions. Algorithms are principles in action on a continuous basis. I believe that systemized, evidence-based decision-making will radically improve the quality of management. Human managers process information spontaneously using poorly thought-out criteria and are unproductively affected by their emotional biases. These all lead to suboptimal decisions. Imagine what it would be like to have a machine that processes high-quality data using high-quality decision-making principles/criteria. Like the GPS in your car, it would be invaluable, whether you follow all of its suggestions or not. I believe that such tools will be essential in the future, and as I write these words, I am a short time away from getting a prototype online. 13.3 Remember that a good plan should resemble a movie script. The more vividly you can visualize how the scenario you create will play out, the more likely it is to happen as you plan. Visualize who will do what when and the result they'll produce. This is your mental map of your machine. Recognize that some people are better or worse at visualization. Accurately assess your own abilities and those of others so you can use the most capable people to create your plans. Put yourself in the position of pain for a while so that you gain a richer understanding of what you're designing for. Either literally or vicariously, through reading reports, job descriptions, etc., Temporarily insert yourself into the workflow of the area you're looking at to gain a better understanding of what it is that you are dealing with. As you design, you'll be able to apply what you've learned, and revise the machine appropriately as a result. Visualize alternative machines and their outcomes, and then choose. A good designer is able to visualize the machine and its outcomes in various iterations. First they imagine how Harry, Larry, and Sally can operate in various ways with various tools and different incentives and penalties, then they replace Harry with George, and so on, thinking through what the products and people and finances would look like month by month, or quarter by quarter, under each scenario. Then they choose. C. Consider second and third order consequences, not just first order ones. The outcome you get as a first order consequence might be desirable, while the second or third order consequences could be the opposite. So focusing solely on first order consequences, which people tend to do, can lead to bad decision making. For example, if you asked me if I'd like to not have rainy days, I probably would say yes if I didn't consider the second and third order consequences. Do you use standing meetings to help your organization run like a Swiss clock? Regularly scheduled meetings add to overall efficiency by ensuring that important interactions and to-dos aren't overlooked, eliminating the need for inefficient coordination, and improving operations, because repetition leads to refinement. It pays to have standardized meeting agendas that ask the same feedback questions in each meeting, such as how effective the meeting was, and non-standard meeting agendas that include things done infrequently, such as quarterly budget reviews. You remember that a good machine takes into account the fact that people are imperfect. Design in such a way that you produce good results even when people make mistakes. 13.4 Recognize that design is an iterative process. Between a bad now and a good then is a working through it period. That working through it period is when you try out different processes and people, seeing what goes well or poorly, learning from the iterations, and moving toward the ideal systematic design. Even with a good future design picture in mind, it will naturally take some mistakes and learning to get to a good then state. People frequently complain about this kind of iterative process because it tends to be true that people are happier with nothing at all than with something imperfect, even though it would be more logical to have the imperfect thing. That kind of thinking doesn't make sense, so don't let it distract you. Understand the power of the cleansing storm. In nature, cleansing storms are big infrequent events that clear out all the overgrowth that's accumulated during good times. Forests need these storms to be healthy. Without them, there would be more weak trees and a buildup of overgrowth that stifles other growth. The same is true for companies. Bad times that force cutbacks so only the strongest and most essential employees, or companies, survive are inevitable and can be great, even though they seem terrible at the time. 13.5 Build the organization around goals rather than tasks. Giving each department a clear focus and the appropriate resources to achieve its goals makes the diagnosis of resource allocations more straightforward and reduces job slip. As an example of how this works, at Bridgewater we have a marketing department, goal, to market, that is separate from our client service department, goal, to service clients, even though they do similar things and there would be advantages to having them work together. But marketing and servicing clients are two distinct goals. If they were merged, the department head, salespeople, client advisors, analysts, and others would be giving and receiving conflicting feedback. If asked why clients were receiving relatively poor attention, the answer might be, we have incentives to raise sales. If asked why they weren't making sales, the merged department might explain that they need to take care of their clients. Build your organization from the top down. An organization is the opposite of a building, its foundation is at the top, so make sure you hire managers before you hire their reports. Managers can help design the machine and choose the people who complement it. People overseeing departments need to be able to think strategically as well as run the day-to-day. If they don't anticipate what's coming up, they'll run the day-to-day off a cliff. Remember that everyone must be overseen by a believable person who has high standards. Without strong oversight, there is potential for inadequate quality control, inadequate training, and inadequate appreciation of excellent work. Never just trust people to do their jobs well. C. Make sure the people at the top of each pyramid have the skills and focus to manage their direct reports and a deep understanding of their jobs. A few years ago, someone at Bridgewater proposed that our facilities group, the people who take care of the building and grounds, food service, office supplies, etc., should begin to report to our head of technology because of the overlap in the two areas. Computers are a facility too, they use electricity, and so on. But having the people who are responsible for janitorial services and meals report to a technology manager would be as inappropriate as having technology people report to the person taking care of facilities. These functions, even if they're considered facilities in the broadest sense, are very different, as are the respective skill sets. Similarly, at another time, we talked about putting the folks who work on client agreements under the same manager as those who do counterparty agreements. But that would have been a mistake because the skills required to reach agreements with clients are very different from the skills required to reach agreements with counterparties. It would be wrong to conflate both departments under the general heading of agreements, because each calls for specific knowledge and skills. D. In designing your organization, remember that the 5-step process is the path to success and that different people are good at different steps. Assign specific people to do each of these steps based on their natural inclinations. For example, the big picture visionary should be responsible for goal setting, the taste tester should be assigned the job of identifying and not tolerating problems, the logical detective who doesn't mind probing people should be the diagnoser, the imaginative designer should craft the plan to make the improvements, and the reliable taskmaster should make sure the plan gets executed. Of course, some people can do more than one of these things. Generally people do 2 or 3 well. Virtually nobody can do them all well. A team should consist of people with all of these abilities and they should know who is responsible for which steps. You don't build the organization to fit the people. Managers will often take the people who work in their organization as a given and try to make the organization work well with them. That's backward. Instead, they should imagine the best organization and then make sure the right people are chosen for it. Jobs should be created based on the work that needs to be done, not what people want to do or which people are available. You can always search outside to find the people who click best for a particular role. First come up with the best workflow design, then sketch it out on an organizational chart, visualize how the parts interact, and specify what qualities are required for each job. Only after all that is done should you choose the people to fill the slots. F. Keep scale in mind. Your goals must be the right size to warrant the resources that you allocate to them. An organization might not be big enough to justify having both a sales and an analytics group, for example. Bridgewater successfully evolved from a one-cell organization, in which most people were involved in everything, to a multicellular organization because we retained our ability to focus efficiently as we grew. Temporarily sharing or rotating resources is fine and is not the same as a merging of responsibilities. On the other hand, the efficiency of an organization decreases as the number of people and/or its complexity increases, so keep things as simple as possible. And the larger the organization, the more important are information technology management and cross-departmental communication. G. Organize departments and sub-departments around the most logical groupings based on gravitational pull. Some groups naturally gravitate toward one another. That gravitational pull might be based on common goals, shared abilities and skills, workflow, physical location, and so forth. Imposing your own structure without acknowledging these magnetic pulls will likely result in inefficiency. H. Make departments as self-sufficient as possible so that they have control over the resources they need to achieve their goals. We do this because we don't want to create a bureaucracy that forces departments to requisition resources from a pool that lacks the focus to do the job. I ensure that the ratios of senior managers to junior managers and of junior managers to their reports are limited to preserve quality communication and mutual understanding. Generally, the ratio should not be more than 1:10, and preferably closer to 1:5. Of course, the appropriate ratio will vary depending on how many people your direct reports have reporting to them, the complexity of the jobs they're doing, and a manager's ability to handle several people or projects at once. The number of layers from top to bottom and the ratio of managers to their direct reports will limit the size of an effective organization. J. Consider succession and training in your design. This is a subject I wish I had thought about much earlier in my career. To ensure that your organization continues to deliver results, you need to build a perpetual motion machine that can work well without you. This involves more than the mechanics of your own stepping out, but the selection and training and governance of the new leaders who step up, and most importantly, the preservation of the culture and its values. The best approach I've seen for doing this is what companies and organizations like GE, 3G, and the Chinese Politburo do, which is to build a pyramid-like succession pipeline in which the next generation of leaders is exposed to the thinking and decision-making of the current leaders so they can both learn and be tested. K. Don't just pay attention to your job, pay attention to how your job will be done if you are no longer around. I wrote about key man risk earlier, which applies the most to those with the largest areas of responsibility, especially the head of an organization. If that's you, then you should designate the people who could replace you and have them do your job for a while so they can be vetted and tested. These results should be documented in a manual that the appropriate people can go to if you should be hit by a bus. If all the key people in the organization do this, you will have a strong farm team, or at least a clear understanding of vulnerabilities and a plan to deal with them. Remember that a ninja manager is somebody who can sit back and watch beauty happen, i.e., an orchestrator. If you are always trying to hire somebody who is as good as or better than you at your job, that will both free you up to go on to other things and build your succession pipeline. Beyond that, visualizing your replacement is an enlightening and productive experience. In addition to taking stock of what you are doing and coming up with both bad and good names, you will start to think about how to get your best people into slots that don't yet exist. Knowing that you will have to test them by letting them do your job without interference, you will be motivated to train them properly before the test. And, of course, the stress testing will help you learn and adapt, which will lead to better results. Use double do rather than double check to make sure mission critical tasks are done correctly. Double checking has a much higher rate of errors than doubledoing, which is having two different people do the same task so that they produce two independent answers. This not only ensures better answers but will allow you to see the differences in people's performance and abilities. I use double do's in critical areas such as finance, where large amounts of money are at risk. And because an audit is only as effective as the auditor is knowledgeable, remember that a good double check can only be done by someone capable of double doing. If the person double checking the work isn't capable of doing the work himself, how could he possibly evaluate it accurately? Use consultants wisely and watch out for consultant addiction. Sometimes hiring an external consultant is the best fit for your design. Doing so can get you precisely the amount of specialized expertise you need to tackle a problem. When you can outsource, you don't have to worry about managing, and that's a real advantage. If a position is part-time and requires highly specialized knowledge, I would prefer to have it done by consultants or outsiders. At the same time, you need to beware of the chronic use of consultants to do work that should be done by employees. This will cost you in the long run and erode your culture. Also, make sure you are careful not to ask consultants to do things that they don't normally do. They will almost certainly revert to doing things in their usual way. Their own employers will demand that. When evaluating whether to use a consultant, consider the following factors. 1. Quality control. When someone doing work for you is an employee, you are responsible for the quality of their work. But when the person working for you works for another company, you're operating by their standards, so it's important to know whether their standards are as high or higher than yours. 2. Economics. If a full-time person is required, it is almost certainly more cost-effective to create a position. Consultants' daily rates add up to considerably more than the annualized cost of a full-time person. 3. Institutionalization of knowledge. Someone who is around your environment on an ongoing basis will gain knowledge and an appreciation of your culture that no outsider can. 4. Security. Having outsiders do the job substantially increases your security risks, especially if you can't see them at work, and monitor whether they follow proper precautions, like not leaving sensitive documents on their desks. You have to consider whether you should be outsourcing or developing capabilities in-house. Though temps and consultants are good for a quick fix, they won't augment your capacities in the long term. 13.6 Create an organizational chart to look like a pyramid, with straight lines down that dawn cross. The whole organization should look like a series of descending pyramids, but the number of layers should be limited to minimize hierarchy. Involve the person who is the point of the pyramid when encountering cross-departmental or cross-subdepartmental issues. Imagine an organizational chart as a pyramid that consists of numerous pyramids. When issues involve parties not in the same part of the pyramid, it is generally desirable to involve the person who is at the point of the pyramid, and thus has the perspective and knowledge to weigh the trade-offs and make informed decisions. Don't do work for people in another department or grab people from another department to do work for you unless you speak to the person responsible for overseeing the other department. If there is a dispute about this, it needs to be resolved at the point of the pyramid. Watch out for department slip. This happens when a support department mistakes its responsibility to provide support with a mandate to determine how the thing they are supporting should be done. An example of this sort of mistake would be if the facilities group thought it should determine what facilities we should have. While support departments should know the goals of the people they're supporting and provide feedback regarding possible choices, they are not the ones to determine the vision. 13.7 Create guardrails when needed, and remember it's better not to guardrail at all. Even when you find people who are great clicks for your design, there will be times when you'll want to build guardrails around them. No one is perfect, everyone has strengths and weaknesses, and as hard as you look, you won't always be able to find everything you want in one person. So look down on your machine and the people you choose for your roles, and think about where you might need to supplement your design by adding people or processes to ensure that each job is done excellently. Remember, guardrailing is meant to help people who can by and large do their jobs well. It's intended to help good people perform better, not to help failing people reach the bar. If you're trying to guardrail someone who is missing the core abilities required for their job, you should probably just fire them and look for someone else who will be a better click. A good guardrail typically takes the form of a team member whose strengths compensate for the weaknesses of the team member who needs to be guardrailed. A good guardrailing relationship should be firm without being overly rigid. Ideally, it should work like two people dancing. They're literally pushing against each other, but with a lot of mutual give and take. Of course, having someone in a job who needs to be guardrailed is not as good as having someone in a job who will naturally do the right things. Strive for that. Don't expect people to recognize and compensate for their own blind spots. I constantly see people form wrong opinions and make bad decisions, even though they've made the same kinds of mistakes before and even though they know that doing so is illogical and harmful. I used to think that they would avoid these pitfalls when they became aware of their blind spots, but typically that's not the case. Only very rarely do I hear someone recuse himself from offering an opinion because they aren't capable of forming a good one in a particular area. Don't bet on people to save themselves, proactively guardrail them or, better yet, put them in roles in which it's impossible for them to make the types of decisions they shouldn't make. Consider the clover leaf design. In situations where you're unable to identify one excellent responsible party for a role, which is always best, find 2 or 3 believable people who care deeply about producing excellent results and are willing to argue with each other and escalate their disagreements if necessary. Then set up a design in which they check and balance each other. Though it's not optimal, such a system will have a high probability of effectively sorting the issues you need to examine and resolve. 13.8 Keep your strategic vision the same while making appropriate tactical changes as circumstances dictate. Bridgewater's values and strategic goals have been the same since the beginning, to produce excellent results, meaningful work, and meaningful relationships through radical truth and transparency, but its people, systems, and tools have changed over 40+ years as we have grown from a one-person company to a 1,500-person organization, and they can continue to change while maintaining values and strategic goals as newer generations replace older ones. That can happen for organizations in much the same way as it happens for families and communities. To help nurture that, it is desirable to reinforce the traditions and reasons for them, as well as to make sure the values and strategic goals are imbued in the successive leaders and the population as a whole. Don't put the expedient ahead of the strategic. People often tell me they can't deal with the longer-term strategic issues because they have too many pressing issues they need to solve right away. But rushing into ad hoc solutions while kicking the proverbial can down the road is a path to slaughter. Effective managers pay attention both to imminent problems and to problems that haven't hit them yet. They constantly feel the tug of the strategic path because they worry about not getting to their ultimate goal, and they are determined to continue their process of discovery until they do. While they might not have the answer right away, and they might not be able to come up with it by themselves, through a combination of creativity and character they eventually make all the necessary upward loops. Think about both the big picture and the granular details, and understand the connections between them. Avoid fixating on irrelevant details. You have to determine what's important and what's unimportant at each level. For example, imagine you are designing a house. First you need to start with the big picture. Your house will sit on a plot of land, and you have to think through where the water comes from, how the house gets hooked up to the power grid, and so on. Then you need to decide how many rooms it will have, where the doors will go, where you need windows, and so on. When designing the plan, you need to think about all of these things and connect them, but that doesn't mean that you actually need to go out and pick the hinges for the door yourself. You just need to know that you'll need a door with hinges and how it fits into the bigger picture of the house. 13.9 Have good control so that you are not exposed to the dishonesty of others. Don't assume that people are operating in your interest rather than their own. A higher percentage of the population than you might imagine will cheat if given the opportunity. When offered the choice of being fair with you or taking more for themselves, most people will take more for themselves. Even a tiny amount of cheating is intolerable, so your happiness and success will depend on your controls. I have repeatedly learned this lesson the hard way. Investigate and let people know you are going to investigate. Investigate and explain to people that you are going to investigate so there are no surprises. Security controls should not be taken personally by the people being checked, just like a teller shouldn't view the bank counting the money in the drawer, rather than just accepting the teller's count, as an indication that the bank thinks the teller is dishonest. Explain that concept to employees so that they understand it. But even the best controls will never be foolproof. For that reason, among many others, trustworthiness is a quality that should be appreciated. Remember that there is no sense in having laws unless you have policemen, auditors. The people doing the auditing should report to people outside the department being audited, and auditing procedures should not be made known to those being audited. This is one of our few exceptions to radical transparency. See beware of rubber stamping. When a person's role involves reviewing or auditing a high volume of transactions or things that other people are doing, there's a real risk of rubber stamping. One particularly risky example is expense approvals. Make sure you have ways to audit the auditors. Recognize that people who make purchases on your behalf probably will not spend your money wisely. This is because 1, it is not their money, and 2, it is difficult to know what the right price should be. For example, if somebody proposes a price of $125,000 for a consulting project, it is unpleasant, difficult, and confusing to figure out what the market rate is and then negotiate a better price. But the same person who's reluctant to negotiate with the consultant will bargain furiously when he is hiring someone to paint his own house. You need to have proper controls, or better yet, a part of the organization that specializes in this kind of thing. There's retail and there's wholesale. You want to pay wholesale whenever possible. Use public hangings to deter bad behavior. No matter how carefully you design your controls and how rigorously you enforce them, malicious and grossly negligent people will sometimes find a way around them. So when you catch someone violating your rules and controls, make sure that everybody sees the consequences. 13.10 Have the clearest possible reporting lines and delineations of responsibilities. This applies both within and between departments. Dual reporting causes confusion, complicates prioritization, diminishes focus on clear goals, and muddies the lines of supervision and accountability, especially when the supervisors are in two different departments. When situations require dual reporting, managers need to be informed. Asking someone from another department to do a task without consulting with his or her manager is strictly prohibited, unless the request will take less than an hour or so. However, appointing CO heads of a department or a sub-department can work well if the managers are in sync and combine complementary and essential strengths. Dual reporting in that case can work well if properly coordinated. Assign responsibilities based on workflow design and people's abilities, not job titles. Just because someone is responsible for human resources, recruiting, legal, programming, and so forth, doesn't necessarily mean they are the appropriate person to do everything associated with those functions. For example, though HR people help with hiring, firing, and providing benefits, it would be a mistake to give them the responsibility of determining who gets hired and fired and what benefits are provided to employees. Constantly think about how to produce leverage. Leverage in an organization is not unlike leverage in the markets. You're looking for ways to achieve more with less. At Bridgewater, I typically work at about 50:1 leverage, meaning that for every hour I spend with each person who works for me, they spend about 50 hours working to move the project along. At our sessions, we go over the vision and the deliverables, then they work on them, and then we review the work, and they move forward based on my feedback, and we do that over and over again. The people who work for me typically have similar relationships with those who work for them, though their ratios are typically between 10:1 and 20:1. I am always eager to find people who can do things nearly as well as, and ideally better than, I can, so that I can maximize my output per hour. Technology is another great tool for providing leverage. To make training as easy to leverage as possible, document the most common questions and answers through audio, video, or written guidelines, and then assign someone to organize them and incorporate them into a manual, which is updated on a regular basis. Principles themselves are a form of leverage. They are a way to compound your understanding of situations so that you don't need to exert the same effort each time you encounter a problem. Recognize that it is far better to find a few smart people and give them the best technology than to have a greater number of ordinary people who are less well equipped. Great people and great technology both enhance productivity. Put them together in a well-designed machine and they improve it exponentially. Use leveragers. Leveragers are people who can go from conceptual to practical effectively and do the most to get your concepts implemented. Conceptualizing and managing takes only about 10% of the time needed for implementing, so if you have good leveragers, you can devote a lot more of your time to what's most important to you. 13.11 Remember that almost everything will take more time and cost more money than you expect. Virtually nothing goes according to plan because one doesn't plan for things that go wrong. I personally assume things will take about 1.5 times as long and cost about 1.5 times as much because that's what I've typically experienced. How well you and the people working with you manage will determine your expectations. Point 14 Do what you set out to do. The organization, like the individual, has to push through to results in order to succeed. This is step 5 in the 5-step process. While recently cleaning up a huge pile of work products from the 1980s and 1990s, I came across boxes and boxes full of research. There were thousands of pages, most covered with my scribbles, and I realized that they represented just a fraction of the effort I'd put in. At our 40th year celebration, I was given copies of the almost 10,000 Bridgewater daily observations that we'd published. Every one of them expressed our deepest thinking and research about markets and economies. I also stumbled across the manuscript of an 800-page book that I wrote but then got too busy to publish, and countless other memos and letters to clients, research reports, and versions of the book you're reading now. Why did I do all these things? Why do others work so hard to achieve their goals? From what I can see, we do it for different reasons. For me, the main reason is that I can visualize the results of pushing through so intensely that I experience the thrill of success even while I'm still struggling to achieve it. Similarly, I can visualize the tragic results of not pushing through. I am also motivated by a sense of responsibility. I have a hard time letting people I care about down. But that's just what's true for me. Others describe their motivation as attachment to the community and its mission. Some do it for approval and some do it for financial rewards. All these are perfectly acceptable motivations and should be used and harmonized in a way consistent with the culture. The way one brings people together to do this is key. This is what most people call leadership. What are the most important things that a leader needs to do in order to get their organizations to push through to results? Most importantly, they must recruit individuals who are willing to do the work that success requires. While there might be more glamour in coming up with the brilliant new ideas, most of success comes from doing the mundane and often distasteful stuff, like identifying and dealing with problems and pushing hard over a long time. This was certainly the case with the client service department. Through a lot of relentless hard work in the years since the original problem turned up, the department has become an example to other teams at Bridgewater and our client satisfaction levels remain consistently high. The great irony of all this is that none of our clients ever even noticed the problems we saw with the memos. Sending out work not up to our standards was bad and I'm glad it was corrected. But it could have been much worse, tarnishing our reputation for delivering pervasive excellence. Once that happens, it becomes much harder to restore trust. 14.1 Work for goals that you and your organization are excited about. And think about how your tasks connect to those goals. If you're focused on the goal, excited about achieving it, and recognize that doing some undesirable tasks to achieve the goal is required, you will have the right perspective and will be appropriately motivated. If you're not excited about the goal that you're working for, stop working for it. Personally, I like visualizing exciting new and beautiful things that I want to make into realities. The excitement of visualizing these ideas and my desire to build them out is what pulls me through the thorny realities of life to make my dreams happen. Be coordinated and consistent in motivating others. Managing groups to push through to results can be done emotionally or intellectually, and by carrots or by sticks. While we each have our own reasons for working, there are unique challenges and advantages to motivating a community. The main challenge is the need to coordinate, i.e., to get in sync on the reasons for pursuing a goal and the best way to do it. For example, you wouldn't want one group to be motivated and compensated so differently from another. One gets big bonuses for example, and another doesn't under the same set of circumstances, that the differences cause problems. The main advantage of working in groups is that it's easier to design a group to include all the qualities needed to be successful than to find all those qualities in one person. As with the steps in the 5-step process, some people are great at one step and some are terrible at that step. But it doesn't matter which is the case when everyone is clear on each other's strengths and weaknesses and the group is designed to deal with those realities. Don't act before thinking. Take the time to come up with a game plan. The time you spend on thinking through your plan will be virtually nothing in relation to the amount of time that will be spent doing, and it will make the doing radically more effective. Look for creative, cut-through solutions. When people are facing thorny problems or have too much to do, they often think that they need to work harder. But if something seems hard, time-consuming, and frustrating, take some time to step back and triangulate with others on whether there might be a better way to handle it. Of course, many things that need getting done are just a slog, but it's often the case that there are better solutions out there that you're not seeing. 14.2 Recognize that everyone has too much to do. How to do more than we think we can is a puzzle we all struggle with. Other than working harder for longer hours, there are 3 ways to fix the problem. 1. Having fewer things to do by prioritizing and saying no. 2. Finding the right people to delegate to. And 3. Improving your productivity. Some people spend a lot of time and effort accomplishing very little while others do a lot in the same amount of time. What differentiates people who can do a lot from those who can't is creativity, character, and wisdom. Those with more creativity invent ways to do things more effectively, for instance by finding good people, good technologies, and/or good designs. Those with more character are better able to wrestle with their challenges and demands. And those with more wisdom can maintain their equanimity by going to the higher level and looking down on themselves and their challenges to properly prioritize, realistically design, and make sensible choices. Don't get frustrated. If nothing bad is happening to you now, wait a bit and it will. That is just reality. My approach to life is that it is what it is, and the important thing is for me to figure out what to do about it and not spend time moaning about how I wish it were different. Winston Churchill hit the nail on the head when he said, "Success consists of going from failure to failure without loss of enthusiasm." You will come to enjoy this process of careening between success and failure because it will determine your trajectory. It makes no sense to get frustrated when there's so much that you can do, and when life offers so many things to savor. Your path through any problem is outlined in these principles, and in others you'll discover yourself. There's nothing you can't accomplish if you think creatively and have the character to do the difficult things. 14.3 Use checklists. When people are assigned tasks, it is generally desirable to have them captured on checklists. Crossing items off a checklist will serve as both a task reminder and a confirmation of what has been done. Don't confuse checklists with personal responsibility. People should be expected to do their whole job well, not just the tasks on their checklists. 14.4 Allow time for rest and renovation. If you just keep doing, you will burn out and grind to a halt. Build downtime into your schedule just as you would make time for all the other stuff that needs to get done. 14.5 Ring the bell. When you and your team have successfully pushed through to achieve your goals, celebrate. 15 Use tools and protocols to shape how work is done. Words alone aren't enough. That's something I learned from watching people struggle to get themselves to do things that are in their best interests. After I shared these principles with the people at Bridgewater and refined them, nearly everyone saw the connection between the principles and our excellent results and wanted to operate in accordance with them. But there's a big difference between wanting to do something and actually being able to do it. Assuming people will do what they intellectually want to do is like assuming that people will lose weight simply because they understand why it's beneficial for them to do it. It won't happen until the proper habits are developed. In organizations, that happens with the help of tools and protocols. Take a minute to think about how this applies to your reading of this book, or reading books in general. How often have you read a book describing some behavioral change you've wanted to make but then failed to? How much behavioral change do you think will result from this book if you don't have tools and protocols to help you? My guess is hardly any. Just as you can't learn many things by reading a book, how to ride a bike, speak a language, etc., it's nearly impossible to change a behavior without practicing it. That is why I plan to make the tools that I describe in the appendix publicly available. 15.1 Having systemized principles embedded in tools is especially valuable for an idea meritocracy. That is because an idea meritocracy needs to operate in accordance with agreed upon principles and to be evidence-based and fair instead of following the more autocratic and arbitrary decisions of the CEO and his or her lieutenants. Rather than be above the principles, the people responsible for running the organization must be evaluated, chosen, and if needed replaced in an evidence-based way according to rules, just like everyone else in the organization. Their strengths and weaknesses, like everyone's, must be taken into consideration. Collecting objective data about all people is essential for this. And you need good tools to convert data into decisions in agreed upon ways. Moreover, the tools allow the people and the system to work together in a symbiotic way to improve each other. To produce real behavioral change, understand that there must be internalized or habituated learning. Thankfully, technology has made internalized learning much easier today than it was when books were the primary way of conveying knowledge. Don't get me wrong, the book was a powerful invention. Johannes Gutenberg's printing press allowed easy dissemination of knowledge that helped people build on each other's learnings. But experiential learning is so much more powerful. Now that technology makes it so easy to create experiential/virtual learning, I believe that we are on the brink of another step change improvement in the quality of learning that will be as great as or even greater than Gutenberg's. We have been trying to create internalized learning at Bridgewater for a long time, so how we do it has evolved a lot. Since we tape virtually all our meetings, we have been able to create virtual learning case studies that allow everyone to participate without actually being in the room. People see the meeting transpire as though they were in it, and then the case study pauses and asks them for their own thinking on the matter at hand. In some cases, they input their reactions in real time as they watch. Their thinking is recorded and compared with others using expert systems that help us all understand more about how we think. With this information, we can better tailor their learning and their job assignments to their thinking styles. That is just one example of a number of tools and protocols we have developed to help our people learn and operate by our principles. We use tools to collect data and process it into conclusions and actions. Imagine that virtually everything important going on in your company can be captured as data, and that you can build algorithms to instruct the computer, as you would instruct a person, to analyze that data and use it in the way you agreed it should be used. In that way, you and the computer on your behalf could look at each person and all the people together and provide tailored guidance, just like your GPS provides you guidance by knowing all the traffic patterns and routes. You don't have to make it mandatory to follow that guidance, though you can. Generally speaking, the system operates like a coach. And the coach can learn about its team. Data is collected about what people do so that if they make more insightful moves or less insightful moves, learning will occur and be used to create improvements. Because the thinking behind the algorithms is available to everyone, anyone can assess the quality of the logic and its fairness, and have a hand in shaping it. Foster an environment of confidence and fairness by having clearly stated principles that are implemented in tools and protocols so that the conclusions reached can be assessed by tracking the logic and data behind them. In all organizations, it's always the case that some of the people judged to be ineffective will argue that those judgments are wrong. When that happens, a data and rules-based system with clearly laid out criteria allows less room for such arguments and greater belief that the system is fair. Though the system won't be perfect, it is much less arbitrary and can much more easily be examined for bias than the much less specified and much less open decision-making of individuals with authority. My ideal is to have a process in which everyone contributes criteria for good decision-making and those criteria are assessed and selected by appropriately assigned, believable, people. If people maintain the right balance of open-mindedness and assertiveness so they understand where they are and aren't believable to make decisions, having these open discussions on the criteria for assessing and managing people can be very powerful in building and reinforcing the idea meritocracy. We have early-stage tools that achieve these things and we are striving to refine them so that our people management system operates as effectively as our investment management system. Even with its imperfections, our evidence-based approach to learning about people, guiding them, and sorting them is much fairer and more effective than the arbitrary and subjective management systems that most organizations still rely on. I believe that the forces of evolution will push most organizations towards systems that combine human and computer intelligence to program principles into algorithms that substantially improve decision-making. In the appendix, I provided detailed descriptions of a number of the tools and protocols that support this idea meritocratic approach and reinforce the behaviors that people need to operate consistently with it. They are designed to help us achieve our goals of 1. Learning what people are like, 2. Sharing what people are like, 3. Providing personalized training and development, 4. Offering guidance and oversight in specific situations, and 5. Helping managers sort people into the right roles or out of the company based on what they are like and what is required. You don't need to use these same tools and protocols for your own idea meritocracy, but you should have ways of producing the internalized learning that it will require. While ours have evolved a lot, yours don't have to be as fancy or automated. For example, providing a form or a template to help guide people through the steps required for them to manage their work or carry out a process will yield better results than expecting them to just remember or figure it out on their own. How you decide to use tools and protocols is up to you. The main point I want to make here is that they're important. Point 16, and for heaven's sake, don't overlook governance. All that I've said thus far will be useless if you don't have good governance. Governance is the oversight system that removes the people and the processes if they aren't working well. It is the process that checks and balances power to assure that the principles and interests of the community as a whole are always placed above the interests and power of any individual or faction. Because power will rule, power must be put in the hands of capable people in key roles who have the right values, do their jobs well, and will check and balance the power of others. I didn't realize the importance of this sort of governance until after I transitioned out of the CEO role, because I was an entrepreneur and company builder, as well as an investment manager, who largely did what I thought was best. While I needed and developed double checks on myself, I created a management committee that I put above me so that I had to report to it. I always had the power of my equity to change things, though I never used it. Some might say that I was a benevolent despot because while I had all the power, the complete voting rights, I exercised my power in an idea meritocratic way, recognizing that the good of the whole was best for us all, and that I needed to be double-checked. I certainly did not create the sort of governance system appropriate for Bridgewater, given its scale. For example, Bridgewater didn't have a board of directors overseeing the CEOs, there were no internal regulations, no judicial system for people to appeal to, and no enforcement system, because we didn't need them. I, with the help of others, simply created the rules and enforced them, though everyone had the right to appeal and overturn my and others' judgments. Our principles were the equivalent of what the Articles of Confederation had been to the United States in its first years, and our policies were like our laws, but I never created a formal way of operating such as a constitution or a justice system to enforce them and resolve disputes. As a result, when I stepped out and passed the power to others, confusions about decision rights arose. After conferring with some of the world's greatest experts on governance, we put a new system in place based on these principles. Still, I want to make clear that I don't consider myself an expert on governance and can't vouch for the following principles as much as I can vouch for the previous ones, because they are still new as of this writing. 16.1 To be successful, all organizations must have checks and balances. By checks, I mean people who check on other people to make sure they're performing well, and by balances, I mean balances of power. Even the most benevolent leaders are prone to becoming more autocratic, if for no other reason than because managing a lot of people and having limited time to do it requires them to make numerous difficult choices quickly, and they sometimes lose patience with arguments and issue commands instead. And most leaders are not so benevolent that they can be trusted to put the organization's interests ahead of their own. Even in an idea meritocracy, merit cannot be the only determining factor in assigning responsibility and authority. Appropriate vested interests also need to be taken into consideration. For example, the owners of a company might have vested interests that they are perfectly entitled to that might be at odds with the vested interests of the people in the company who, based on the idea meritocracy, are most believable. That should not lead the owners to simply turn over the keys to those leaders. That conflict has to be worked out. Since the purpose of the idea meritocracy is to produce the best results, and the owners have the rights and powers to assess that, of course they will make the determination, though I recommend they choose wisely. Make sure that no one is more powerful than the system or so important that they are irreplaceable. For an idea meritocracy, it is especially important that its governance system is more powerful than any individual and that it directs and constrains its leaders rather than the other way around. The Chinese leader Yuan Qishan drew my attention to what happened in ancient Rome when Julius Caesar revolted against the government, defeated his fellow general Pompey, seized control of the republic from the Senate, and named himself emperor for life. Even after he was assassinated and governance by the Senate was restored, Rome would never again be what it was. The era of civil strife that followed was more damaging than any foreign war. See beware of fiefdoms. While it's great for teams and departments to feel a strong bond of shared purpose, loyalty to a boss or department head cannot be allowed to conflict with loyalty to the organization as a whole. Fiefdoms are counterproductive and contrary to the values of an idea meritocracy. Make clear that the organization's structure and rules are designed to ensure that its checks and balances system functions well. Every organization has its own way of doing this. The diagram on the next page is a sketch of my conceptualization of how this should work for Bridgewater, which is currently an organization of about 1,500 people. The principles it follows, however, are universal. I believe that all organizations need some version of this basic structure. There are 1 to 3 chairmen working with 7 to 15 board members supported by staff, whose purpose is primarily to assess whether 1. The people running the company are capable, 2. The company is operating in accordance with its agreed-upon principles and rules. The board has the power to select and replace the CEOs, but doesn't engage in the micromanagement of the firm nor the people running it, though in the event of an emergency, they can drop into a more active role. They can also help the CEOs to the extent they want it. While Bridgewater's idea meritocracy is ideally all-inclusive, there need to be various circles of authority, trust, and access to information, and decision-making authority, which are shown in the chart's 3 circles. Make sure reporting lines are clear. While this is important throughout the organization, it is especially important that the reporting lines of the board, those doing the oversight, are independent of the reporting lines of the CEOs, those doing the management, though there should be cooperation between them. Make sure decision rights are clear. Make sure it's clear how much weight each person's vote has so that if a decision must be made when there is still disagreement, there is no doubt how to resolve it. Make sure that the people doing the assessing 1. Have the time to be fully informed about how the person they are checking on is doing, 2. Have the ability to make the assessments, and 3. Are not in a conflict of interest that stands in the way of carrying out oversight effectively. In order to assess well, one has to gain a threshold level of understanding, and that takes time. Some people have the ability and the courage to hold people accountable, while most don't. Having such ability and courage is essential. And the person doing the assessing must not have conflicts of interest such as being in a subordinate position to the person they are intended to check on that stand in the way of holding them accountable, including recommending that they be fired. Recognize that decision makers must have access to the information necessary to make decisions and must be trustworthy enough to handle that information safely. That doesn't mean that all people must have access and be trustworthy. It is possible to have subcommittees who have access to sensitive information and make recommendations to the board that are substantiated with enough information to make good judgments, but without disclosing the highly sensitive particulars. 16.2 Remember that in an idea meritocracy a single CEO is not as good as a great group of leaders. Dependence on one person produces too much key man risk, limits the range of expertise, because nobody is good at everything, and fails to establish adequate checks and balances. It also creates a burden because there's generally too much to do. That's why we have a CEO model at Bridgewater that is essentially a partnership of 2 or 3 people who lead the firm. At Bridgewater the CEOs are overseen by a board largely via the executive chairman or chairman. In our idea meritocracy, the CEOs are also held accountable by the employees of the company, even though these employees are subordinate to the CEOs. The challenge of having 2 or 3 people is for them to dance well together. If they can't do that, and coordinate well with the chairman, they have to notify the executive chairman or chairman so changes can be made. For the same reason we have more than one CEO overseeing management of the company, we have more than one chief investment officer, there are currently 3. 16.3 No governance system of principles, rules, and checks and balances can substitute for a great partnership. All these principles, rules, and checks and balances won't be worth much if you don't have capable people in positions of power who instinctually want to operate for the good of the community based on the agreed upon principles. A company's leaders must have wisdom, competence, and the ability to have close, cooperative, and effective working relationships characterized by both thoughtful disagreement and commitment to following through with whatever the idea meritocratic process decides. We work with others to get three things: 1. Leverage to accomplish our chosen missions in bigger and better ways than we could alone. 2. Quality relationships that together make for a great community. 3. Money that allows us to buy what we need and want for ourselves and others. Work principles, putting it all together. Since the relative importance of these three things varies by person, it is up to you to determine the quantities and mix you want. The important thing to realize is that they are mutually supportive. If you want to accomplish your mission, you will be better off having quality relationships with people committed to that mission and financial resources to put behind it. Similarly, if you want to have a great work community, you will need a shared mission and financial resources to support you, and if you want to make the most money possible, you will need clear goals and tight relationships to achieve them. In my life, I have been lucky to have much more of all three of these than I could have ever imagined. I have tried to convey the approach that worked for me, an idea meritocracy in which meaningful work and meaningful relationships are the goals and radical truth and radical transparency are the ways of achieving them, so that you can decide what, if any of it, is of use to you. Recognizing that I gave you a pile of principles that could be confusing, I want to make sure that the headline I'm trying to get across comes through. It is that of all approaches to decision making, an idea meritocracy is the best. It's almost too obvious to warrant saying, but I will anyway, knowing what you can and cannot expect from each person and knowing what to do to make sure the best ideas win out are the best way to make decisions. Idea meritocratic decision making is better than traditional autocratic or democratic decision making in almost all cases. That's not just theory. While there is no such thing as utopia, just like there is no such thing as perfect, there is great, and there isn't much doubt that the results of this idea meritocratic approach have been pretty great for Bridgewater for more than 40 years. Because this approach can work equally well in most organizations, I wanted to lay it out clearly and in detail. While you needn't follow this idea meritocratic approach exactly as I've done it, the big question is, do you want to work in an idea meritocracy? If so, what is the best way for you to do that? An idea meritocracy requires people to do three things: 1. Put their honest thoughts on the table for everyone to see. 2. Have thoughtful disagreements where there are quality back and forths in which people evolve their thinking to come up with the best collective answers possible. And 3. Abide by idea meritocratic ways of getting past the remaining disagreements, such as believability-weighted decision making. While an idea meritocracy doesn't have to operate exactly in any particular way, it does have to by and large follow those three steps. Don't worry about remembering all the particular principles that I gave you in this book. Just go after having an idea meritocracy and figure out what works for you by encountering your trade-offs and coming up with your principles for handling them. In my case, I wanted meaningful work and meaningful relationships, and I believed that being radically truthful and radically transparent were required to get those. Then I went after them and encountered problems that forced me to make choices. By writing down how I made these choices, I was able to flesh out my principles, which led me to shape Bridgewater's idea meritocracy with the people I worked with so that it would work well for us. As you set out on your own and encounter your own impediments, you might want to refer back to these principles, because chances are that I've encountered many of the same impediments, did my wrestling with how to handle them, and laid out my thinking in principles. And then write down your own. Of course, people's abilities to influence how their group works vary, and I don't know your circumstances. But I do know that if you want to work in an idea meritocratic way, you can find your own way of doing that. Maybe it will be by helping shape your organization from the top, maybe it will be by choosing the right organization for you, and maybe it will be by simply dealing with the people you work with in an idea meritocratic way. No matter your position, you can always practice being open-minded and assertive at the same time, and thinking about your and others' believabilities when deciding what to do. Above all else, my wishes for you are that, 1. You can make your work and your passion one and the same, 2. You can struggle well with others on your common mission to produce the previously mentioned rewards, 3. You can savor both your struggles and your rewards, and 4. You will evolve quickly and contribute to evolution in significant ways. I'm not saying that it is always the best, as there are some cases where it's not. I'm saying that I believe that it is almost always the best if it can be implemented well. It's up to you to decide what you want to get out of life and what you want to give.